Chapter 130. Half-Face Makeup Girl. Half-Face Makeup Girl. It was a low-level demon formed from the jealousy of an old woman towards a young girl. They could not face their own aging calmly. He firmly believed that sucking the flesh and blood of young women could restore his youth. He liked to pinch his voice and pretend to speak with a young girl's voice. However, as the saying goes, the eyes are the window to the soul. Aging was something that could not be concealed no matter what. The younger the lower half of the face, the upper half of the face with eyes was older. The contrast between the top and bottom of a face was even more intense. Even so, they were still unrepentant. Xiaolian came out of the water dripping wet. He stepped on the edge of the water tank. Just as he was about to fly over and capture Kuan Yizhen, it was as if Kuan Yizhen had the last radiance of a setting sun. With a flick of his wrist, he slapped her across the face. The woman with half of her face in makeup was too weak. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was slammed onto the ground. "Spare me!" Xiaolian calmly grabbed the Taoist robe and casually put it on. "Are you the one who stole the embroidered gown, immortal?" The half-made-up woman hurriedly said. "It's not me, it's not me. How would I dare to barge into the divine martial hall?" Thinking about it, it made sense. Ordinary low-level ghosts. He really didn't have the guts to barge into the divine martial palace. It would be strange if his soul wasn't shattered. Moreover, this half-dressed woman probably had nothing to do with the immortal in embroidered clothes. The age of the ghost was only about 80 years old, while the legend of the immortal in embroidered clothes was several hundred years old. Xiaolian asked, "Then where did you get this brocade robe from?" The half-made-up woman picked up the headscarf and covered the upper half of her face again. Her voice became shrill again as she said, replying to Taoist priest, "I found it in the ghost city." Was that even possible? You found it in the ghost city? Xiaolian was speechless for a moment before asking, "Then who was the one who sold you this brocade robe?" The woman with half a face in makeup said in fear, "Taoist. Please let me go. I don't know either. There's no need to check 18 generations of ancestors when doing business in the ghost city." That's true. If doing business in the ghost city had to go through 18 generations of ancestors, the ghost city wouldn't be so lively. Only when there was a gap would something come to life. Xiaolian asked for a while, but he couldn't get anything out of her. He was sure that the woman with half of her face in makeup was just an ignorant minion. So he said, "Qi-ying, let the priests in your hall come and take care of this ghost." Kuan Yizhen said, "No. I don't have any priests in my temple." Xiaolian asked, "Not a single one? Haven't you ever picked anyone?" Kuan Yizhen replied confidently, "Not a single one." It turned out that the Western martial god had always been a loner and had never appointed anyone. He didn't even have an assistant to deal with miscellaneous things. In any case, Xiaolian couldn't afford to raise Kuan Yizhen. As for Kuan Yizhen's situation, it could only be said that she had a strange temperament. He had no choice but to dig out an earthenware jar and put away the half-dressed woman. Then he took the embroidered gown from Lang Ying's hand and shook it open to take a closer look. He could not help but frown slightly. The demonic energy was indeed quite demonic, but how should he put it? In Xiaolian's opinion, this type of demonic energy was too superficial. It was as if a thick layer of rouge and face powder had been applied on it, rather than being emitted from the inside out. Xiaolian's intuition told him that this thing wasn't as dangerous as the rumors said, but he still maintained 120% vigilance. At this time, Kuan Yizhen came over and took a look at the gown before saying, "It's fake." Xiaolian was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" Kuan Yizhen said, "This gown is fake. I've seen the real embroidered immortal before. It's much more powerful than this." Xiaolian asked curiously, "When did you see it?" In fact, there are many people who have seen the embroidered immortal before, but none of them were able to distinguish it. "Why are you so sure?" Kuan Yizhen didn't say anything. Just at this moment, Ling Wen's voice rang in his ear. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we've received news that a little ghost carrying the embroidered immortal has appeared 20 miles west of your Puqi monastery. We'll have to trouble you to take a look." Xiaolian said, "Again? All right." Glancing at Kuan Yizhen, he quietly said, "Oh, that's right, there's one more thing. Ling Wen, has Qi-ying seen the embroidered immortal before?" Ling Wen said, "Qi-ying? How could he have seen him before?" He's much more powerful than the one I've seen. Xiaolian asked, why do you say that? Lingwen said, then it's complicated. I don't know if your highness has heard of this matter. The martial god guarding the west wasn't originally from Qiying Palace, but rather Yinyu Palace? Xiaolian recalled that this was what Windmaster had told him while taking off his clothes at the Extreme Happiness Square. He couldn't help but feel a bit bitter as he said, I've heard of it. I heard that these two highnesses were originally a pair of apprentice brothers. It turned out that before Yinyu ascended, he was the head disciple of his sect. One time he saw a brute-looking child wandering the streets. Out of kindness, he begged his master to take him in. That child was Quan Yizhen. They had been in the same sect for several years. It could be said that Yinyu had always taken care of Quan Yizhen. He was the first to ascend and had even appointed Quan Yizhen as his general. Lingwen said, you've seen Qiying a few times so you more or less know. He's a bit. Xiaolian continued, ignorant of the ways of the world? That's a good thing. Lingwen smiled and said, whether it's good or not depends on the person and the situation. Some people feel that he does things his own way, doesn't understand etiquette, and doesn't give people face. During those years when he first ascended to Immortal Capital, if it weren't for His Highness Yinyu helping him, who knows how many people would have already beaten him to death. Xiaolian said thoughtfully, those two highnesses should have a very good relationship. Lingwen said at first they were very good. But the bad thing was later on Qiying himself also ascended. Both of them ascended from the west, so what should they do? Thus, the two of them agreed to guard the west together. Apprentice brothers guarding the same land sounded like a beautiful story. However, in the end, one mountain couldn't accommodate two tigers. If it was said that Yinyu's aptitude was worthy of the heavens sending down a heavenly tribulation for him, 1 in 10,000 people, then with Quan Yizhen's aptitude, he could endure 3 heavenly tribulations, 1 in a million people. In the beginning it was still alright as it wasn't obvious. But as time went on, the gap between the two of them grew larger. Quan Yizhen clearly didn't understand the ways of the world. He didn't know how to get closer to his fellow immortals, nor did he bother to curry favor with his followers. On the contrary, he simply didn't remember the names of any of the clerics he worked with other than Yinyu. He even dared to violently beat his followers and tell them to eat shit. However, his territory grew larger and larger, and his followers also grew larger and larger. Compared to this, Yinyu's hall lost its splendor. Finally, he couldn't sit still anymore. These two apprentice brothers would give each other gifts on their birthdays. One year, on Quan Yizhen's birthday, Yinyu gave him an awe-inspiring armor. Xiaolian said, "The embroidered clothed immortal?" Lingwen said, "That's right. Other than being able to suck blood and kill people, this embroidered clothed immortal also had a strange characteristic. Whoever was given the armor would listen to the person who made him wear it. Because the two apprentice brothers had always had a good relationship, Quan Yizhen didn't hesitate to wear the armor. Not long after, Yinyu pretended to unintentionally make a joke. Quan Yizhen was controlled by that embroidered clothed immortal, so he was possessed and wanted to do as he was told. If it wasn't for Junwu noticing that something was wrong and stopping him in time, he would have cut off his own head and used it as a ball. Lingwen said, therefore, this matter caused a huge commotion that year. Yinyu, as a heavenly official, did this kind of thing to harm his colleague, so of course he was demoted immediately. Logically speaking, because of this, the two heavenly officials should have fallen out. But Xiaolian recalled the farce performed by the Qiying Palace's followers during the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. A clown was jumping behind Quan Yizhen, and he should be acting as Yinyu. However, at that time, Quan Yizhen's reaction was to fly into a rage and jump down to beat his own follower. He said, "I feel that Qiying Palace should still be very respectful to His Highness Yinyu. Could there be some kind of misunderstanding?" Lingwen said, "I don't know about this. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not, I don't know how many years it's been since he was demoted. Who would still pay attention to him?" Xiaolian nodded his head. Just as he was about to bid farewell, Lingwen spoke again. "Wait a moment. Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's one more thing. I didn't finish speaking just now. 60 miles east of your Puqi Monastery, there are also unknown people carrying embroidered clothed immortals." Xiaolian said, "Isn't that too far away? How could there be more?" Lingwen said, "I'm not finished. Listen carefully, there's also 42 miles northwest, 15 miles southeast, 22 miles north. In one breath, she reported 27 or 8 locations before Lingwen said, For now that's about it." By the time she finished reporting, Xiaolian had already forgotten everything. He felt a bit depressed as he said, "This time, your palace's efficiency is quite high. However, for now? In other words, will there be more? Could it be that the ghost city is selling embroidered clothed immortals wholesale?" Lingwen said, "More or less. In the ghost city, there are many mobile sellers with unknown origins who often sell fake goods under the skin. After selling the fake goods, they will change to a new skin. Therefore, most experts won't randomly buy things there. However, there's no lack of ghosts who treat it as antiques, always thinking what if they pick it up cheap. This time, when the embroidered clothed immortals were stolen, many peddlers in the ghost realm got wind of the news and took the opportunity to swindle people. They casually found a piece of clothing and said it was the embroidered clothed immortals. What's inconceivable is that there are still many ghosts who buy it. After buying it, they will find someone to try it on. It really adds a lot of trouble for us to gather information on this side." This was simply disrupting their line of sight in finding the real embroidered clothed immortals. All of a sudden, so many embroidered clothed immortals appeared from all directions. Who knew which one was the real one? However, since the task had been handed over to them, they had to think of a way to complete it. Xiaolian said, "Let's start from the nearest one and look one by one." Xiaolian had no choice. Quan Yizhen didn't know how to draw a shrinking ground 1,000 li. Neither of them had a deputy general heavenly official under them. However, fortunately, the nearest place Lingwen reported was only 5 miles away. It was an abandoned dye house. Xiaolian immediately made a decision and hurriedly set off under the cover of the night. Xiaolian originally wanted Lang Ying to stay at Puqi Monastery. Who would have thought that Lang Ying would actually follow them out on his own and wouldn't be able to rush back in time? Thinking that this trip shouldn't be considered dangerous, he could also let Lang Ying broaden his horizons. In any case, he was going to bring Lang Ying along to cultivate in the future, so he might as well bring Lang Ying along this time. The three of them walked through the night for a while. Suddenly, a strange chant could be heard from the roadside in front of them. Huff huff huff. Huff huff huff. Hearing this familiar chant, Xiaolian stopped his footsteps. In the dense fog in front of them, a tall silhouette slowly appeared, as well as 4 gloomy ghost flames that were rotating and fluttering in the air. Quan Yizhen seemed to be preparing to make a move. Regardless of the consequences, he would fight first and then think later. However, Xiaolian pressed him down and said, "It's nothing. We know each other." Sure enough, 4 golden skeletons carrying a carriage appeared in front of the 3 of them. Quan Yizhen seemed to have never seen this kind of mystical thing before. His eyes widened and sparkled. The leading skeleton sang, "Are you His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Xianle country?" Xiaolian replied, "That's me. What's the matter?" The golden skeleton sang, "It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just that we brothers have nothing better to do. So we wanted to ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince needs us to help give him a ride in the middle of the night?" The journey wasn't too far. Xiaolian was just about to tactfully decline when Quan Yizhen said, "Okay." He had already impatiently climbed up the carriage, as if he really wanted to sit on this gorgeous and strange carriage. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went up to pull him, but the carriage suddenly tilted and fiercely flung Quan Yizhen off. Xiaolian also tilted a bit, but someone supported him. He blurted out, "Third." When he turned his head around to look, he discovered that Lang Ying had boarded the carriage at some point in time. She was tightly holding onto his arm, and a pair of pitch-black eyes were staring at him in silence. The skeletons hurriedly lifted the carriage, and the 8 legs spun like 4 pairs of wind and fire wheels. While steadily running, they shouted, "Get out of the way, get out of the way! Don't block the way, don't block the way!" Quan Yizhen was ruthlessly flung onto the ground. He flipped over and leaped up. It seemed like he still hadn't given up and was about to jump back up again. However, the skeletons were running too fast and he was always 1 step behind. They were relentlessly chasing him from behind. It seemed like he really wanted to sit on this carriage and satisfy his craving. Seeing him earnestly chasing from behind, Xiaolian, who was on the carriage, couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He wondered if this was bullying a child. Although he knew that this carriage belonged to Hua City and might not necessarily welcome other heavenly officials, he still couldn't help but ask, that, can't it carry 3 people? The skeletons sang, can't. It can only seat 2 people. Like a pair of wind and fire wheels, they ran all the way while Kuan Yizhen chased after them. Once they arrived at their destination, the golden skeletons put down Xiao Yan and Kuan Yizhen, lifted the carriage and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Kuan Yizhen didn't get on the carriage from start to finish. He was extremely disappointed, and he still looked at the carriage with a reluctant expression. Xiao Yan brought Langing down from the carriage, but he heard sorrowful cries in front of them. They all came from the abandoned dye house. Xiao Yan felt strange in his heart. Didn't they say that there was no one in the dye house at night? When he got closer to listen, he found out that the sorrowful cries were, I don't dare to sell fake goods in Hua City Lord's territory anymore. I really don't dare to. But, please tell Hua City Lord that I bought these fake embroidered clothes immortals wholesale from other ghosts. I'm also a victim. The 3 of them arrived in front of the dye house. Coincidentally, a black-clothed ghost-masked man came out from inside. It seemed like he had been waiting for a long time. He bowed slightly and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 131. The Windmaster once told him this person should be Yin. Because of the heavenly officials that had been demoted these years, no matter how he counted, there were only a few of them. Thus Xiao Yan asked, How should I address you? The ghost-masked man replied, I don't dare. I'm just a nobody. Entering the abandoned dye house, Xiao Yan couldn't help but be startled. He saw all kinds of clothes hanging on wooden racks. Wedding clothes, official robes, daughter's veil, child's clothes. There was also a very simple and crude blood-stained hemp garment. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't find these clothes strange. Layer upon layer, a densing aura, heavy evil aura. As if the living dead were standing there. Even if it wasn't the embroidered clothes immortal, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Long pieces of colorful cloth hung high on the wooden racks. Some were deathly pale. Some were dirty. It had been a long time since anyone took care of them. Kuan Yizhen squatted at the edge of a black dye vat, his head buried in it. He was engrossed in studying the strangely colored and odorous liquid inside. Xiao Yan was always worried that in the next moment, he would dip his finger into it and lick it. He hurriedly dragged him down. In the courtyard, a group of demons and ghosts were all strung up by an iron chain. Holding his head, he squatted down and said, This is... The ghost-masked man said, Recently, the ghost city sold the embroidered clothes immortal, as well as the demons and ghosts that use the embroidered clothes immortal everywhere. They're all here. A total of 98 pieces. There were actually 98 pieces. Moreover, they should have all been captured in a very short period of time. Xiao Yan was slightly moved. The ghost-masked man continued, If there are any new movements, we will capture them for your highness as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but say, No need. Please tell San. Hua City Lord, there really is no need to go through so much trouble. I can do it myself. The result would be the same, it would just take a little more time and energy. However, he himself was a heavenly official serving in the heavenly court. Even if there weren't many people worshipping him, this was the only proper task he had to do. The ghost-masked man said, City Lord naturally understands that your highness can easily do it. But because of this, I hope you don't have to spend your energy on this kind of small matter that anyone can do. Your highness's time and energy should be used to do more important things. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan still said, May I ask, your city lord is currently? Lang Ying seemed to be carelessly swaying around Xiao Yan. The ghost-masked man said, The city lord is currently very busy. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, Oh, that's good. I hope everything goes well on his side. He asked this group of demons and ghosts one by one, and every one of them insisted that they bought it from the mysterious masked man. They didn't seem to be lying, but in a place like the ghost city, wouldn't there be hundreds of mysterious masked men in a day? Unable to get an answer, the devil-masked man pulled the rope and led the howling ghosts away, saying goodbye. However, the 98 ghost garments were left behind. Xiao Yan only felt that even when he was in charge of collecting old and tattered clothes in the past, he had never seen so many clothes. He flipped the clothes over and over again, suspecting that perhaps none of them were genuine. He said to Kuan Yizhen, "Qing, take another look." Kuan Yizhen scratched his fluffy curly hair, shook his head and said, "Too much. There were too many ghost clothes." The evil aura of each piece of clothing interacted with each other, causing people to lose their judgment. This was like a person with a sensitive sense of taste. Although he could distinguish between pear-flavored and apple-flavored candies, if 98 different kinds of fruit fillings were mixed together, and then let him taste them, he would basically lose his sense of taste. Xiao Yan was currently thinking of another method, but when he turned around, he saw Kuan Yizhen directly taking a piece of clothing and preparing to put it on. Xiao Yan hurriedly stopped him and hung the clothing back, saying, "Stop, stop, stop. Qing, let me say this first. First, don't eat random things. Second, don't wear random clothes. These are all very dangerous actions." Kuan Yizhen pointed behind him and said, "Then what about like him?" Xiao Yan suddenly smelled a faint burning smell. Turning around to look in the direction Kuan Yizhen pointed, he saw Lang Ying had found a match from an unknown corner and lit it. She was currently holding it, calmly and skillfully burning the lower hem of a ghost garment. Xiao Yan. Also, don't play with fire? That ghost garment seemed to be in pain from being burned by Lang Ying. The hem of the garment curled up, crazily twisting and kept dodging. It didn't look like a piece of clothing but more like a live fish. This scene actually looked a bit cruel. However, although there was a burning smell, there were no burn marks on the fabric. It seemed that the yin aura of these ghost clothes was already abundant enough to prevent them from being burned. Hearing Xiao Yan telling him not to play with fire, Lang Ying casually threw away the match and stepped on the ground to extinguish it. She looked very obedient again. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He went over and said, "Why are you today?" Speaking up to this point, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because he saw, not far from him, a long white cloth hung on a tall wooden frame, slightly swaying in the night wind. A black silhouette was reflected on the cloth, walking slowly, and this figure had no head. Xiao Yan pulled Lang Ying behind him, and with a sword in his hand he said, "Be careful." This sword cut the cloth and the figure into two. However, when the cloth fell to the ground, there was no one behind it. The headless figure just now had disappeared without a trace. Before Xiao Yan had time to go forward to check, he felt a slight chill on his back. He quickly turned around and his pupils shrank. He saw a woman dressed in gorgeous clothes standing behind him without him noticing. No, it was not a woman, it was just a piece of clothing. The piece of clothing that he had cut into two was also a piece of clothing. It fell to the ground and was covered by the cloth. From all directions, a group of shadows swayed and gathered towards the three of them. It turned out that unknowingly, the 98 ghost garments hanging in the courtyard, the corridor, and the dye house had all broken free from the shelves. Xiao Yan was shocked. Why are they all like this all of a sudden? A low voice came from beside him. 10,000 ghosts are restless. Xiao Yan turned around and saw that it was Lang Ying who spoke. Although he did not show any signs of uneasiness, the veins on the back of his pale hands were slightly bulging. It was obvious that he was also affected by something. 10,000 ghosts were restless again. The closer it was to the opening of Mount Bronze Cauldron, the more deafening its warning to the ghosts. Xiao Yan's first thought was, how is Sanlang now? However, the situation did not give him much time to think. His thoughts turned quickly, and more than 20 ghost garments had already stuck to him. Kuan Yizhen did not hesitate and punched out. If this punch hit the wall or the ground, it would definitely cause the earth to shake and the earth to crack. However, this heavy punch actually hit a few pieces of clothing. Just think about it, even children knew about rock, scissors, paper, cloth wrapped around a hammer. That light and soft material just happened to be the bane of fists. No matter how strong the wind from his punch was, the soft cloth wrapped around them would not be injured at all. Xiao Yan could only raise his sword and attack. However, the ghost garment's dodging was extremely light and nimble. Every time they moved, they could cover a distance of 4 to 5 feet. Moreover, because they were almost weightless, they did not make any sound. It was much more difficult to catch their movements and guard against their sneak attacks than to guard against people. Normally, it was people who picked their clothes. But this time it was the clothes that picked the people. 98 ghost garments could not wait to find someone who matched their body and eyes. Among people, women love to pick their clothes the most. Among ghost garments, women love to pick their people the most. Dozens of women's long dresses of different colors and styles crazily stuck to Xiao Yan's body. Even his sword could not force them away. The situation was even more intense than a group of women who saw beautiful clothes to their liking. For a moment, Xiao Yan seemed to be surrounded by a circle of women's clothes. Quan Yizhen pulled off a few children's clothes that were stubbornly trying to put on his head, and threw them to the side. He curiously asked, "Why do these women like you so much?" Xiao Yan replied, "Maybe it's because they think I'm more intimate?" However, none of the ghost garments bothered Lang Ying. Perhaps it was because he was a ghost and they knew they could not get any benefits from him, so they did not approach him. Xiao Yan slashed his sword at the waist and cut a few women's dresses. The ghost garments that were cut into 2 pieces could still move freely. Moreover, they dodged even faster and more swiftly. From the corner of his eyes, Xiao Yan saw a few ghost garments sneakily fumbling around the window. He shouted, "Close the door! Don't let them go out!" The 2 gods and 1 ghost could still deal with them, but if these ghost garments slipped out to look for other people, then it would be troublesome. However, his shout was still too late. The courtyard of the dye house was open air. There was already a long robe fluttering its wide sleeves a few times as it soared into the sky. Like a giant bat, it flew into the night sky. Xiao Yan complained incessantly and said, "Chiang, I'll leave the dye house to you." After he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his feet and flew over the wall. He then grabbed onto the hem of that ghost's long robe. With the added weight of a person, the long robe, no matter how hard it fluttered, its sleeves couldn't fly up. When it fell to the ground, Xiao Yan still held onto its collar tightly. However, it was actually very cunning. With a chi-la sound, it tore off a corner of its own robe. Like a warrior who had just cut off his own wrist, it hurriedly slipped away from Xiao Yan's grasp. Coincidentally, a passerby who had just finished drinking some wine and was heading home saw a strange headless person dashing towards him. The passerby was so frightened that he screamed, "Ah, headless ghost! It doesn't have a head!" Xiao Yan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed the robe to show it to the person. He comforted, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Look, it's not that it doesn't have a head, it's that it's all gone." That person took a look. Sure enough, the collar was empty. There was nothing there. This was even more frightening than a headless ghost. His eyes immediately rolled back and he fainted. Xiao Yan hurriedly caught him and gently placed him on the ground. He said, "I'm sorry. I'll take care of it right away. I'll take care of it right away." After this bout of panic passed, Xiao Yan finally managed to catch all of the ghost clothes that had flown out of the dye house. After counting them once and confirming that not a single piece was missing, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Since things had already developed to this point, Xiao Yan said, "We can only use Chiang's simplest and crudest method. Let's try them on one by one." He was actually willing to try them on himself, but right now it was a bit hard to say for his other 2 partners. He was afraid that if he happened to wear the embroidered clothes immortal and something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Thus he decided to let Xiao Yan control the situation and watch the other 2 try them on. Thus, Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen both took off their coats and tried them on one by one. Every time they tried on a piece of clothing, Xiao Yan would issue simple commands such as jump twice, or turn in a circle to see if they would obey. However, after trying on all 98 pieces of clothing, the 2 of them each wore 40 to 50 pieces each, yet there wasn't any abnormal reaction. It seemed that among these ghost clothes, not a single one belonged to the embroidered clothes immortal. They had worked for half the night for nothing. Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen wore only unlined clothing as they squatted on the ground. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, sat in the mess of clothes on the ground. Holding his forehead, he said, "Selling fake goods really isn't advisable, ah." After supporting them for a while, he went to find Lingwen. Using his spirit, he said, "Lingwen, I've collected some ghost clothes. Although there probably aren't any genuine embroidered clothes immortal items among them, they are all quite strange and a bit troublesome. Can you send someone over to collect them?" Lingwen said, "All right, I'll immediately arrange it. How many pieces did you collect?" Xiao Yan replied, 98 pieces. Lingwen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is truly capable. You actually collected more than what I reported to you. Xiaolian lightly coughed and said, "Actually, it wasn't me." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a familiar chill run down his spine. Slightly startled, Xiaolian raised his head to look. In front of him, he saw a black silhouette of a person reflected on several pieces of deathly white cloth. Chapter 132. Xiaolian immediately stood up. He said, "The embroidered fairy?" Of course, the silhouette did not respond. He didn't move, he just stood there. Xiaolian held the other two down with both hands and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Not long after, a gust of night wind blew, and the silhouette seemed to sigh. It was as if they were collapsing. Gone with the wind. Xiaolian suddenly stood up. At this moment there was a sudden knock on the door of the dye house. The three of them turned around to look. Xiaolian asked who. A man's voice came from outside. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." It was me. Xiaolian went to open the door. Outside the dye house was a man with a clear and upright appearance. He walked in with his hands behind his back. Xiaolian was slightly stunned. "Lingwen, why did you come personally?" Lingwen straightened her sleeves. "Your Highness the Crown Prince," he said. "I heard you say that it's a thorny problem. I'm afraid ordinary heavenly officials won't be able to handle it. Therefore he came over to take a look." "Hello, Prince Qing. Why are you sitting on the ground? What's wrong? Why do they all look like this?" It was the male Lingwen. Xiaolian walked in front of the curtain. When he opened it, it was indeed empty. After a while, he turned his head and said, "The embroidered clothed deity has revealed himself." Lingwen asked curiously, "What?" Xiaolian said, "That should be it. It's a young man. He's very tall, about 2 inches taller than me. Looking at the shape of his frame, he must be a skilled martial artist." Lingwen hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Highness, are you sure? In the past many years, no one had ever heard of the embroidered clothed immortal appearing in front of people. Also, didn't you say that none of the 98 ghost garments were authentic? Could it be that someone is trying to deceive us?" Xiaolian replied, "I'm afraid not. After the chaos, we closed the doors and windows to prevent the ghost clothes from going out to harass mortals. We also set up a formation. The things inside couldn't get out, and the things outside couldn't get in. There are only the three of us in this dying house. Who can do anything?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Lingwen said, "Then the genuine product encountered a special situation? Or could it be that the silhouette you saw was a vengeful spirit attached to another ghost's clothing?" Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen were squatting on the ground, seemingly in a daze. Xiaolian and Lingwen stood to the side with their arms crossed like adults. They had a serious discussion for a while. Finally, Lingwen suggested, "I think it would be better to bring these ghost garments to Lingwen Palace Hall and let my people have a look. If it really doesn't work, we can gather next time to ask. There are always experts in the heavenly courts." After thinking about it, Xiaolian nodded and said, "That's fine. However, this is a mission entrusted to us after all. I still want to complete it thoroughly. Since the real embroidered dress immortal is inside, I'll think of a way to give it a try. If there is still no result by tomorrow, then I will transfer these 98 ghost clothes to you." After all, this matter was originally not under the jurisdiction of Lingwen Palace Hall. Lingwen said, "Why is your Highness so polite? By the way, if you want to deliver them tomorrow, you should send 101 of them." Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment. "Why are there 3 extra pieces?" Then he reacted. "Are you suspecting that there's a problem with the 3 pieces of clothing we're wearing?" Lingwen said, "It's not impossible." Xiaolian raised the sleeves of his Taoist robe that had already been worn to the point that the threads were coming off. He said, "I've already worn this robe for 4 to 5 years, so there's definitely no problem. The one Lang Ying is wearing is a new one I bought. However, he doesn't listen to me, so there shouldn't be any problem." When he told Lang Ying not to work, Lang Ying still chopped firewood. When he told him to obediently stay at home, Lang Ying still followed him out the door. However, Lingwen shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. Your Highness, you might not know this, but this embroidered dress immortal's demonic aura is extremely heavy. With it here, the demonic aura will spread to the other ordinary clothes. In short, to be on the safe side, it's better if you don't wear the clothes you're wearing today. Get rid of them." Hearing this, Xiaolian hurriedly took off Lang Ying and Quan Yizhen's coats. He said, don't wear them, don't wear them. Take them off, take them all off. Then tomorrow, I'll wrap up the clothes and send them to Lingwen Palace Hall. Lingwen said, should I send someone to pick them up? Xiaolian said, no need, no need. I'm already very embarrassed to trouble you every time, but I still need you to personally make a trip. You guys are too busy on your side, so it's better if I do it. The next day, Xiaolian really did put in a lot of effort to pack up a large pile of clothes. Carrying a few huge bundles on his back, he went to Immortal Capital. Lingwen had already been respectfully waiting inside the palace hall for a long time. Today, the palace hall wasn't as busy and crowded as it usually was. Xiaolian untied the large bundles of ghost clothes. The brightly colored clothes burst open and scattered all over the floor. He casually wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lingwen leisurely walked over and asked, did you gain anything? Xiaolian helplessly sighed and said, I'm ashamed I didn't gain anything. Let me apologize first. I don't have any helpers by my side, so it's hard to avoid losing things here and there. Yesterday's large pile of clothes was a complete mess, so I don't know if I missed anything. I keep feeling like I missed one or two pieces, but I'm not too sure. Lingwen said, it's fine. She lowered her head and nodded. Indeed, I missed something. Your Highness the Crown Prince, it seems like the clothes worn by the little demon by your side yesterday didn't come in? Xiaolian formed a fist with his right hand and lightly hammered it against his left palm. He said, you're right. I remember now. Langying had gotten used to draping those clothes over her, so I forgot to take them in. I'll go get them now. Lingwen smiled and said, there's no rush. Take care, Your Highness. However, Xiaolian didn't leave. Instead, he stood in place, his expression gradually becoming solemn. Lingwen was just about to order her subordinate heavenly officials to collect the ghost clothes when she turned around and saw that he was still there. There were only the two of them in the palace hall. Feeling strange, she asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince, is there something else? Xiaolian looked at her with a complicated gaze and said, it's nothing. It's just that I'm thinking, if I sent the real embroidered clothes immortal over, would you take the real thing away and hide it the moment I turn around? Lingwen's smile faded slightly, but she was still extremely polite. She said, Your Highness. Xiaolian calmly looked at her and said, from the beginning, I had a vague idea. Lingwen calmly asked, what idea? Xiaolian said, ordinary people and ordinary demons and ghosts wouldn't dare to trespass into the Divine Martial Palace. If there's someone familiar with the Divine Martial Palace to the point where they could steal the things guarding there without being caught on the spot, I'm afraid that besides Junwu himself, it would be you, Lingwen Supreme. After all, Lingwen Palace traveled between the various halls all year round. It could be said that she couldn't be more familiar with other people's territories. Lingwen smiled and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince is taking things for granted. Whoever is the easiest to do is the one most worthy of suspicion. According to your line of thought, isn't it more likely that Dijun stole what was guarding there? Xiaolian nodded and said, I admit, this is taking things for granted. However, what started to make me feel that something was wrong was that half-dressed woman. Lingwen asked, what's wrong with that half-dressed woman? Xiaolian said, she took a fake embroidered clothes immortal and just happened to come to my door. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, she practically wanted to write suspicions on her face, as if she was afraid that I wouldn't suspect that she had something up her sleeves. Her purpose was truly too strong. Oh, what purpose? Xiaolian said. Didn't she already say it? Exchanging the old for the new. What she wanted was precisely the old clothes from my Puqi monastery. On the other hand, if the embroidered clothes immortal was stolen, the Divine Martial Palace would discover it very quickly and react very quickly as well. As soon as it was stolen, they would immediately start investigating. Therefore, the thief might not dare to keep it in their hands and would first hide it. In that case, where was the hiding place that would be the hardest to find? Hiding the leaves in the forest. If Xiaolian wanted to hide the embroidered clothes immortal, he would turn it into an extremely unremarkable and ordinary hemp garment and throw it into the human world's bazaar, where he would watch it from afar. According to common sense, no one would want to buy such a coarse garment. However, Xiaolian's life couldn't be estimated with common sense. He himself had worn Taoist robes for 4 to 5 years, and the money he had on hand was only enough to buy this kind of clothing. Moreover, his current requirements for clothes were to keep warm and be clean. He wasn't picky at all. In addition, he was a person who had the ability to pick out the most dangerous piece of clothing among the countless clothes on sale. Thus, he happily bought the legendary embroidered clothes Immortal at an extremely low price. Lingwen said, "Your Highness, your words are too excessive. After all, you're a martial god. If you think about it, you should know that the half-masked woman who came looking for you would immediately be subdued by you. Regardless of whether it was the new or the old clothes, none of them could be taken away." Xiaolian said indeed she couldn't take away all of them, but who said she had to? If nothing unexpected happened, how would she be dealt with in the end? If Xiaolian thought that the half-masked woman was holding on to the real embroidered clothes Immortal, he would definitely report it to Lingwen. Then Lingwen would most likely personally come down, and just like yesterday, she would tell Xiaolian that for the sake of insurance, he had to take all the clothes here back to Lingwen Palace Hall to deal with them. Unfortunately, at that time Quan Yizhen was also present. Moreover, she didn't expect him to gain experience after wearing it once. He actually directly determined that the embroidered clothes were fake. Thus, it wouldn't be logical for Lingwen to come over and take away all the clothes in Puqi Monastery. All of Xiaolian's information was provided by Lingwen. She could also openly ask questions and understand Xiaolian's movements at any time. After the half-masked woman was seen through, Lingwen immediately sent a new telepathic message to Xiaolian, telling him that a lot of fake goods had flowed out of the ghost city and needed to be dealt with. She threw him a new task, leaving him no time to ponder over the oddities. Xiaolian said, "I don't know if those fake goods were leaked out from your place, but you were indeed the one who told me about it. This step was probably to transfer me away from Puqi Monastery, and then make a move on Lang Ying. Who knew that Lang Ying would also come out? I don't know if the embroidered clothes Immortal suddenly appearing was within your expectations, but for you, adapting to the situation isn't a difficult matter. With so many ghost clothes, it was unknown whether they were real or fake. In the chaos, there would always be an opportunity to steal away the real embroidered clothes Immortal. And when the embroidered clothes Immortal appeared, Lingwen could also personally appear and openly take away everyone's clothes. In the end, how to determine whether or not there were real goods, and how to explain that silhouette, all of this could be done with just a word from Lingwen Palace Hall. Hearing up to here, Lingwen made a pause gesture and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, can you first stop? So, you think that Lang Ying is called this, right? You think that the one he's wearing is the embroidered clothes Immortal? Don't forget, after he put it on, he didn't listen to your words, right? That's what you said yourself. You should know that the might of the embroidered clothes Immortal is extremely strong. Even if he encountered the Ghost King, he wouldn't be an exception." Xiaolian said, "You also said that he encountered a special situation. As for what kind of special situation it was, I think you know it better than me. I hope you can give me an answer." Lingwen slightly wrinkled her brows. Putting her hands behind her back, she softly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you already certain that I'm the clothes thief? Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this makes me a little unhappy." Xiaolian slightly bowed his head and said, "I apologize." Lingwen said, "I accept. However, Your Highness, if you insist, it's not impossible. You can also take out evidence. After all, up until now, it's still just speculation." Xiaolian slowly said, "Before today, there wasn't any evidence. Even before I stepped into Lingwen Palace Hall, there wasn't any. However, from just now there is." Lingwen made an inviting gesture with her hand and said, "Please." Xiaolian said, "The evidence is that just now, you didn't count the number of ghost clothes." Lingwen's expression didn't change at all. However, the tips of her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Xiaolian said, "The number of ghost clothes I sent over was indeed lacking, but it wasn't just one piece missing. In fact, I only sent you 88 pieces, an entire 10 pieces missing. As for the clothes that I felt were more suspicious, I kept all of them and didn't send them over to you. However, you didn't even notice that there was a problem with the number. Yet with a glance, you discovered that Lang Ying's piece wasn't sent over. In that case, may I ask, in the end, how did you only discover that one piece was missing?" Lingwen raised her hand and said, "Please wait a moment." Unhurriedly, she once again counted the ghost clothes on the ground. Discovering that there really were 88 pieces, she remained calm and said, I think this can be explained by 100 secrets have one flaw. Xiaolian said, all right. Since you've been serious, you should have looked through them one by one. In that case, let me tell you something. Didn't you notice just now? The piece of clothing that Langing wore yesterday was clearly among these 88 pieces of ghost clothes. Lingwen said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what do you mean? Xiaolian squatted down and pulled out a piece of clothing from the mess on the ground. Shaking it open, it was shockingly a simple white hemp garment. He said, Yesterday Langing wore this. Isn't it right here? Why didn't you find it after you checked it once? Lingwen said, Your Highness the Crown Prince should also know that this hemp garment isn't very eye-catching. Since I didn't see it in a hurry, you can't blame me for being blind. Xiaolian said, Indeed, it's not eye-catching. Then, with your meticulousness and prudence, how could you, Lingwen Jinjuan, recklessly open your mouth and conclude that such an unremarkable piece of clothing wasn't here without checking the number? Lingwen's smile didn't change as she said, There are too many clothes, my eyes are blurred. The files are piled up like a mountain, my mind is blank. Xiaolian said, Your eyes aren't blurred. On the contrary, your eyes are too good. Let me tell you the second thing. The piece of clothing that Langing wore yesterday, I indeed didn't bring it here. The one in my hand is merely another piece that I imitated from the original. However, my imitation was still very meticulous and meticulous. How could you tell with a glance that Lang Ying's real piece wasn't here? Lingwen was baffled as she said, In fact, regardless of whether it's real or fake, I didn't see it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, could it be that you handle too much official business that you can't help but think too much on normal days? Why did you waste time and energy to make an imitation? Seeing her avoid the sharp edge, Xiaolian said, It's not over yet. I'll tell you one last thing. He lifted up the white hemp garment and softly said, This hemp garment is nothing more than a random piece that I randomly picked out from the pile. What, imitating from the original and meticulous? It's all nonsense. If it's as you said, why would I make an imitation for no reason? You fell for it. It's completely different from the one Langing wore yesterday. Even the color is different. I took it and asked you, but didn't you feel that something was wrong? Xiaolian stared at Lingwen and said, Lingwen, right now, I only need you to answer a very simple question of mine. Yesterday, the piece of clothing that Langing wore, what color was it? Lingwen didn't immediately reply. Instead, she slowly raised her eyes. That white hemp garment fell to the ground. Xiaolian said, You're the dignified number one Wenshun. Every day when you went to the heavenly court, tens of thousands of files, no matter big or small, would be taken from your hands. How could your memory be so bad? Why can't you even remember the color of the clothing that Langing wore yesterday? You can't answer because you're on guard against me tricking you, so you don't dare to rashly answer. It's because you simply don't know what color it is. It's because yesterday, you saw that he was wearing nothing but a headless, sleeveless, tattered cloth bag. He enunciated each and every word clearly. The embroidered clothed immortal's innumerable transformations is nothing more than an extremely formidable smokescreen. However, no matter how formidable this smokescreen is, it will never be effective against one person. The person who personally made it. Chapter 133. Originally, he only intended to leave behind the suspicious ghost cloth, but he didn't expect Lingwen's casual words to give him a shocking flaw. Xiaolian came back to his senses and beat her at her own game, deceiving her all the way. In the end, she actually blew up Lingwen's armor. Lingwen stood motionless. Xiaolian said, Of course you cannot admit it, but it's very simple to know if it's true or false. As long as I take that dress to the Divine Martial Hall now, I can make it change its form in front of the Emperor, and ask you if you can see what it has changed into, and the truth will come to light. When the embroidered clothed immortal was wandering in the mortal world, it sucked the blood of more than 500 people. It was an evil object with a heavy Yin energy. If Lingwen had only trespassed into the Divine Martial Hall to steal the embroidered cloth, she hadn't had the time to take it out to harm people, so it wasn't an unforgivable crime. However, Lingwen was first appointed and then ascended. The earliest time the legend of the embroidered clothed immortal spread was far later than the time Lingwen was appointed. In other words, after Lingwen entered the heaven realm to serve, the embroidered clothed immortal made with the body of a heavenly official. The heavenly official who was supposed to protect the safety of mortals, instead lured and killed mortals. This should have been investigated and dealt with, not to mention that the mortal she lured and killed was a future heavenly official. Perhaps this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Lingwen sighed and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you really..." Pausing, she said, "It's probably my bad luck that this matter just happened to involve you. Although there are only the two of us in this Lingwen palace today, you and I have hundreds of years of friendship. However, I think that if I asked you to turn a blind eye to our many years of friendship, you probably wouldn't agree. Next, you should advise me to go to the Divine Martial Hall and ask for forgiveness, right?" Xiaolian also sighed. Although he and Lingwen had known each other for hundreds of years, they had always been on official business. Although they weren't deep friends, their relationship was still pretty good. Even when he had just ascended for the third time and everyone mocked him as a broken immortal, Lingwen had never neglected him in the slightest. On the contrary, she had taken care of him. This embroidered clothed immortal mission had been assigned to his hands. In the end, he had investigated it thoroughly. He couldn't report it, but not to report it was even more impossible. Xiaolian sincerely said, "I was also unlucky." Lingwen folded her arms and shook her head. "Your Highness, sometimes you are very smart, sometimes you are not. Sometimes you are very soft-hearted, and sometimes you have a heart of stone." After a pause she said, "That dress, where is it now?" Xiaolian replied, "It's in my hands. I will personally deliver it to the Divine Martial Hall." Lingwen nodded, seemingly speechless. Xiaolian continued, "So, can you tell me, why did the embroidered fairy dress not work on Lang Ying?" Lingwen said, "I can roughly guess. However, if your Highness wants to know the answer, can you promise me a favor first?" Xiaolian said, "Speak." Lingwen said, "Can I take a look?" Embroidered clothes immortal. Xiaolian was startled. Lingwen said, "Just give me a day's time. After all, if I go to the Divine Martial Hall to apologize, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see it. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to do anything. It's just, when you said yesterday that he revealed himself, I was really shocked." She shook her head, her gaze slightly unfocused as she said, "It's been so many years, yet I've never seen Bai Jin reveal himself." Xiaolian said, "That young soldier's original name was Bai Jin?" Lingwen seemed to have just recovered from her daze. "Oh, that's right. However, most people call him Xiao Bai." Xiaolian said, "Xiao Bai? That sounds..." It was a bit like calling a dog, but also a bit like calling an idiot. Lingwen smiled and said, "It's exactly what you're thinking right now. The name Bai Jin was given to him by me. Other people never call him that, so not many people know of this name. However, if you call him that, he will be very happy." In the legends of the embroidered fairy dress, the way that the woman the youth loved treated that youth could only make people feel that it was cruel and terrifying. If it wasn't because she had a bone-deep hatred, then it was because she was naturally cold-blooded. However, when Lingwen mentioned that youth, her tone was very easygoing. There was neither tenderness nor hatred. She only said, "Is that all right? If your Highness is afraid that I'll escape, then it would be better to use Rui to lock me down. I'm not a martial god, so I can't escape." He didn't know why, but Xiaolian felt that he should believe in Lingwen. After muttering to himself for a moment, he slowly nodded and said, "All right." The two of them pretended that nothing had happened and left Lingwen Palace Hall. As they walked on the main street of Xianjing, they still greeted other heavenly officials as usual. Lingwen's expression was the same as usual. She simply couldn't see that her hands had been locked up by Rui. They didn't walk far before they bumped into Pei Ming, who had just returned from patrolling the streets. The two of them greeted each other and stood on the side of the road chatting. After a few words, Pei Ming stared straight at Xiaolian. Xiaolian became slightly vigilant and asked General Pei, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Pei Ming rubbed his chin and sincerely said, "I won't hide it from your Highness the Crown Prince. Right now, whenever I see you, I feel fear and trepidation. I always feel that whoever stands next to you will be in trouble. That's why when I see you walking with Lingwen, my heartbeat sped up again. Lingwen, you must be careful for the next few days." Lingwen laughed and said, "How could that be? General Pei, don't joke around." Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In a sense, Pei Ming's intuition was really accurate. When they returned to Puqi Monastery, They saw from afar Lang Ying leaning against an old tree in front of the monastery. Lang Ying's left hand was absent-mindedly twirling a broom to play with. A pile of swept golden leaves was piled at his feet. Xiaolian narrowed his eyes and watched for a while. Only then did he deliberately slow down his footsteps as he walked over. Lang Ying didn't turn his head, but he must have sensed their presence. In an extremely natural manner, he changed his posture and continued sweeping. When he turned around to look, he seemed to see Xiaolian and Lingwen slowly walking over. Xiaolian lightly coughed and said, "Sweeping again?" Lang Ying nodded. Seeing him like this, Xiaolian couldn't help but pretend to act like an elder. He rubbed his head and praised, "Good child." Lang Ying calmly accepted it. Lingwen looked at them but didn't comment. Xiaolian led her to open the door of Puqi Monastery and said, "It's here." Who knew that the moment they opened the door, they would see a figure squatting in front of the merit box. Once again, he was surreptitiously stuffing gold bars into the box. Xiaolian hurriedly pulled him away and said, "Qiying, don't stuff anymore. It's really enough. I still haven't gotten the gold bars you stuffed in last time. They're already stuck." Lingwen nodded and said, "Hello, Your Highness Qiying." Quanizhen also said to her, "Hello." In the center of Puqi Monastery stood a wooden shelf. On the shelf hung a simple hemp garment. Of course, this was only what Xiaolian could see. Lingwen walked forward and stared at it for a while. That garment didn't react at all. She tilted her head and said, "Your Highnesses, I want to look at it alone. Is that all right?" Xiaolian said, "Sure." Wuxia bound Lingwen's hands. She wasn't a martial god, so she basically wouldn't cause any trouble. Xiaolian was still relieved. He placed his hand on Quanizhen's shoulder and said, "Go out." Xiaolian's mood slightly relaxed as he had solved one problem. Coincidentally, the neighbors on his left and right had sent over some fruits and vegetables. He took them to the kitchen and prepared to cook. It could be said that he was indomitable. Over the past few days, Quanizhen seemed to have turned his Puqi Monastery into a farmhouse. He jumped up and down, sometimes climbing trees, sometimes stealing melons, sometimes catching fish, and sometimes catching frogs. When Xiaolian wasn't paying attention, he allowed Quanizhen to sneak into the kitchen and steal a sweet potato. When he turned around, he saw Quanizhen sneak out with the sweet potato in his mouth. Like a fish that had escaped the net, Xiaolian hurriedly said, "It's not done yet, don't eat it." However, it was precisely because it wasn't done that he had to eat it in a hurry. If he waited until it was done, then he wouldn't be able to eat it. Xiaolian shook his head. When he saw Lang Ying walk over, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Lang Ying, are you free? Come help me cut some vegetables." Lang Ying originally wanted to snatch the sweet potato that Quanizhen had stolen. But when she heard Xiaolian's words, she didn't say anything else and came over to help. Picking up the kitchen knife on the chopping board, she pressed down on the cabbage and cut it seriously. Xiaolian looked at her before turning his head away. While washing the rice, he casually said, "Lang Ying, you've seen a lot of gods and ghosts that have come to our Puqi Monastery, right? Each and every one of them was strange and bizarre." Behind him, Xiaolian said, "Then let me ask you a question. If you were to choose among these gods and ghosts, which one do you think is the most handsome?" Lang Ying lowered her head while cutting vegetables, seemingly pondering. Xiaolian lightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Say it. Just tell me the truth in your heart." Thus Lang Ying answered. Xiaolian smiled and said, "Other than me?" Lang Ying said, "The one dressed in red." Xiaolian held back his laughter to the point of suffering internal injuries. He solemnly said, "I think so too." Pausing, Xiaolian asked again, "Then, which one do you think is the most powerful?" Lang Ying still answered, "The one dressed in red." Xiaolian then quickly asked, "Which one is the richest?" "The one dressed in red." "Which one do you admire the most?" "The one dressed in red." "Which one is the stupidest?" "The one dressed in green." These questions were closely connected, yet he actually changed his answer in such a timely manner. It could be seen how nimble his thinking was and how quick-witted his reaction was. Xiaolian said, "It seems like you quite like the older brother dressed in red. His name is Huacheng. Remember it well. So you think he's very good?" Unknowingly, Lang Ying's knife seemed to have become several times faster. She said, "Very good." Xiaolian said, "Then if we have time, Do you think we should invite him to our place again as a guest? Lang Ying said, Of course. That's a must. Xiaolian said, I also think so. However, his subordinate said that he's been very busy recently. He's definitely busy doing very serious things, so I think it's better not to disturb him. After he said this, the caw-caw sound of Lang Ying cutting vegetables suddenly became a few notches louder. Xiaolian held onto the stove and held back his laughter until his stomach twitched. Kuan Yizhen's head suddenly popped in from outside the window. Taking a bite of a sweet potato, he looked at it for a moment before saying to Lang Ying, You cut it into so many pieces it won't taste good anymore. Lang Ying said, Chim? What did you say? Xiaolian turned around to take a look. Not only was it broken, it was practically broken into pieces. He lightly coughed and said, It's true. Your knife skills are too bad. Xiaolian poured a large pile of messy ingredients into the pot. Then he clapped his hands and decided to let them cook like this for 2 hours. Exiting the kitchen, he looked at Ling Wen. Seeing that she was still obediently staying in the monastery, he continued to work. From the pile of firewood, he took out a slightly larger wooden tablet. Then, he went to the village chief's house to borrow a brush and ink. Sitting at the doorway, he held the wooden tablet in one hand and the brush in the other. He was lost in thought. Lang Ying also walked over. Xiaolian raised his head and warmly said, Lang Ying, can you read? Can you write? Lang Ying replied, I can. Xiaolian asked, Then how are your words? Lang Ying replied, Average. Xiaolian said, It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as you can see it clearly. Help me with one more thing. He handed the wooden tablet and brush to Lang Ying and said with a smile, Our monastery has never had a horizontal board. How about you write one for me? Under Xiaolian's urging, Lang Ying picked up the brush. In his hands, that small brush seemed to weigh 1,000 catties. No matter how he waved it, he couldn't move it at all. After a long time, he seemed to admit defeat and put down the brush and wooden tablet. Behind the bandages, a helpless voice rang out. Oh, Gidge, I was wrong. Chapter 134. Previously, Xiaolian felt that it had been a long time since they last met. He missed her very much, although this long time was only for a few days. Who knew that Hua Chang had been hiding by his side all this time? He was in a good mood. What had he been worried about before? He had forgotten everything and was laughing so hard that he couldn't even stand up. Hua Chang said, Brother is teasing me. Xiaolian picked up the pen and the wooden board. He said, You really dare to say it. It was clearly San Lang who teased me first. Let me think. You've been here since I smashed the stove, right? Hua Chang praised, That's true. How did Big Brother find out? He's really a god. Xiaolian waved his hand and said, What god? San Lang, if you want to pretend to be someone else, then do it seriously. Don't be so perfunctory. I would be a true god if I couldn't tell. To think that I thought there would be a second person who could eat cough, but which one is the most handsome? Which one was the strongest? Who was the richest? Which one do you like the most? Ha ha ha. Hua Chang said gently, Big Brother. Forget about that part. Xiaolian flatly refused, No. I will always remember it. Hua Chang said helplessly, Big Brother. Although I'm happy that you're happy, is it really that funny? Xiaolian clutched his stomach and said, Of course. After I got to know you, I realized so happiness is such a simple thing, ha 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 ha. Hearing this sentence, Hua Chang blinked, and Xiaolian's laughter weakened slightly. He also suddenly realized that his previous sentence was a little too revealing. When he realized it, he felt a little nauseating. He coughed lightly, rubbed the corner of his eyes, and said with difficulty, All right, don't be naughty. Where's the real Lang Ying? Why are you pretending to be him? Hurry up and get that kid back. Hua Chang slowly says, I've temporarily invited him to the ghost city as a guest. Since it was Hua Chang who was taking him away, Xiaolian was very relieved. He nodded and was about to speak again when he heard the creaking of the wooden door. Ling Wen walked out from Puqi Monastery with her hands behind her back and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Since Hua Chang had no intention of revealing his identity, Xiaolian also kept his mouth shut. In front of other people, he was still Lang Ying. Seeing Ling Wen's grave expression, he could not help but become serious as well. Withdrawing his smile, he asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem with brocade, white brocade? No, Lingwen said. There was nothing wrong with him. However, I seem to smell a strange smell coming from the kitchen. Is your highness cooking something? Xiaolian hurriedly said, oh yes, it's cooking. After thinking about it, Lingwen still used a tactful tone and said something that was not tactful. Accept it, your highness. Whatever you're cooking, it's probably going to be rotten soon. 2 hours later, night fell. Inside Puqi Monastery, Huachang, Lingwen and Quan Yizhen sat around the small wooden table. Xiaolian brought out a pot from the kitchen and placed it on the table. As soon as he opened the lid, dozens of cute, round, and smooth little meatballs were nestled on the plate. Quan Yizhen said, didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball? Xiaolian introduced, this is called pure jade clear ice pill. Quan Yizhen said, didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball? Xiaolian continued, because the process of kneading the meatballs requires the use of both hard and soft hand strength. It takes a lot of time. Quan Yizhen said, didn't you use water to boil it? Why did it turn into a meatball? Because Quan Yizhen was really too persistent, Xiaolian warmly said, originally, it was indeed not bad to boil it in water, but because of a small problem with the control of the heat and time, the entire pot was cooked dry. Thus, I simply added some new ingredients and made it into meatballs. When Lingwen heard this, she sincerely exclaimed in admiration, Your Highness the Crown Prince's wonderful thinking is truly unprecedented. This one can't help but admire you. Xiaolian said, You flatter me, flatter me. Lingwen said, No. At least, I believe that in this world, there definitely won't be a second person who can create such a pure jade clear ice pill. Xiaolian handed over the chopsticks and said, Well said, well said. Come everyone please. Lingwen and Quan Yizhen both took the chopsticks with their right hands. Then, their left hands coincidentally reached for the plate of cold steamed buns at the edge of the offering table. Only Huachang picked up a pure jade clear ice pill and placed it in his mouth. After a moment he said, It's pretty good. Seeing this, Quan Yizhen opened his eyes wide. Huachang then said, The taste is slightly bland. Xiaolian said, Okay, I'll remember it. Watching helplessly as the youngster beside him, whose face was covered in bandages, ate 5 or 6 pills that flickered with the luster of a mudslide. Moreover, his evaluation was so sincere, Quan Yizhen seemed to be convinced. After thinking for a moment, he also picked up a pill. From beginning to end, Xiaolian maintained a smile. He smiled as he watched him eat it. He smiled as he watched his complexion turn pale. He smiled as he watched him fall to the ground and not get up. Finally he smiled and asked, What's wrong? Huachang replied, Maybe I ate it too quickly and choked. Lingwen smiled. At this moment, Xiaolian suddenly heard a familiar voice ring in his ears. Gij. This wasn't Lang Ying's slow voice, nor was it Huachang's melodious and leisurely voice. Instead, it was Huachang's voice from before. He was actually using spiritual communication techniques to talk to Xiaolian. Xiaolian slightly raised his eyes and replied, What's the matter? Huachang said, Lingwen is a cunning and callous person. She's also vicious and merciless. If you bring her back, I'm afraid it won't be so simple. This was the first time Xiaolian heard someone evaluate Lingwen like this. After pondering for a moment he replied, I saw that she had some goodwill towards that embroidered clothed immortal, so it shouldn't be fake. Huachang said, having some goodwill doesn't conflict with being vicious and merciless. She's the number 1 Wenshen of the heavenly court. Her eyes and ears are observant and her hands are long. Gij needs to be on guard against her finding helpers. Xiaolian asked, General Pei? Huachang replied, That shouldn't be the case. If Shui Hengtian was still here, she would definitely look for Shui Hengtian to suppress this matter. That's because Shi Wudu has always helped those close to him and not reason. However, if it's Pei Ming, you only need to explain the ins and outs of the matter. He might not choose to help the wicked. Gij, be careful. Xiaolian said, Okay, I'll be careful. Fortunately, a day will pass very quickly. However, Huachang's voice sounded in his ears, No. Gij, you've misunderstood. What I'm saying is to be careful about something else. Someone's coming. At this moment, the crisp ringing of a bell entered Xiaolian's ears. Huachang frowned slightly. Xiaolian looked out through a crack in the window, only to see a middle-aged Taoist shaking a bell as he swaggered over from the entrance of Puqi village. That Taoist was dressed in a gorgeous Taoist robe and carried a treasure chest on his back. The chest was covered in yellow talismans, and the bell rang as he walked. Xiao Yan was knowledgeable and recognized that this was a good item. If it were an ordinary demon or ghost, hearing this bell would cause them to have a terrible headache and retreat. Before he could get any closer, a few tall, white-browed, yellow-robed monks slowly walked over with magical staffs in their hands. Not long after, 50 to 60 people arrived one after another. As if they'd made an appointment, they weren't surprised to see each other and surrounded Puqi Monastery. This group of people weren't just for show. Their bodies were covered in all kinds of magical artifacts, and their hands and feet were very steady. Clearly they had some skills. Heavenly officials could absorb mana from the offerings of their believers, and some Taoists and Buddhists could also obtain mana from the heavenly officials they believed in. These monks and Taoists might even have higher mana than Xiao Yan, a heavenly official. With so many of them coming all at once, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Xiao Yan frowned slightly and felt that they didn't come with good intentions. Hua Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Xiao Yan heard him snort and said, "The old monk and stinky Taoist actually chased us all the way here. I've troubled Big Brother. I'll go lure them away." Xiao Yan grabbed him and said, "Don't move." Lingwen was confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yan used his psychic art to speak to Hua Cheng. "Don't go. Tell me honestly, does the reopening of Bronze Cauldron Mountain affect you greatly?" Hua Cheng said no. Xiao Yan stared at his eyes behind the bandages and said, "Stop lying. You are a ghost king of desperation, and you don't need to be afraid of mortals like them. Why don't you just chase them away and lure them away instead? You became like this because you are not joking at all, right?" When Bronze Cauldron Mountain reopened, the higher the realm of the demons and ghosts, the greater the impact. Xiao Yan saw with his own eyes how uncomfortable Hua Cheng was during the first wave of the demons and ghosts. The closer it was to the day of the reopening, the stronger the tremors. Under such circumstances, if it was Xiao Yan, he would choose to temporarily seal his original form and turn into a younger form to store his mana and prevent himself from going berserk. He would only release the seal after the reopening. That way, although he could avoid the pain of being agitated, because his strength was sealed, it would give others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Xiao Yan cursed and said, "Qirong this." That night Qirong shouted that he would call all the Taoists and monks who had a grudge against Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng shook his head and said, "Big Brother, they are here for me, I'll just leave. Although I can't kill them in one move in my current form, I can make them scram far away." Xiao Yan said, "If you leave now, don't ever come back to see me again." Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness." Hua Cheng had always been calm and watertight. In the past he had helped Xiao Yan so many times. This time, Xiao Yan finally had the chance to help him, so how could he let him leave by himself? Xiao Yan said in a low voice, "You sit. I'll come and meet them." Quan Yizhen opened his eyes with difficulty. With a dazed expression he said, "Outside, are there people coming? Do you want me to beat them away?" His voice was hoarse. Xiao Yan helped him close his eyes and said, "Qing, you should just lie down. Also, you can't randomly hit mortals, that will deduct your merits." Xiao Yan leaned against the wooden door and carefully observed the movements outside. Some of the villagers who had just finished their work outside and hadn't had time to go home for dinner saw so many Taoists and monks all of a sudden. They were very surprised and asked, "What are all the masters gathered here for? Are you all looking for Taoists yet?" A monk with a murderous aura put his palms together and said, "Amitba. Benefactor, do you know that this place has already been invaded by demonic beings?" "What?" All the villagers were shocked. "Demonic beings? What kind of demonic beings?" Another monk said in an unfathomable manner, "An unprecedented devil incarnate." All the villagers, what should we do?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes who came the earliest said, "Just leave it to us. Today, all of us from the Taoist community have gathered here for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to capture this demonic being." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk forward when he was pulled back by the village chief. That Taoist glared at him and said, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The village chief said, "Well, masters, I'm the village chief of this village. I'm very grateful to all of you. However, I'll tell you the truth. All of you look very expensive. That Taoist in luxurious clothes said. We came here to subdue demons and subdue demons. Do you think we're here for a reward? As he said that, he wanted to rush forward again, but the villagers stopped him again. The monks and Taoists were somewhat unhappy, but they couldn't force their way in. Thus they patiently asked, "What now?" The village chief rubbed his hands and said, "If it's free, then that's great. Thank you all for your selfless subduing demons and subduing demons. But this village's work has long been taken over by Taoists. Yeah. Masters coming here to snatch work as the village chief. I can't answer to Taoists. Yeah." The monks and Taoists looked at each other. Taoists. Yeah? Thus, they gathered together and discussed for a while. Are there any famous Taoist masters with the surname Xia? I don't think so. Anyway, I haven't heard of them. Probably from the 18th century. If there isn't, then he's not famous. Don't bother about it. After the discussion, that Taoist in luxurious clothes turned around and said, "The Taoist Xia you mentioned, is he the one living inside?" The villagers said, "Yes." They all shouted, "Taoist Xia! Taoist Xia! You have a colleague here. There are so many people. Are you home?" An old monk in yellow clothes put his palms together and said, "Umitba, it doesn't matter if that Taoist Xia is here or not. But that demonic being is now hiding in this house." The villagers were stunned. What? At this moment, Xiaolian calmly pushed open the door and said, "I'm here. What's the matter, everyone?" The villagers hurriedly said, "Taoist Xia, these monks and old Taoists said that your house is hiding." "A ghost?" Xiaolian smiled and said, "Eh? You can even tell that?" The people outside the monastery were shocked. "Really? You admit it so quickly." Xiaolian threw a jar. "That's right, there is indeed a ghost." The Taoist in luxurious clothes caught the jar and was delighted at first, but when he opened it, his smile collapsed. A woman with half-face makeup? Then he threw the jar back, looking displeased. "Fellow Taoist, don't play dumb. This kind of low-level demon can't even be considered evil. You know very well what we are talking about." Xiaolian caught the jar and felt that the strength of the person who threw it was not weak. As expected of someone who had cultivated for many years, he was definitely not a fake. A few monks said to the Taoist in luxurious clothes, "Fellow Taoist, I see that this Taoist has a strong demonic aura. Could it be that he is?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes said, "Whether it is or not, I will know once I open my heavenly eye." As he said this, he shouted loudly, bit his finger, and wiped a vertical mark on the center of his forehead. It was as if he had grown a third eye on his face. Looking at his technique, Xiaolian also secretly praised him. Leaning against the door, he admired the technique. The Taoist in luxurious clothes stared at him for a moment, then said, "Sure enough. There is ghost energy. Such a gloomy ghost energy. Ghost King. You really changed your skin again." Xiaolian was shocked. He was a dignified heavenly official. How could there be ghost energy on his body? Just now, he was thinking that this person had some skill, so how could he be talking nonsense in the blink of an eye? Hearing this, the 50 to 60 mages in a circle all acted as if they were facing a great enemy and took up a fighting stance. Huacheng said to Xiaolian, "This group of people is really annoying." Xiaolian said, "It's okay. It's okay. You just need to sit down." After a while, the Taoist in luxurious clothes said doubtfully, "That's not right." The monk on the side said, "What's not right?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes rubbed the bloody mark on his forehead as if he was rubbing his eyes. He said, "It's really strange. From what I see, this person is sometimes full of ghost energy, sometimes his face is full of spiritual light, and sometimes it's dull and lifeless. It's really strange." "What? How can it be like this? Fellow Taoist, can you do it? If you can't, let us do it." "Yeah, how can it be so strange?" The Taoist in luxurious clothes said angrily, "What? I can't? If I can't, then you can. I've been on the path of heavenly eye for so many years, and I've never made a mistake before." Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows, shook his head, and said in a warm voice, "Then why don't you see where the ghost energy on my body is the heaviest?" The heavenly eye vigorously rubbed his forehead again. After looking for a moment, he confidently said, "Lips." Chapter 135. That's right. It's the lips. The heavenly eye swore solemnly. The monks and Taoists felt it was strange. Why the lips? How can there be ghost aura coming from the lips? Lipstick. Xiaolian subconsciously covered his mouth. He didn't expect that the smell on Hua Cheng's body hadn't faded after a night of kissing at the Thousand Lanterns Monastery. The heavenly eye pointed at him and said, "Look, he's feeling guilty, isn't he?" Xiaolian immediately put his hand down. He resisted the urge to turn around and look at Hua Cheng's expression. Although Hua Cheng's face was covered in bandages, he couldn't see his expression. He said gently, "Hey, fellow Taoist. You've misunderstood. Actually, it's because I'm poor. One thing can be used for many purposes. For example, this jar." He raised the jar in his hand and said sincerely, "Although I occasionally use it to pretend to be a ghost, under normal circumstances, I use it to pickle vegetables. The pickled vegetables made with this jar have a unique flavor. If you eat it, you will naturally. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Logically speaking, this method was not impossible. The monks and Taoists were skeptical. The villagers covered their mouths. "Ah, priest Xie, could it be that the pickled vegetables you gave us in the past, were they pickled like this? Then wouldn't our mouths taste like ghosts when we eat them?" Normally, the villagers would provide some fruits and vegetables. Xiaolian would give them some of his pickled vegetables in return. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't worry. The jar I gave everyone was separated." The heavenly eye said angrily, "Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of losing your lifespan by eating this kind of thing? Cut the crap. There are more than one person hiding in your monastery. Get out of the way." This time, he was afraid that he would be stopped by the village chief again. He rushed forward before he finished speaking. Xiaolian saw that the situation was not good. He quickly retreated into the house and grabbed Quan Yizhen, who had fainted on the ground. He grabbed his collar and shook him violently. He whispered into his ear, "Chiang, listen well. I'm going to feed you the pure jade freezing pill again." Hearing this, Quan Yizhen's eyes widened. At the same time, the heavenly eye who had just rushed in screamed. He covered his forehead and jumped out again. "Don't go in. There's an ambush." As expected, the monks and Taoists did not dare to act rashly. They surrounded him and asked, "Brother Heaven's Eye, what did you see?" The heavenly eye opened and said, "I didn't see anything. I just saw a huge mass of blinding white light." "Oh, my fellow Taoist, you're incredible. Your heavenly eye is emitting smoke." He opened his third eye and found that the red mark on his forehead had indeed turned black, and a wisp of white smoke, like that of a candle that had been blown out, slowly rose from it. He turned pale with fright. This. Lingwen put down the half-eaten bun and said, "It's so noisy outside. What's going on?" A monk said, "Brother Heaven's Eye, take a look. There are 2 children and a woman in the monastery. In addition to this Taoist, which one of the 4 is him?" The third eye opened and he rubbed his forehead hard. However, he just couldn't open it. The ball of white light he saw was Quan Yizhen's spiritual light. When a heavenly official felt that he was about to encounter a great danger, a challenge to his life, the spiritual light covering his body would instinctively increase by several times. Xiaolian had taken advantage of the dazzling light of this explosion to blind that Taoist's third eye. It wasn't that he had destroyed his dozens of years of cultivation, but he probably wouldn't be able to open his third eye for the next few days. Next, Xiaolian picked up the plate of meatballs. Quan Yizhen was completely awake. He tightly grabbed onto Xiaolian's hand and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm not eating." Xiaolian held onto his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, it's not for you to eat." The group of mages surrounding Puqi Monastery exchanged glances in a disorderly manner, before shouting loudly in unison and surging forward at the same time. However, before Xiaolian could go up to them, they were bounced back by an invisible barrier. A heavy voice came from all directions in the sky. "You bunch of old monks and smelly Taoist priests are like flies. Are you addicted to pestering me? You actually dare to chase me here? You must be tired of living." Hua hua hua. After saying hua a few times, the third eye was still intimidated by the person's power. He didn't dare to call out the person's name directly. He stuttered and said, Master of Hua City, you can stop scaring people. We all know that Mount Bronze Cauldron is about to open. In order not to be affected, you sealed your mana. Right now you can't be as arrogant as before. Tie your hands and surrender. Although he didn't have much confidence in the end, Xiaolian could feel that Hua Chang was very angry. He immediately rushed into the house and carried him up. He said in a low voice, "Don't say any more. Don't waste your mana. Save your strength. Just leave it to me." Hua Chang's body was slightly stiff at first. After he was carried up, he seemed to gradually calm down. He said in a low voice, "Okay." Xiaolian carried him. He felt that Hua Chang's age seemed to have become even younger. Now, he was at most the age of a 12 or 13-year-old child. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. He carried Hua Chang in one hand and held his heart in the other. He walked out and said, "Didn't you guys think that green ghost Qi Rong lied to you?" Who knew that when they heard this, the monks and Taoist priests had strange expressions on their faces. The third eye asked in confusion, "Green ghost Qi Rong? What did he lie to us about? Why would he lie to us?" Xiaolian slightly frowned and said, "Didn't he tell you guys to come here?" The third eye sneered, "Who do you think we are? You even need a fierce to inform us? Why would we be in cahoots with that kind of thing? Not Qi Rong. Then how did the news get out?" Before he could think carefully, the monks and Taoist priests had already attacked. Xiaolian used his sword to deflect 7 to 8 swords and 5 to 6 magic staffs. A monk said, "Ba, why must Taoist friend protect this evildoer?" Xiaolian didn't give an inch. He said, "Master, no matter what, it's not good to take advantage of someone when they're weak." The third eye said, "He's a ghost, not a human. You young man, you're still wet behind the ears. Do you have to be so pedantic and fake?" Magic staffs, treasured swords, and treasured knives attacked together. If he used his heart, it would be hard to avoid harming mortals. From a moral point of view, mortals could hit heavenly officials, but heavenly officials couldn't hit mortals. This was because they had to be tolerant, magnanimous, compassionate, and care for all living beings. They couldn't bicker with mortals. If they dared to hit mortals, then they would record a demerit and have their merits deducted. Xiaolian wasn't as unrestrained and extravagant as Quan Yizhen. He didn't have much merit to begin with, so if he deducted it again, it would be negative. He sheathed his sword and said, "Wuxia, come here. Qiying, look after Lingwen." When Wuxia was tying up men, he often felt wronged. When he was tying up women, he had a completely different expression. Xiaolian called out twice before reluctantly taking off Lingwen's hands. In the next moment, a streak of white lightning whipped past the wrists of dozens of people. Those whose hands were slightly unsteady couldn't hold their weapons anymore. Stunned, they asked, "What kind of magic tool is this? Is this a magic tool? Why does it look like a white silk used for hanging? It's very demonic." "I couldn't tell, but this brat had some skill." Unexpectedly, while Xiaolian was fighting with this group of mages, Lingwen shook her head. Lightly tidying up her clothes, she stood up and said, "Many thanks to your highness the crown prince for your hospitality. I'll be leaving first." Xiaolian was slightly startled. He said, "Lingwen, the day is coming. Where do you want to go? Could it be that you want to break your promise?" Lingwen said, "That's right. I want to break my promise." Her words were bold and confident, as if she was saying, "I want to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Xiaolian was left speechless. After a moment he said, "The one who leaked the news wasn't Qi Rong, it was you." Lingwen smiled and said, "Although I'm not a martial god, and I've been tied up by Wuxia, I can still do a lot of things just by using the psychic technique." As expected. However, how did Lingwen know that this bandaged youth was from Hua City? She and Langying hadn't even exchanged a few words or met each other a few times. Even Xiaolian couldn't detect it as quickly as she did. Seeing that she was about to openly leave with her hands behind her back, Xiaolian couldn't free his hand. He said, "Qiying, you can't let her leave." Although she had just eaten a pure jade clear ice pill, Quan Yizhen had already crawled up and recovered her vitality. Moreover, Lingwen was a one-shun, so she basically didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. Quan Yizhen could easily stop her with a single finger. Hearing Quan Yizhen say from afar, "Okay," Xiaolian felt relieved and went to fight the group of Taoists. Not long after, a loud noise suddenly rang out. The roof of Puqi Monastery was broken, and a figure soared high into the sky. Xiaolian turned his head and was startled. He shouted towards the house, "Qing, you can't fight like this." It wasn't a big deal for a martial god to be tossed around like this, as martial gods were born to fight. However, no matter what was said, Lingwen was still a female official and she was also a Wunshan. With Quan Yizhen's rough fighting style, she would definitely be crippled. Unexpectedly, a figure slowly walked out of the house and said, "By Jin, you can't fight like this." This voice was clear and cold. It was clearly Lingwen. However, the moment she came out, Xiaolian had the illusion that the person who walked out of the house wasn't Lingwen, but rather an extremely tall youth with a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. However, when he looked carefully again, it was still Lingwen's frail figure. Lingwen was a Wunshan. This was absolutely true. In the past, if she had deliberately concealed her strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from Xiaolian. How could she suddenly be able to beat Quan Yizhen into the sky? Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "Brother, be careful, she's wearing those clothes." Really? Although on the surface, Lingwen was still dressed in black, a layer of black aura was currently enveloping her, making her seem like a completely different person. Her murderous aura was wild, but her fair complexion was also extremely calm, forming a strange contrast. Xiaolian tried to stab her with his sword. Lingwen flicked her sleeves and blocked it. Coincidentally, Quan Yizhen fell from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. When she saw this, her eyes immediately shone and she said, "Good." Xiaolian's eyes also shone as he said, "Good." That move of Lingwen's just now was really beautiful. No, it should be said that it was the move that the embroidered celestial helped Lingwen block. When the embroidered celestial was on other people's bodies, they would either lose their mind or suck their blood dry. But when it was on Lingwen's body, it was invulnerable and could even take the initiative to attack, instantly throwing the Western martial god away. In the past, they had never heard of the embroidered celestial having this kind of miraculous effect. Who would have thought that after this embroidered celestial's head and limbs were chopped off by her, she could actually still use it? This time, not to mention the villagers of Puqi village, even the monks and Taoists were all dumbstruck. Heaven's Eye opened and said, "What's so good about it? It's good to be beaten up? Is there still a normal person in this monastery? I think none of them are human." Quan Yizhen was eager to give it a try. She jumped up from the ground and attacked again. Lingwen said in a low voice, "I said, don't stay any longer." The wind from her fists and the energy from her palms shocked the old wall of Puqi Monastery to the point that it was on the verge of collapsing. That embroidered celestial was indeed worthy of having the potential to ascend. Quan Yizhen was actually faintly at a disadvantage. Xiaolian couldn't help but say that. "Excuse me, can you guys stand a bit further away to fight? Stand a bit further away." Before his voice fell, the crowd of monks and Taoists once again surrounded him. 40 to 50 knives, swords, hammers, and staffs came smashing over. Xiaolian's expression changed as he raised his hand and said, "Wait! Don't ah!" Amidst this sorrowful cry, the Puqi monastery that had endured countless devastation, but still stood firm for a long time, finally truly and thoroughly collapsed. Xiaolian was stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with desolation as he said, "Sure enough, none of my houses can last for more than half a year. This time I really need to ask for donations to repair the houses." Hua Cheng said, "Gij doesn't need to be sad. It's just houses, there's plenty of them." Xiaolian forced himself to pull himself together. However, he saw Tianyin Kai holding his forehead as he stumbled over. Pointing at him, he said, "You're just a young man using little tricks. You dare to ruin my cultivation. Who's your master? How many years have you been in this profession? Which monastery are you affiliated with? What kind of god are you worshipping?" Xiaolian fiercely turned his head. A biting cold intent suddenly flashed between his brows as he sternly said, "You're asking who I am? Listen carefully. I am the noble crown prince. You bunch of thugs and unruly commoners, all of you kneel before me." This voice was like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. There were people on the spot who almost knelt before him. Only when they were pulled back by their companions did they come back to their senses. "What are you doing? You're really kneeling?" Strange, unwittingly. Xiaolian sternly said, I'm over 800 years old. I'm older than all of you here added together. I've crossed more bridges than you've walked. I have temples and temples all over the world. I have believers and pilgrims everywhere. If you don't know my name, then you're ignorant and inexperienced. I don't worship gods. I am God. When everyone heard this imposing and shameless speech, they were all stunned. Unconsciously, they opened their mouths wide. Oh, ah? Xiaolian had been waiting for this moment. The plate in his hand flew into the air, and dozens of white meatballs flew out in all directions with the sound of iron bullets and steel balls tearing through the air. They accurately shot into the shocked mouths of a row of people. After he finished throwing them, he wiped his sweat and said, Everyone, please forget what I just said. In fact, I'm just a trash collector. The complexions of those who ate the meatballs changed greatly. Ah, we've been hit. A few people with especially nimble movements raised their swords and intercepted the meatballs. When they raised their swords in front of their eyes, the meatballs were unexpectedly still spinning at high speed. The blades of the swords rubbed against each other, creating intense sparks. Everyone couldn't help but be terrified. What kind of hidden weapon is this? It's incomparably hard, and its luster is strange. Could it be the legendary? Xiaolian said, That's right. This is the legendary pure jade clear ice pill. It's incomparably poisonous. If you can't drink 9981 cups of clear water within a day to detoxify it, your stomach will explode. Although they had never heard of this name, everyone was even more terrified. Hey, is it really that poisonous? In short, drink water first. In any case, detoxifying only requires drinking water. Let's go. Let's go find water. Immediately, they ran away as if they were flying. More than a dozen people had been hit. On the other side, Ling Wen's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. She actually grabbed Quan Yizhen's neck and lifted him up. Although she had the upper hand, Ling Wen's expression wasn't very good. She shouted in a low voice, Bai Jin. Do you want to kill him? Don't fight anymore. Hurry up and leave. Coincidentally, Xiaolian still had one meatball left. When Ling Wen said the word leave, he quickly threw the meatball into her mouth. In a flash, the luster in Ling Wen's eyes disappeared, as if it had been sucked away by the thing she swallowed. The black aura on her body also suddenly faded by a layer. She looked at Xiaolian, her lips silently opening and closing for a moment. After enduring for a while, she threw Quan Yizhen to the ground, held her forehead and left. Quan Yizhen jumped up and chased after her. Xiaolian originally wanted to follow, but the group of monks and Taoists blocked in front of him and shouted, Everyone hold on, there will be reinforcements coming soon. Again? They couldn't stay in Puqi village anymore, they had to leave first. Quan Yizhen chased after Ling Wen and disappeared without a trace in a short while. Xiaolian pulled Hua Cheng into his arms and said, Hold on to me. With a tap of his foot, he passed the crowd and left with large strides. Sure enough, Hua Cheng followed his words and tightly hugged him. He didn't know why, but this scene made Xiaolian feel vaguely familiar. However, he didn't have time to reminisce about it. This matter had to be reported immediately. Xiaolian didn't hesitate to send a telepathic message. Something happened to Ling Wen. Ling Wen. I know. Xiaolian. Sorry for disturbing. In a flash, Ling Wen cut off the telepathic message. Chapter 136. Who knew? No one in the spirit communication array was listening to him. Something big had happened. The heavenly officials were making a racket. Xiaolian heard Feng Xian shout, Your Highness? What did you say? It's very chaotic here. Xiaolian raised his voice, Feng Xian. I said, Ling Wen is the one who made the embroidered fairy. She ran away wearing it, be careful of her. Feng Xian, what? There's such a thing. Xiaolian wanted to explain in detail. The noise in her ears suddenly came to an abrupt halt. He couldn't hear anything anymore. He was stunned. He said, Everyone? Are you all still there? He shouted a few times but no one answered. Hua Cheng said, It's useless. The spirit communication array in the heavenly court was built by Ling Wen. She must have destroyed the entire array just now. We have to rebuild it. Xiaolian said, What should we do? Usually, he didn't contact the heavenly court through the spirit communication array. It was through Lingwen. Next was the Wind Master. He didn't know the commands of the other heavenly officials. There was no hope for Lingwen and the Wind Master. The array was also destroyed. What should he do? Hua Cheng seemed to see his worry. Don't worry. Didn't Big Brother already tell us the most important thing? Not all of the heavenly court's officials were good-for-nothings. Junwu is also an immortal capital. We just need to inform them. Xiaolian thought so too. He nodded. He ran wildly and climbed over a few mountains. He had already left the group of mages far behind, but the embroidered fairy and Quan Yizhen couldn't catch up. Hua Cheng said, "If Big Brother still wants to investigate the embroidered fairy, we have to hurry." Xiaolian shook his head. That's before. Qiying has already gone to chase after Lingwen. We have more important things to do. San Lang. He gazed at Hua Cheng in his arms. Your appearance seems to have changed again. Previously, Hua Cheng had disguised himself as Lang Ying and looked like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Xiaolian didn't want to carry him. Even if he didn't look good. But now Hua Cheng's body had shrunk again. He looked at most 11 or 12 years old. Xiaolian could already carry him with one hand and let him sit on his arm. But even though he was young, Hua Cheng's calm and composed aura didn't change. He said, "It's fine. Brother, you don't have to worry. The day of opening the mountain is approaching. Changing forms is just a temporary measure. After this, the original me will be back." As he spoke, he took off the bandage on his face. On the snow-white face, a pair of deep jet-black eyes stared at Xiaolian. Between his brows, he could faintly make out a few traces of that handsome youth. His face was clearly childish, but his expression was as calm as ever. Xiaolian blankly stared at him, not saying a word. Hua Cheng frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, you." Xiaolian suddenly stretched out his other hand and pinched his cheek. Hua Cheng was caught off guard. One side of his face was pinched out of shape. He widened his eyes and said, "Brother." Xiaolian laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Sanlang, you're really too cute. I really couldn't help it, ha 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 ha." As Xiaolian gently pinched him, he gently said, "Then, Sanlang, will you continue to change? Will you become 5 or 6 years old? Or even a little baby?" Hearing his tone of anticipation, Hua Cheng helplessly said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint brother." Xiaolian loosened his hand and said with a smile, "I won't. Sanlang will never disappoint me. I'm really happy to have the chance to protect you." However, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "I'm not happy." Xiaolian asked why. Hua Cheng's voice was slightly cold as he said, "I hate this appearance the most." Xiaolian could actually hear a trace of hatred in his tone. He couldn't help but be startled. Hua Cheng hung his head and said, "I don't want you to see this useless appearance of mine. And even more so, I don't want you to protect me." Xiaolian didn't know if it was because Hua Cheng had become younger, but there seemed to be a slight fluctuation in his emotions. Xiaolian's heart slightly moved. He hurriedly pulled Hua Cheng into his embrace and gently patted his back. With a smile, he said, "Then according to what you're saying, you've seen me in a mess many times. Do I not want to live anymore? Furthermore, it's not like you're really useless right now. You're just temporarily preserving your strength." Hua Cheng buried his face in his shoulder and said in a muffled voice, "It's not the same. Your Highness, I must be the strongest. I want to make myself stronger than everyone else. Only then can I?" Although his voice was young and tender, it carried a trace of fatigue. Xiaolian said, "You've always been the strongest. However, you don't need to be like this all the time. Just think of it as occasionally giving me face and letting me protect you once. Please, okay?" After a long time, Hua Cheng finally raised his head from Xiaolian's embrace. Placing his hands on Xiaolian's shoulders, he looked at him and said, "Your Highness, wait for me." Xiaolian said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Hua Cheng earnestly promised, "Give me a bit of time. I'll be back immediately." Xiaolian smiled and said, "Don't rush. Take your time." The next day, the two of them arrived at a small town. Xiaolian held Hua Cheng's hand as they slowly walked down the street. They seemed to be casually chatting. Xiaolian said, "When Mount Bronze Furnace reopened, the previous Ghost King was affected by the tremors. Will that black water be the same? With one hand held by Xiaolian and the other behind his back, Huacheng replied, yes. However, our situations are different. Our cultivation methods are also different. The methods we use to deal with stress are also different. Xiaolian asked, for example, how does he deal with stress? Huacheng said, maybe hibernation. Suddenly, 8 words appeared in Xiaolian's mind. When he's hungry, he eats. After eating, he sleeps. Huacheng said, when Blackwater was a human, he suffered the calamity of being imprisoned. In prison, he had to eat 1 meal every 3 days. Even if he was given swill, he still had to eat it. When his stomach was starving, he would sometimes have gluttony, and sometimes have anorexia. Xiaolian looked pensive and said, no wonder he's so good at swallowing things. In fact, according to He Xian's situation, he could focus on swallowing hungry ghosts because he had this attribute. Starving ghosts should be more to his taste. However, among the 500 or so famous ghosts that were swallowed by Blackwater Xiangui, the majority were water ghosts. Presumably, he remembered Sherwudu's face and deliberately swallowed them in order to break his water magic. But if he swallowed too much, he would need to hibernate to digest after a period of time. Huacheng said, that's right. By the way, Qi Rong's gluttony was to imitate him. Xiaolian was speechless for a moment. In his heart he said, how can eating people and eating ghosts be the same? After thinking for a bit, he said, could it be that the forest of hanging corpses was trying to imitate you? Huacheng said, that's right. Because he also wanted the scene of a rain of blood, but he didn't know how I did it. He simply and crudely hung a row of dead people in the sky. Up until today, Xiaolian could completely understand why it was hard to say anything when mentioning Qi Rong. He had done all the formalities, but his taste was still low. He sighed and thought, the grains were taken away by Qi Rong. I don't know if he ate them or if he threw them away. Windmaster. I don't know if he was captured by Blackwater. I hope they're all safe and sound. Then he said, are you all right over at the Ghost City? Will there be people looking for trouble and causing trouble? Huacheng said, before I left, I had already sealed off the Ghost City and released some fake news about my whereabouts. Even if there are people looking for trouble and can't find me, I won't make things too difficult for them. But right now, there are definitely a lot of eyes watching that place. Huacheng couldn't return to the Ghost City, and Xiaolian also couldn't bring him to the heavenly realm. If they were seen through by a heavenly official, it would be terrible. Thus, the two of them could only wander aimlessly in the sea of people in the human world. Xiaolian slightly frowned. You release fake news, but Lingwen leaked real news. I still don't understand how she could see through your disguise as Lang Ying. Huacheng said. What I don't understand is another matter. Xiaolian asked, what is it? Huacheng said. That smelly Taoist priest has heaven's eye opening. I've played with him a few times, so he can be considered to have some skill. Xiaolian agreed. That's indeed the case. He still has genuine skill. Huacheng said, then why would he say that Gige's lips have ghost energy? Xiaolian's hand suddenly tightened. Remembering that this hand was still holding Huacheng, he hurriedly relaxed. Huacheng said in a low voice, Gige, don't use the same words you used to coax those fools to deceive me. Tell me, what did I do to you that night? Xiaolian thought to himself, probably, it's not what you did to me, but rather what I did to you. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, Sanlang, look over there. Huacheng said, Gige. Xiaolian had already pulled him into a luxurious and extravagant shop by the side of the road. The shopkeeper sized up this strange combination of one big and one small, one Taoist and one vulgar, and said, what does this Taoist priest want to order? Xiaolian lifted Huacheng up and smiled. It's not me, it's him. Huacheng tilted his head in his hand. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Huacheng walked out from the back room. Lang Ying's original 15 or 16-year-old clothes were no longer suitable for the current Huacheng, so Xiaolian specially picked out a new set for him. As soon as he came out, Xiaolian's eyes suddenly lit up. What a young master with skin as white as snow. He wore red clothes that were like maple and fire, and a pair of deerskin boots with a silver chain dangling from it. He looked handsome and spirited. His black hair was scattered. Previously, he had only braided a very thin braid on the right side of his face, Xiaolian couldn't help but braid his left as well. This time it was symmetrical and made him look even more mischievous. The most excessive thing was his expression. It was disdainful and radiant, calm and composed. How was he like a child? This kind of contrast simply made it hard for people to take their eyes off him. The girls strolling in the shop were all stunned. They surrounded him in a large circle and couldn't help but cover their hearts as they cried out, "Io, Io." Huacheng leisurely walked in front of Xiaolian. Xiaolian softly clapped his hands and said, "As expected, Sanlang is most suited for red." Huacheng helplessly pulled on his left braid and said, "As long as Gij is happy, then it's fine." Xiaolian put his arms around him and smiled as they walked to the front of the shop, preparing to pay the bill. Huacheng's outfit wasn't cheap. Xiaolian normally didn't have any pocket money, so he wouldn't enter a shop like this. However, he had saved up a small sum of money to repair his house. Now he didn't need to repair it, so he didn't want to care about anything else. He would first buy clothes for Huacheng before anything else. Just as he was slowly counting the copper coins and the silver bits, Huacheng squeezed in front of him and slapped a piece of gold leaf in front of the shopkeeper. "Xiaolian." The shopkeeper. "The girls." Huacheng said, "No need to keep the change. Gij, let's go." He pulled on the corner of Xiaolian's clothes and took the lead to leave the shop with his hands behind his back. Xiaolian smiled and also took a few steps forward. Suddenly, Huacheng returned to his original position and crashed into his embrace. Xiaolian held onto his shoulder and asked, "What's wrong?" When he raised his eyes, he saw a figure in the stream of people on the street. Just at this moment the shopkeeper said, "Is there anything else the two of you would like to buy?" Chapter 137. The boss was stunned. "Ah, that one? Taoist priest, are you sure?" Xiaolian said affirmatively, "Yes, it's that one." After saying that, he rushed forward to grab the clothes, carried Huacheng, and rushed to the back of the clothing shop. He went into the curtain. This clothing shop was very bold and had a novel idea. They set up a small compartment in the shop for changing clothes, and people who came to buy clothes could try them on the spot. Everyone was stunned. A moment later a well-dressed Taoist passed by the entrance of the clothing shop as he walked. He muttered and rubbed his forehead. Behind him was a large group of ferocious and strange-looking monks and Taoists. Seeing that there were many people gathered in the clothing shop, he said unhappily, "What are you looking at?" "Sai, don't worry about it, let's go, I want to go to the toilet again." "Wait, brother Heavenly Eye. There are many people here, why don't we ask them if they saw it?" "Female patrons, have you seen a Taoist priest in white clothes, passing by here with a child with a bandaged face?" Everyone was silent, however. Some people could not help but glance at the back room of the clothing shop. The monks and Taoists were vigilant. They gestured for him to go over and take a look. The Heavenly Eye opened and strode in. He held his breath and slowly approached the curtain. A moment later he suddenly pulled it open, and there was a scream. He saw a woman sitting behind the curtain. Her long black hair was tied up in a loose bun. Her neck was slender and fair, and she wore a black necklace the width of a finger and a very thin silver chain. Her clothes were half off, and her snow-white shoulders and a small part of her vest were exposed. It was a sight that made people blush and their hearts beat faster. After the curtain was pulled open, the woman's body trembled. She covered her face with her sleeves and let out a soft cry, as if she was frightened by such a rude and reckless action. The Heavenly Eye opened and suddenly lowered the curtain, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, I can't stand it anymore." The monks and Taoists who followed the Heavenly Eye also shouted, "Sin, sin, sin." They all covered their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the woman suddenly turned around. Who else could it be but Xiaolian? Huacheng was sitting in his arms, but he was blocked by his body. Although Xiaolian was a man and his shoulders were wider than an ordinary woman's, he had only pulled down half of his clothes. The exposed areas were just right, so the effect was quite good. Xiaolian hugged Huacheng with one hand and lifted the hem of her skirt with the other. Passing through the crowd of monks and Taoists who were covering their eyes and shouting, he quickly slipped away like a wisp of smoke. The owner of the clothing shop and the girls were stunned. Seeing him running away, the owner wanted to stop him. He opened his mouth and looked down at the piece of gold leaf. It was more than enough to buy 2 more pieces. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't care anymore. Xiaolian carried Hua Chang and sprinted away, leaving behind a trail of dust. The pedestrians on the road could only vaguely see a woman carrying a child as she dashed past. She was as vigorous and swift as a cheetah, causing dust to fill the sky and causing people to cough repeatedly. It was simply unbelievable. The roadside food vendor got a pot full of dust and scolded, "Are you kidding me?" Xiaolian took the time to turn around and loudly apologize. "I made a mistake. Sorry. I'm sorry." At this moment, he heard someone shouting behind him, "Stop!" When he turned around to look, it was actually that group of people rushing out of the clothing shop. Xiaolian thought to himself, "I really don't know what the person shouting stop from behind me is thinking. Even if I think about it, the person being shouted at wouldn't stop. It's better to concentrate, hold your breath, and focus on running faster." At this moment, he lowered his head and ran even faster. With such a majestic large group of people rushing past, dust filled the sky. This time the food vendor couldn't even curse anymore. He angrily threw his pot and said, "Motherfucker, how can I do business?" After chasing for 4 hours, sure enough, the monks and Taoists who were shouting while chasing lost their breath and ran slower and slower. Xiaolian, who had rich experience in escaping, didn't make a sound and persevered until the end. After shaking off all the pursuers, he put down Hua Chang and stood on the side of the road, gasping for breath. Hua Chang supported his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Don't breathe too fast. Be careful of hurting your heart." Xiaolian raised his head and saw Hua Chang frowning slightly, but still with a childish face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, "Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ouch." When he laughed too suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. Clutching his chest, he saw Hua Chang's expression change slightly. Then he waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Hey, isn't there an inn over there?" Indeed, not far in front of them in the blue curtain of night, there was an inn emitting a warm yellow light. It seemed to be guiding passers-by forward. Xiaolian straightened his back and said, "Let's go in and rest." Hua Chang said, "Okay." At this moment, Xiaolian pulled him and walked forward step by step. When they arrived at the inn, Xiaolian discovered that this inn had 2 floors. It was much more luxurious and spacious than it looked from afar. The main door was closed. Xiaolian raised his hand and lightly knocked on it, saying, "Seeking shelter, is there anyone here?" After a while, someone shouted from inside, "Coming, coming." In a flash, the door opened, and a few waiters greeted them with smiles on their faces. This guest. Presumably, they wanted to call him guest. But when they saw that the person who came was wearing women's clothing, they changed their words. "This lady." Before they could finish speaking, Xiaolian pulled Hua Chang out of the darkness and slowly walked out. With a child, it seemed like she wasn't an unmarried girl, so they changed their words again. "This husband." While the word madam was still in their mouths, Xiaolian's face was illuminated by the yellow light from inside the inn. Although this person was wearing women's clothing and had gentle features, in all honesty, no matter how they looked at this face, it looked more like a man's. The waiters were immediately dumbfounded. After a while, they still obediently returned to the way they had addressed him before. "This guest, please come inside." Xiaolian smiled and nodded. The current him was already very familiar with wearing any kind of clothing, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort in his heart or physiology. Carrying Hua Chang, he stepped through the extremely low threshold and picked a seat in the corner of the lobby to sit down. Inside the inn, aside from a few waiters, there was no one else. The moment they arrived, all the waiters immediately closed the door and surrounded them with smiles on their faces. On the contrary, it was these smiles that made Xiaolian feel slightly uncomfortable. He took the menu and said, "To be able to find an inn in the middle of nowhere, it really isn't easy." The waiters also said, "Isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, it's rare to have guests. It really isn't easy." He didn't know why, but although they were all smiling, it was as if their smiles had been painted on, making it seem very fake. Xiaolian didn't bat an eyelid as he flipped through the menu and ordered a few dishes. Only then did the waiters laugh and laugh as they went to the kitchen to call for someone to cook. Hua Chang played with his chopsticks and said, "Gidge, we entered a black and run by demons and ghosts." Xiaolian said, "And if it wasn't strange, in this kind of wilderness, having a small one-story inn with 1 or 2 waiters would already be amazing. How could there be so many waiters in such an extravagant shop?" Of course, this wasn't a strong proof. The main reason was because the moment Xiaolian entered the inn, he smelled a thick, fresh scent of blood. Most people probably wouldn't be able to detect this scent of blood, but for Xiaolian, whose 5 senses were sensitive and had rich experience, it was already thick to the point that he couldn't ignore it. Xiaolian said, "There's still someone on the 2nd floor. I heard footsteps, but I don't know if they're also travelers who came to seek shelter. If they were, then they definitely had to be rescued." The two of them sat across from each other and conversed in low voices for a long time. Finally, the waiter served the dishes and said, "Coming." Xiaolian was just about to speak when he caught a trace of movement coming from outside. He immediately stood up and said, "Innkeeper, we want to go inside and rest. I'll have to trouble you to send the dishes upstairs." Okay. Xiaolian held Hua Cheng with one hand and skillfully lifted his skirt with the other as he went upstairs. He turned his head and said, "Oh, that's right. If anyone asks if they saw us, I'll have to trouble you to say that you didn't." Okay. Xiaolian hurriedly went upstairs. Not long after he went up, he heard someone knocking on the door and shouting, "Open the door! Open the door!" The waiters opened the door with smiles on their faces. The ones who rushed in were impressively the group of monks and Taoist priests who had been relentlessly chasing after them. At this time, Xiaolian and Hua Cheng had already entered the room on the 2nd floor and closed the door behind them. They heard someone shouting as soon as they entered the inn, "Toilet! Toilet! Toilet!" They ran over. Someone then said, "Boss, do you have water?" Seeing so many people come all of a sudden, the waiters happily said, We do. Please wait a moment, we're coming." Heaven's Eye opened and said, I'm going to die from drinking too much. Preposterous, that so-called pure jade ice clear pill is truly a deadly poison in the world. I've only drunk 20 cups. When will I be able to drink the full 9 by 981 cups? Xiaolian really didn't expect these monks and Taoist priests to be so honest. If he asked them to drink 9 by 981 cups, they really intended to drink 9 by 981 cups. One of the monks even said, "Ba, this poor monk has already drunk 25 cups. I have to say the antidote is still very useful. This poor monk really does feel much better now." Hearing this, Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He searched everywhere to see if there was a crack or a hole he could peek through. He saw Hua Cheng half squatting on the ground and said, "Brother, look here." Xiaolian also squatted down and looked at the place he was pointing at. There wasn't a trace of abnormality and he asked, "What's going on here?" Hua Cheng suddenly poked down with his finger. In a split second, a small hole appeared on the hard ground and a trace of yellow light shone through. He said, "Here we can see." Xiaolian bent down and peeped through the hole. Everyone sat around the long table in the middle of the lobby. Heaven's Eye slammed the table and said, "Humph, this time we were careless. Next time we see that evil Taoist priest, we definitely won't give him an opportunity to take advantage of. We must capture Hua Cheng in one fell swoop and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Xiaolian whispered, "Sanlang, how did you offend them?" Before Hua Cheng could answer, someone had already asked on Xiaolian's behalf, "Oh right, I haven't asked yet. Why did you guys also come to capture that ghost king? Did you guys have some grudges with him?" Thus, everyone began to criticize each other. Speaking of which, it's really hateful. 20 years ago, there was a pig spirit in a village who went crazy and knocked down the owner's house. The house collapsed and the whole family died. That pig escaped to the ghost city. At that time I had just entered the profession and went to capture it, but I was beaten out by a group of ghosts. It was really a great shame and humiliation. He even sent his subordinates to tell me that there's no reason for you to eat the pig's whole family, but the pig can't take revenge and kill your whole family. If you don't take revenge, then you're lucky. If you do, then you deserve it. Tell me, how can there be such a twisted logic in this world? What a coincidence. Our sex situation is similar, but because of a chicken spirit. It's very simple. Because our sex heavenly priest was named by him to be taken down, so no matter how many temples we built, he burned them all. It's really infuriating. That's too unreasonable. There's more. You guys know my Xixiang, right? He's a genius with a boundless future. It's just that he has a small problem, which is that he loves women as much as his life. More than 10 years ago, A prostitute's ghost seduced my Xixiang and sucked him dry while he was still alive. Hua hua, that ghost king actually shielded her. While the people below criticized fervently, Hua Chang had a bored expression on his face. He didn't even have the interest to give a mocking smile. At this time, Heaven's Eye opened and said, I seem to have heard of your Xixiang before. Wasn't he the one who used the name of performing rituals to rape a few married women, and was imprisoned for 3 months before being released? Cough, cough, cough. Just at this time, the waiter delivered the dishes. Everyone hurriedly said, the dishes are here, the dishes are here. Come, 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 brother Heaven's Eye, don't talk anymore. Come eat. Xiao Yan straightened up and glanced at the dishes on the table that the waiter had delivered. Hua Cheng said, no need to look. It'll fall as soon as it enters your mouth. Xiao Yan said in a low voice, this is troublesome. Although this group of monks and Taoist priests pestered him endlessly and were extremely annoying, he couldn't let them fall into this strange black shop. However, he also couldn't say anything to warn them. At this time, Heaven's Eye opened and said, wait. He stared at the dishes and stopped the others, his gaze sharp. Xiao Yan secretly praised in his heart, sure enough, he has some skill. Everyone asked, brother Heaven's Eye, what's wrong? Heaven's Eye opened and stretched out a finger to wipe the edge of the plate. He raised that finger high up and angrily said, I wiped it with one finger and there's so much oil. You guys don't even wash the plates clean. How are you guys doing business? Xiao Yan thought that Heaven's Eye had sensed some clues, but he didn't expect it to be a clue in a different sense. Although he was slightly speechless, it was fine as long as the result was the same. When he said this, everyone said one after another, it's true. What kind of thing is this? It's so sticky it looks like saliva. Wait, there's hair in this dish. Someone reached in with his chopsticks and stirred it a few times. Sure enough, he stirred up a few strands of black hair. Everyone said, my God, what's going on with your kitchen? What kind of people are in there? The waiter rubbed his hands together and smiled. I recently slaughtered a few pigs. It might be the mane of a pig. However, the chopsticks picked up those strands of black hair and pulled them longer and longer. There's such a long mane of pig? Isn't your lady boss washing her hair in the kitchen? Why aren't you taking it away and redoing it? The waiter hurriedly said, yes, yes, yes. We'll immediately redo it, immediately redo it. Gentlemen, drink some water, drink some water. Xiao Yan thought to himself, drinking water won't work either. That water must also have something in it. However, that waiter hadn't gone down yet. When everyone's water reached their mouths, Heaven's Eye opened and said, come back. The waiter returned and smiled apologetically. Does this Taoist master have any other instructions? Heaven's Eye opened and said, let me ask you, did you see a strange-looking woman with a child pass by? Sure enough, he asked. Xiao Yan thought to himself, fortunately, I told him in advance not to tell him. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, he heard the waiter say without hesitation, oh, I did. Xiao Yan. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They put down the water and lowered their voices before asking, where? That waiter also lowered his voice and said, upstairs. Everyone immediately became vigilant as their gazes uniformly rose. Xiao Yan's eyes and hands were quick as he blocked the black hole that Hua Chang had poked out. In a flash, he heard a series of rustling sounds. It seemed like a group of people had come upstairs. Xiao Yan quietly leaned against the door and listened to the sound of footsteps. It was that waiter leading that group of people as they sneakily walked over. With Hua Chang in his left hand and a sword in his right, Wuxia guarded by his side. Both of them were fully armed and on high alert. However, when he heard the sound of footsteps pass by his door and head towards the depths of the long corridor, he suddenly felt strange. He moved closer to the door and peeked outside through the crack in the door. That group of people had actually passed by this room and were blocking the entrance to another room. Chapter 138. They never expected that. It turned out that the waiter actually kept his promise and really did not give them up. He was talking about someone else. It seemed that other than them, there was also a strange woman with a child. He stayed in this inn for the night. The Heavenly Eyes and the others looked at each other. He made a circle of hand gestures and was about to kick the door. Suddenly, The lights in the room went out, the silhouette disappeared. Following that, there was a burst of rapid footsteps. A girl suddenly opened the door. She cursed. What do a group of stinky men want to do in front of my door in the middle of the night? I want to take a bath. What do you want to do here? Ah. This woman had a slim figure and was barefaced, although her aura was like a fighting cock. She was definitely a woman. She spat, rolled up her sleeves and scolded again. It's still a group of monks and Taoists, aren't you monks? Why are you so unclean? The few monks stammered. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The girl's eyebrows furrowed. She raised her hand and pretended to hit. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or a meeting. If you don't leave, Grandma will give you a basin of bathwater. Hey. Why are you like this, female patron? Why are you so inconsiderate of your character? Let's go. Although the girl's face was unfamiliar, Xiaolian felt that her voice and posture were extremely familiar. After a moment, he whispered, Lonnie. Huacheng said, that's right. It's her. Seeing that everyone had left, Lonnie seemed to heave a sigh of relief. She looked left and right before quickly entering the room and closing the door. She did not wear heavy makeup and appeared barefaced. Although there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes and eyebrows, making her look rather old, she was surprisingly beautiful. Xiaolian almost did not recognize her. If she had appeared like this at the Divine Martial Hall that day, Pei Ming's clarification would not have been so effective. Previously, when the Bronze Cauldron Mountain reopened for the first time, many of the suppressed demons and ghosts ran away, including Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. If the strange woman the waiter was referring to was Lan Yi, then wouldn't the child she brought be? Xiaolian whispered to Huacheng. The fetus spirit must be with her. That thing is too dangerous. We can't let them run around like that. However, the inn itself was a shady place. There was also a group of human mages from Chasing Flower City bothering them. It was easier said than done to capture them under such circumstances. The group of monks and Taoists walked to the top of the stairs. The waiter said, How is it? Isn't he the person you're looking for? The Heavenly I said, No. Sai, let me ask you again, did you see a Taoist priest with a child? The shop assistant thought for a moment and said, There are no Taoist priests with children, but there are Taoist priests who are alone. Hearing this, everyone became spirited again. They lowered their voices and asked, Where? The waiter also said in a low voice, Here. This time he pointed to another room. Everyone looked at each other again, then tiptoed to follow him. Unexpectedly, this time when they were about 30 feet away from the door, they suddenly heard a sharp sound of wind breaking. A yellow talisman flew out from the crack of the door, brushed past the Heavenly Eye's cheek, and nailed to the wall behind him. Everyone was shocked and looked at the talisman. It was really like a piece of steel, half of it stuck in the wall. They were quite shocked. A few people were about to rush into the room, but the Heavenly Eye stopped them and said, It's not him, but he's also a powerful person. Don't act rashly and cause more trouble. He then cupped his hands and said, Sorry to disturb the master. It's just a misunderstanding. The person in the room didn't answer. He indeed had the demeanor of a master. Everyone retreated. Someone asked, Brother, why did you say it's not him in the room? Isn't the technique of that tattered Taoist throwing a concealed weapon strong? Tattered Taoist. Xiaolian thought for a while and realized that the concealed weapon was referring to the pure jade ice pill. He thought, all right. The Heavenly Eye said in a low voice, Of course not. They both threw concealed weapons, but the technique and strength of the person in the room were slightly weaker than that tattered Taoist. Before he finished speaking, 7 or 8 yellow talismans shot out from behind them. Like feathered arrows, they nailed themselves to the door and the wall. Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. They quickly ran downstairs. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiaolian quietly opened the door and pulled out a yellow talisman from the wall. Huacheng pinched the yellow talisman with 2 fingers and glanced at it. Then, he lightly tossed it away and lightly said, The Heavenly Eye's insight is indeed not bad. That yellow talisman was coated with a layer of spiritual energy. That was why when it was shot out, it was as sharp as a blade and pierced 3 inches into the wall like steel. But before, when Xiaolian shot out the power of a steel marble with a pill that could enter his stomach, it was all based on his own control and explosive power, without any magic or spiritual power. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years without any spiritual energy. He had long since become accustomed to only relying on himself for everything and not relying on spiritual energy. The heavenly I would determine who was superior and who was inferior based on this. Xiao Yan inwardly pondered. In the end, how many people have gathered in this inn? Why is there such a Taoist in the inn? Could it be that he came to subdue demons? It was normal that these ordinary monks and secular Taoists didn't discover him. With this person's level, it was impossible that he didn't discover that there was something strange about this inn. No matter what, he couldn't let those monks and Taoists discover that San Lang was here. If they made a ruckus and the Taoist in this room heard them, I'm afraid there would be more people chasing after them. I'm afraid this one person is harder to deal with than dozens of them combined. Everyone went downstairs and returned to the main hall. They sat around the long table. Xiao Yan looked at the waiter through the hole Hua Chang had made and said, I'll go down and ask the kitchen to redo it. Taoist masters, please wait a little longer. Wait. The water has also been removed. Wash your cups and bring them up. Okay. The waiter went down with a face full of smiles. He should be going to the kitchen. Xiao Yan remembered that when he was outside, he seemed to have seen that the kitchen was in the inn. He immediately carried Hua Chang and jumped out of the window. He went outside the inn and circled around. He picked up a few small stones on the ground and held them in his hand as a backup. Outside the kitchen wall, Hua Chang pointed again. Like tofu, that wall quietly had a hole in it. Xiao Yan moved closer to see what kind of owner this unscrupulous inn had. The kitchen was dimly lit. There were only a few dying oil lamps lit, and there wasn't a single person in sight. However, if one listened carefully, they would hear crunching sounds coming from a certain place. Xiao Yan changed his angle a few times and finally found that the sound was coming from under the stove. His line of sight was blocked by the stove, but beside the stove made of bricks, a pair of legs could be seen. It was obvious that the person was already dead, but they still moved slightly from time to time along with the sound of chewing with relish. At this time, a few waiters walked into the kitchen and said, Your Majesty. Behind the stove, a man with disheveled hair and a dirty face suddenly raised his head. Chewing something in his mouth, he vaguely said, What? This man's mouth was full of blood, and his eyes were glowing green. He was holding a human hand in his mouth like he was holding a chicken claw. Although his expression and appearance were so terrifying, one could still tell at a glance that this was the man Qi Rong had possessed. He puffed up his cheeks and quickly sucked the unfinished hand into his mouth. Not long after, he spat out a few pieces of bones and hit the faces of those fellows. He scolded, You are a bunch of trash that grew out of shit. You're screaming like a funeral. I thought the food had been delivered. Where's the person? Where's the meat? Didn't I give you the medicine? Why haven't the group outside collapsed yet? It seemed that the person lying on the ground and being bitten by him was either the original owner of this place or some other traveler who was passing by. The waiters felt wronged and said, Your Majesty, it's not that we're trash. It's that group of monks and Taoist priests. Each and every one of them is forced to do this. One moment they complain that the dishes are oily, and the next moment they complain that there's hair in the dishes. They refuse to eat the food we deliver. Qi Rong sucked the blood from his 10 fingers and said, What? Motherfucker. I personally cooked their last meal, yet I didn't let them kneel on the ground and lick it clean. They should be crying bitterly. Who gave them the face to dislike it? I should let them taste the shit made by my cousin, the crown prince. Only then would they know to kneel down and be grateful to me. Xiao Yan. Hua Chang said, Gidge, don't mind the words of a trash. Xiao Yan said, It's all because of you bunch of trash. You can't even wash the dishes clean. The waiters were jumped up and scolded by him. After venting his anger, Qi Rong rolled up his sleeves and wiped his bloody mouth. Then, he picked up the spatula and knocked the iron pot with a clanging sound. He cursed again. I'll let you open your dog eyes wide and see my skills. Let's see what kind of bullshit you have to say this time. The atmosphere was in full swing. Not long after, he made another table and ordered the waiters to deliver it. This table was very fragrant. Meat was meat, vegetables were vegetables, and it was full of oil. Xiaolian once again went up to the guest room on the second floor. Looking down, the monks and Taoists all sighed and said, "Good craftsmanship. Yeah, really good craftsmanship. Especially this salt and pepper chicken feet. Fat and tender. Isn't it too fat and tender? I've never seen chicken feet with such slender fingers before." The waiters said, "Oh, this is our restaurant's signature dish. It's not an ordinary chicken foot. It's a carefully selected and rare white phoenix chicken foot with its fingernails removed. Isn't it like the tenderness of a young girl, making people's hearts beat faster?" Makes sense. However, I like this stir-fried pork skin the most. The pork skin is tender, and the heat is just right. Wait, why does this pig have a tattoo? The waiters said, "Oh, it's not a tattoo. It's just that our head chef wanted to show off his godly carving skills and specially carved it. It's just a little bit of a show-off. This sweet and sour pork ribs doesn't seem to have been cooked for long enough. They gave too much ingredients. Could it be that it's not fresh, so they wanted to use the sweet and sour taste to cover up some other taste?" The waiters said, "Oh, there's no such thing. Our restaurant's ingredients are all sold on the same day they were killed. It's just that our head chef's taste is a bit heavier." Seeing that they were full of praise and about to eat, Xiaolian really couldn't stand it anymore. He tossed a pebble that he had picked up just now and hit it out of the small hole. This time, it hit Heavenly Eye's hand that was raising the teacup to drink water to detoxify. His arm shook, and the tea in the teacup spilled out, splashing onto the face of the waiters who couldn't stop laughing. The tea was clearly not hot, but the waiters seemed to have been splashed with boiling water. They covered their faces and screamed loudly, "Ah!" This time, everyone at the table was stunned. They raised their swords one after another. "What's going on?" Heavenly Eyes grabbed the waiter's hand and pried it open. Everyone let out an ah. They saw that more than half of the waiter's facial features had actually melted, as if a cup of water had been splashed on a white paper. The ink had melted and was blurry. The ink spread along his cheeks and slid down. His facial features and smile were actually drawn with a pen. Without another word, the monks and Taoists flipped the table and started fighting with the waiters in the restaurant. The waiters were beaten until they held their heads and screamed, "Taoist masters! Stop fighting! That strange woman with a child that you're looking for. Strange Taoist. He's upstairs. They're upstairs. Go and find them. Let me go. I'm just a temporary worker." "Temporary worker, who are you trying to fool? You want to lie to us? Is it that easy? It's too late now." The waiters felt bitter. "I'm not lying. I'm serious." Below them it was a mess. Xiaolian saw that the mages were crushing them and shook his head. He didn't care anymore. He planned to take advantage of the chaos to capture Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. Unexpectedly, before the door opened, they heard a scream from the corridor. Lan Yi's frightened voice said, "No, please, I don't want to go. Please let us go. I'll kneel and kowtow to you." A young man's voice said angrily, "Who wants you to kneel and kowtow? If you leave, what about my family's general? Damn it, you and your son are in trouble this time. Cut the crap, come back with me." Hearing this voice, Xiaolian suddenly pushed open the door and said, "It's you?" In the long corridor, a black-clothed youngster blocked in front of Lan Yi. His face was dark. When Xiaolian came out, he slightly raised his head and said in shock, "It's you." Xiaolian stepped out and said, "Fu Yao? Why are you here?" When Lan Yi saw him, his eyes widened. "Crown Prince." Fu Yao looked him up and down for a moment. The corner of his mouth slightly twitched. Luckily, he didn't roll his eyes and ask, "Why are you here?" Xiaolian looked down at himself and hurriedly took off his female clothes. It's a long story. Chapter 139. Fu Yao cried out involuntarily. "You!" Hua Chong snorted coldly. He ignored him. When Lan Yi saw this, she ran away. Fu Yao sensed it and turned around abruptly, saying, "Stop." Before he could take a step, a white silk had already reached out and wrapped around Lan Yi's ankle. Lan Yi fell on the spot. She rolled over on the ground and hugged her lower abdomen. It seemed that the fetus spirit was hiding in her stomach again. Xiaolian said as he kept Ruoxi, "If you want her to stop, you should do this. It's useless to just shout." Right, you just said that your general, what happened to your general? Fu Yao did not answer, he snorted. He went forward and grabbed Lan Yi's arm. It seemed that he was really angry. He grabbed a woman. Not only was his action impolite, he even cursed. Damn it, just now this was not like the Fu Yao of the past at all. Unexpectedly, before he could pull Lan Yi up, Lan Yi's stomach suddenly swelled up like a balloon, and a white shadow suddenly popped out. It screamed and pounced towards Fu Yao's face. Fetus spirit. Every time it returned to its mother's stomach, it would accumulate a new round of energy. Therefore, this attack was very dangerous, and Fu Yao had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. He struck out with his palm. The fetus spirit was like a rubber ball that was hit by him, hitting the wall with a bang and bouncing towards Xiaolian. Fu Yao said, "Catch it. Don't let it run away." Before Xiaolian could move, Hua Chong had already blocked in front of him. The ball-like fetus spirit came to a sudden stop in front of him and attacked Fu Yao again. A ball of ghost balls was bouncing around in the corridor, and it was also chaotic downstairs. The fellows downstairs begged for mercy. "Fellow Taoists, please be magnanimous. We are just trying to make a living." "That's right, we won't dare to do it again. Actually, we usually only steal a few chickens nearby to eat. It's all that green grandpa, he forced us to be his subordinates, that's why we did it. He's in the kitchen now." Seeing that the scene was already in chaos, Xiaolian thought of something and jumped down from the second floor. Qi Rong was sitting in the kitchen with his legs crossed, happily picking his teeth while waiting for the food to be delivered to his door. Suddenly he heard a loud bang. A figure kicked down a wall, jumped in and asked Qi Rong, "Where's the grain?" Qi Rong jumped in fright when he saw the typical Wei and Einherjar entered the room. "You. Why are you here? Why didn't you knock on the door and come in like this?" Without saying another word, Xiaolian went up and slapped him twice until he was stupefied. He pressed him down on the chopping board like a duck and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Where did you take that kid?" Qi Rong grimaced and said, "Hehehe, look, all these people are dissatisfied? What's all over the ground? They were all human bones." Xiaolian's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hand exerted force, causing Qi Rong to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. His hand was broken. Broken. Cousin Crown Prince, wait. All right, I'll tell you the truth. I lied to you. I didn't eat. Not eating. Prepare to eat, I haven't eaten yet. Xiaolian asked, "Then where is he?" Qi Rong said, stop pressing me. I'm telling you, the little drag is locked up in the firewood room next door. Just open the door and take a look. Xiaolian ordered Wuxia to tie up Qi Rong. Then, he opened a small door at the side of the kitchen. Sure enough, the grain was curled up inside. Xiaolian checked his breath and saw that his breathing was still steady. His little face was rosy, as if he was sleeping soundly. However, when he picked him up, he felt that the child's body was boiling hot, as if he was having a high fever. In his heart he knew something was wrong. At this time those monks and Taoist priests also rushed in. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they stepped on the bones all over the floor and almost slipped. The scene was shocking. They all said, Black shop. Don't tell me those dishes outside are all made of human flesh. I already said that there wouldn't be chicken claws as slender as fingers. At this moment, another loud noise rang out. A large hole appeared in the ceiling, and a white ball smashed in. Everyone said, what is that? In a flash, Fu Yao also jumped down from the hole. With one hand, he threw out a dozen or so yellow talismans and shouted, all of you scram. Don't hinder me from doing official business. Everyone said, Master. Immediately after, Lani also dragged her body and rolled down. She said, don't hit him anymore. Everyone then said, hey, women. Those yellow talismans were like steel nails or flying knives. Xiaolian slightly dodged and missed them. However, Qi Rong couldn't avoid them. His back was densely covered in talismans as he screamed crazily, killing ghosts. Everyone swarmed over and surrounded his back to study it. They exclaimed in admiration, this talisman throwing technique is really exquisite. In a split second, a perfectly good kitchen became incomparably crowded and noisy. Fu Yao chased after the fetus spirit, sometimes high and sometimes low. Meanwhile, Lani chased after Fu Yao in a crazed manner. Half of Qirong's face was pressed against the chopping board by Xiao Lian, and the other half of his back was nailed into a sieve by the yellow talismans thrown by Fu Yao. He was surrounded by a group of people, and from time to time Lonnie would step on his feet. He wailed, "Why? Why are there so many people? Who are you? And who are you? Motherfucker, can't you let people eat? Why is it like this everywhere? Do all of you have a grudge against me?" Speaking up to this point, his eyeballs turned and he suddenly looked through the collapsed wall of the kitchen, looking outside the inn. Hua Cheng acted as if he didn't see the chaotic scene here. He calmly and leisurely sat under a tree, and actually had the mood to play with the gold leaf in the hall. No one knew how long he played around in boredom. In front of him, there was already a gorgeous little house built with more than 10 pieces of gold leaf. Qirong immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone quickly look outside. Blood Rain Tanhua has become a little ghost. Those who have a grudge against him quickly go. This opportunity doesn't come again. If you miss this village, you won't have this inn anymore." Before he could finish his sentence, a gleaming kitchen knife that was stained with fresh blood suddenly appeared between his teeth, and the handle of the knife was held in Xiao Lian's hand. He smiled and said, What the hell are you shouting for?" Qirong completely didn't see how Xiao Lian shoved the knife into his mouth. He only felt a chill in his mouth and the tip of his tongue suddenly felt an extremely sharp object appear in front of it. Although he wasn't injured at all, if he moved an inch more, he would have vomited blood. His voice stopped abruptly. However, the crowd had already seen Hua Cheng playing with the gold leaf in the distance outside the inn. They said, "Is it him?" "Most likely it is." Rushing ahead of them, Xiao Lian grabbed Guzi with one hand and Ruoxi with the other and ran out. Qirong was tied up and dragged on the ground by Ruoxi. As he was being dragged, he screamed, "Fucking Xiao Lian, you must be doing this on purpose. I've never seen such a treacherous fake White Lotus before." The crowd discussed for a while and said, "Charge. Should we charge? Be careful of tricks. Why don't we watch from afar first?" At this time Hua Cheng also finished building the small golden hall. He stood up and raised one of his eyebrows. He looked down at the little house he had just built and gave it a light kick. Crash, the golden hall collapsed. As for that tavern, it collapsed with a loud bang. The illusion was also broken. Xiao Lian turned around to look. Behind him there wasn't any inn at all. It was just a collapsed little thatched cottage. In this kind of wilderness it was normal to have this kind of house. The inn just now was just a camouflage. The group of monks and Taoists who hadn't had time to discuss whether to charge or not were all crushed under the collapsed house. They were smashed by a pile of rotten wood and straw until they fainted. Xiao Lian jogged to Hua Cheng's side and said, "Sanlang, won't you be affected by using your mana like this?" Hua Cheng casually waved his hand and the gold leaf disappeared into thin air. He said, "Brother, don't worry. This level is no problem." At this time a piece of broken roof moved twice. Fu Yao pushed aside a handful of straw and dug his way out. He said angrily, "You're fine, but I'm fine." He finally caught the fetus spirit with great difficulty, but his vision darkened. When he looked up, he saw that the broken roof had fallen head-on. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Fu Yao pulled a handful of straw from his head and aggressively walked in front of Xiao Lian and Hua Cheng. He looked at Hua Cheng, who was shorter than him, and said angrily, You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Hua Cheng blinked. He didn't refute nor did he mock him. He only raised a pair of dark eyes and looked at Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian immediately put his arms around his shoulders and protected him behind him. He said, No, definitely not. A child doesn't know how to control his strength. I'm sorry, Fu Yao." Fu Yao's hair was messy and he said in disbelief, "A child? Your Highness, do you really think I'm so blind that I can't tell who this is?" Xiao Lian said blankly, "What are you talking about? This is just a very ordinary child." Fu Yao narrowed his eyes as he stared at Hua Cheng. However, he heard a slight caw-caw sound behind him. Lonnie had also lifted a piece of the roof and climbed out. Fu Yao then turned around to look for her. Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief and placed Guzi on the ground. Right at this moment, a voice sounded beside his ear with slight hesitation. "Your Highness?" Xiao Yan immediately stood up and said, Feng Xian? As expected, it was Feng Xian on the other side. He also let out a sigh of relief and said, That's great. As expected, your password still hasn't changed. Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. 800 years ago, the first spiritual password he used was just recite the sacred text of Tao and virtue 1,000 times. 800 years later, it still hadn't changed, and Feng Xian actually still remembered it. Xiao Yan recalled the first time Feng Xian heard this password and laughed himself hoarse. He couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. He said, Yes, it hasn't changed. Is the heavenly court still all right? Does the emperor know about Ling Wen's matter? Hua Chang could tell that he was talking to a heavenly official from the heavenly court. He very consciously walked far away and placed his hand on Guzi's forehead to test if he was sick. On the other side, Feng Xian's voice became serious again. He said, It's not good. I know. Right now, the heavenly court is in chaos. Xiao Yan sighed and said, Ling Wen has always been in charge of the overall planning and distribution of the heavenly court's affairs. Is there no other Wen Shan who can take over? Feng Xian said, Even if they do, it's useless. Normally, they would curse Ling Wen Palace more than anyone else, as if they could do 10 times better in that position. Now that something has happened, they have to take over. Not a single one of them can take up 30% of the responsibility. Just gathering and organizing the information makes them dizzy. Quite a few Wen Shan have even refused to do it. Xiao Yan shook his head and listened to Feng Xian. Not only Ling Wen, but something has happened to Mu Qing. He was originally locked up, but he injured the heavenly official guarding him and escaped. What? Hearing this, Xiao Yan quivered and immediately raised his head to look at Fu Yao. That black-clothed youngster was saying something to Lan Yi. Between his brows, there was a hint of unhappiness and anxiety. Xiao Yan walked even further away. He lowered his voice and said, What happened to Mu Qing? How could it be like this? Feng Xian said, Not only was he locked up, all the heavenly officials in Shenzhen Palace have been suspended and are awaiting investigation. It's all because of that fetus spirit. Xiao Yan's voice became even lower. What happened to that fetus spirit? Is it really related to him? Feng Xian said yes. This time the demons suppressed everywhere dispersed. Mu Qing was in charge of the female ghost Lan Yi and the fetus spirit. He didn't catch them and let them escape. However, during the process of catching them, that fetus spirit identified Mu Qing and said that the person who cut it out of its mother's womb and turned it into a living little ghost was Mu Qing. Impossible. Xiao Yan blurted out, Impossible. Mu Qing, this person. There's no reason for him to do this kind of thing. Feng Xian said, I don't know. However, it's said that there's a kind of evil technique that uses dead babies to cultivate that can achieve the goal of rapid ascension. Now many people are suspecting that there's something wrong with his ascension, so they originally planned to lock him up first and then slowly investigate all his past traces. Who knew that he couldn't hold it in and ran away on his own? Now, it's confirmed that he has a guilty conscience and has absconded to avoid punishment. Xiao Yan said, Wait. This matter really isn't right. If Mu Qing is the murderer, why didn't that fetus spirit and Lan Yi recognize him at the Divine Martial Palace? Why did they identify him when Mu Qing captured them? Isn't this clearly framing them? Feng Xian said, By the time I found out, it was already like this. I'm also not clear on what happened on their side. I heard that Lan Yi and the fetus spirit also didn't know who the culprit was. However, after that little ghost became evil and left the altar, it accidentally sobered up one time and couldn't control itself. It bit the culprit's arm and left a scar. When that fetus spirit was fighting with Mu Qing, it just happened to see that Mu Qing also had a bite mark on his arm. It's an old wound that's been there for hundreds of years. Xiao Yan said, This bite mark, does it match the mark left by that fetus spirit's teeth? Feng Xian said, It completely matches. Xiao Yan asked with rapt attention, How did Mu Qing explain this wound? Feng Xian said, He admitted that he had indeed seen this fetus spirit, but he didn't admit that he was the culprit. He said that he only helped out of kindness and saved this fetus spirit, but he was accidentally bitten by it. This explanation is worse than not explaining at all. That's right, because in everyone's impression, things like helping out of kindness, loving children, and doing good deeds without leaving a name, were things that Mu Qing had absolutely nothing to do with. Mu Qing was a very solitary person. He had never shown any superfluous love. Normally, he didn't have any close friends in the heavenly court. When something like this happened, even if he tried to defend himself, no one would believe him. Naturally, no one would take the initiative to speak up for him. It was probably because of this that he chose to escape on his own and investigate the truth. Feng Xian said, in short, it's a mess right now. Your Highness, where are you right now? Di Jun said that 10,000 ghosts have gathered, so I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Hurry back and gather for a meeting. Xielian said, right now I'm... Chapter 140. Xielian sighed. He turned around and said, I want to, but now that the Heavenly Court's spiritual communication array has been destroyed, I don't remember the other heavenly official's spiritual communication password, so I can't say it even if I want to. Fu Yao, do you remember which heavenly official's password? Let me send some news back, tell them I'm here, ask for some people to help. His expression was extremely natural and persuasive. The dark clouds on Fu Yao's face dispersed. He said perfunctorily, I don't know. Right now the heavenly court is in chaos, and everyone is busy. You can handle your own. At this time Hua Cheng said, brother, this child has been hungry for 2 days. He has a fever. Xielian went over to take a look. Sure enough, Guzi's forehead was so hot that it could fry an egg. He immediately grabbed Qirong. He questioned, how did you raise a child? Qirong's face was covered in blood as he spat. I'm not really his father. I'm already being merciful by not eating him. Quickly give me a great merit. Xielian said, I think you didn't eat him because he had a fever and the taste wasn't good. On the other side, Lani hesitated for a moment. She said, is that child sick? Why don't I take a look? She had also been smashed by the beam of the small broken house, but the pitiful child crawled over and picked up Guzi. She covered his forehead with her palm, as if she wanted to use her coldine body to neutralize the heat of Guzi. Fu Yao grabbed the fetus spirit wrapped into a ball by the yellow talisman and walked over. It's time to go. Lani clearly didn't want to go, but her son was in his hands, so she was helpless. Xielian said, wait, you guys don't go yet. Fu Yao, can you talk to your general now? Fu Yao looked at him and said, what do you want to do? Xielian hesitated. Actually, when he said the word actually, he suddenly moved like lightning and instantly locked both of Fu Yao's arms. Only then did he continue, actually, I already know something happened to him. Fu Yao was caught off guard for a moment and was shocked and angry. You. Despicable. Xielian said, no, this is my strength. You can try to use the same method to sneak attack me and see if you can lock me. Hua Cheng clapped his hands politely and said, I agree. Fu Yao was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. Then why don't you let me go and let me try? Xielian sternly said, I'll try again next time if I have the chance. Right now, I have proper business to attend to. Fu Yao, can you help me persuade your general to return to the heavenly court first? Go back? Fu Yao forcefully suppressed his anger and said in a soft voice, you make it sound so easy. If you were in the same situation, would you choose to go back? What would you say if someone tried to persuade you to go back? Go back and wait to be wrongly accused and convicted? Go back and wait for death. Xielian said, don't get excited, I'm serious. I'm not making cynical remarks. Your general is different from me. His situation isn't so serious that he can't be saved. Running away like this is the worst thing he can do. Now, many priests have already convicted him. If you can contact him, tell him that I can help him investigate this matter. Fu Yao was stunned. You're helping him investigate? Xielian replied, and I've done a lot of research, so I'm quite experienced. In any case, I'm more experienced than him. Fu Yao said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, may I ask if you remember how many priests you investigated when you returned to the heavenly court? Which priest didn't fall from his horse after you investigated them? Xielian coughed lightly and said, That's different. It's not my problem. If he really didn't do that kind of thing, then I can naturally prove his innocence. Fu Yao was so angry that he laughed. He interrupted him and said, "Enough. It's not like other people don't know you have a personal grudge against him. You're helping him investigate? Then do you think he still has a chance to turn things around? If you want to take this opportunity to hit him while he's down and laugh at him, then just say it. Don't put on an act." Hearing this, Hua Cheng's face slightly sank. After a while he smiled and said, "Forget it, brother. This person doesn't know what's good for him, so why do you need to talk nonsense with him? Some people are born to be ungrateful wolves. In their entire lives, they're the best at gauging the heart of a gentleman with their own mean measure. Who knows, maybe in the end he really did something. If he doesn't believe you, then you're too lazy to care about him. Just let him torment himself." Fu Yao looked at him and said sarcastically, "Child?" Hua Cheng replied with even more sarcasm, "Little heavenly official?" Fu Yao's face slightly collapsed. Xiao Yan tightly locked his eyes on him and warmly said, "About this is a different thing. Public and private matters must be separated. Whether or not I have a personal grudge against him is one thing, but whether or not he did something bad is another. Mu Qing, this person, although he is narrow-minded, sensitive and suspicious, has a terrible personality, has a lot of petty thoughts, doesn't speak well, likes to nag, often offends people, hates a lot of people, doesn't have a single friend and remembers small matters for a long time." In one breath he said a whole bunch of things without changing his expression. Finally, Xiao Yan concluded, "But after all, I've known him since I was a teenager. He can still be considered to have a bottom line." Xiao Yan continued, "He might spit into the teacups of people he doesn't like, but he definitely wouldn't poison the water to harm people." Hua Cheng indifferently said, "Is that so? That's still very disgusting." The veins on Fu Yao's forehead bulged. "No. He wouldn't even spit," Xiao Yan said. "Then used laxatives." Fu Yao seemed to be enduring something as he said, Must you use this kind of analogy to describe him? In the end, are you speaking for him or insulting him?" Xiao Yan said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't think of a more suitable analogy at the moment." Fu Yao struggled a few times, but he couldn't break free. He vigilantly said, "Just now, were you secretly informing the people from the heavenly court?" Xiao Yan sincerely said, "Not yet. We were just chatting for a bit. Don't worry, I won't harm your family's general. If he really doesn't want to go back, it would be better to find me and move together. That way, if he does anything along the way, there will be someone to testify for him. Otherwise, he won't be able to explain himself clearly, and will only make things worse." At this moment, a burst of unbridled laughter suddenly came from behind the two. It was Qirong, who was staring at Lan Yi's face. He suddenly went crazy and said, "Ha ha ha ha. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Miss Jianlan?" Lan Yi was originally holding Guzi and trying to cool him down. When she heard this, her shoulders trembled and her eyes widened. "Who are you? Why are you also?" Qirong said, "How would I know? Nonsense. You almost had to call me cousin. What, so everyone has become a ghost? There are so many acquaintances here and there. This world is really small and lively, hee." Xiao Yan frowned and said, "Qirong, are you crazy? What kind of person is Jianlan?" Qirong said, "Hey cousin crown prince, I say, are you blind or are you pretending to be stupid? Look carefully at who this is. This is our Xianla country's #1 noble young lady, Miss Jianlan. Her family is both an official and a merchant. In the past, who knows how glorious she was. Her looks are only so. Every time the Xianla country's beautiful talented female ranking is evaluated, she is so arrogant that her eyes grow on top of her head, looking down on everyone. She almost entered the palace to choose a concubine." "What?" Xiao Yan couldn't help but look at Lan Yi's face. That year, the king and queen indeed had the intention to choose a concubine for him. They had invited a large group of carefully selected young ladies to the palace for a banquet, letting him see if there was anyone that caught his eye. But Xiao Yan was wholeheartedly cultivating when he was young, so he just casually walked around the banquet. He basically didn't remember the faces and names of those girls, so how could he see anything? Lan Chong looked at Fu Yao, but Fu Yao snorted and said, "This is not what my general said. This person is also a remnant of Xian Lu, so he must have seen you in the past." Xiao Yan looked at Hua Cheng again. He didn't look surprised, so he probably didn't just find out. Xiao Yan turned to Lan Yi and muttered, You really used to be. Lonnie hurriedly covered her ears and said, Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't call me by that name. I changed my name a long time ago. Xiao was startled at first, then he let out a sigh. The daughter of a noble in the past was now a prostitute in the ghost world. She changed her name, probably because she was afraid that her family would be shamed in the underworld and wouldn't admit that she was herself. This girl used to be his believer, his people. How could he not sigh? At this moment he suddenly felt a warmth in his hand. Looking down, it was Hua Cheng. He didn't look at him but held his hand. Although he was now in the form of a child, his body temperature was cold. This hand was small and cold, but when it held him it felt warm. Qi Rong didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy in his heart. He clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect that the once unattainable Miss Jianlan has now become this old and ugly. I used to think that you didn't look like much, but now that I look at you my eyes are really sharp. Sure enough, you're not much. By the way, I want to ask, whose bastard did you give birth to? These words were really tasteless. Jianlan's face turned slightly pale. Qi Rong continued, It can't be my crown prince cousins, right? No way, that cousin of mine is most likely impotent. That's why he pretends to be pure and uninterested in women all day long. Putting on an act, how could he give birth to a son? Oh my! How could I forget, after the fall of Xianlu, wasn't your miss sold to that kind of place? He must be the son of Yong'an's lowly commoners. Xiaolian couldn't bear it anymore and was just about to go up and tell him to shut up. However, Jianlan erupted faster than him and sent a slap flying over. What kind of filthy words are you spouting? Qi Rong's nose started to bleed from her slap. Widening his eyes, he said, Are you evil or are you fierce? This kind of inferior thing actually dares to hit me, a close absolute. Jianlan spat at his face. Grabbing his neck, she gave him 2 more slaps and said, What bullshit close absolute? You really know how to paste gold on your face. What kind of plaything are you? Are you even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the other 3 absolute? What do you have to show? Thick skin. I'm going to hit you. Her words poked at Qi Rong's scars. Qi Rong was also angry and spat. Smelly woman, let go of your chicken claws. This daddy thinks it's dirty. Blurg, blurg, blurg. The 2 of them wrestled into a ball. However, it was only Jianlan who one-sidedly beat Qi Rong. Qi Rong was trapped by Wuxia and couldn't move a single step. He howled, Xiaolian. Why aren't you trying to mediate at a time like this? Where's your holy father's heart? Xiaolian was currently holding onto Fu Yao with one hand while talking to Hua Cheng with his head lowered. It was as if he didn't hear Qi Rong's miserable cries. As Jianlan kicked Qi Rong, her eyes turned red. She fiercely said, Even if this old lady wants to be defiled by a lowly commoner, I don't want to be touched by a maggot like you. You're a thing that nobody wants, trash. You're also worthy of calling others a lowly commoner. Who are you calling a lowly commoner? Qi Rong was furious. Nobody wants me? I'm trash? You're just a whore that's rotten to the bone. Do you think you're qualified to scold me like this? If I'm not a lowly commoner, how could I possibly fancy a piece of trash like you? Wait a moment. Put down that rock. Just as they were wrestling, a loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The few of them looked up at the same time. Fu Yao said, Didn't you say that you didn't send a message and only chatted for a while? Hua Cheng slightly frowned and snorted. You came uninvited. A thunderclap exploded in the night sky. Everyone was blasted by this thunderclap until they closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, not far away, a black-robed heavenly official walked over with large strides with a longbow on his back. He said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian put down his sleeves and pushed Hua Cheng behind him without anyone noticing. He said, Feng Exin, why are you here? Feng Exin quickly walked over and said, Just now you suddenly stopped talking. I asked someone and found out that you were nearby through the fluctuations of magical power. After he finished speaking, he frowned and asked, What's wrong? It's a mess. Did you encounter something? Xiaolian was about to answer when Feng Exin saw Fu Yao in his hands and Hua Cheng standing behind him. This scene was simply beyond his imagination. He didn't seem to know who he should be more surprised about. Feng Exin said, You, in the end, He still pointed at Hua Chong and asked Xie Lian, "What's wrong with this child?" Xie Lian laughed dryly. "He's very cute, isn't he?" Feng Xian widened his eyes and looked at Hua Chong, whose expression didn't match Xie Lian's evaluation at all. He suspiciously asked, "Cute? No, why do I think he looks like?" Xie Lian calmly said, "Like my son, right?" Feng Xian, "When did you give birth to a son?" Xie Lian smiled and said, "Not yet. I mean, if I gave birth to a son, he would definitely be as cute, right?" Hua Chong held his hand and smiled. "That's right. Feng Xian, Fu Yao." Xie Lian said, "Ha. Miss Lani, don't run." Feng Xian suddenly turned around and saw the back of a woman running away from Qirong's side. She was madly running away. Without hesitation, he knocked his bow and aimed at her leg. Who knew, perhaps because it sensed that his mother was in danger, the fetus spirit ball wrapped in yellow talisman paper in Fu Yao's hand started to vibrate. Suddenly, the yellow talisman paper exploded and it screeched as it rushed towards Feng Xian. Jianlan seemed to have panicked just now, which was why she didn't know where she was going. Only when she heard this sound did she remember that her son was still in someone else's hands. She turned around and cried out involuntarily, "Wrong, wrong!" This was the first time Xie Lian learned the name of that fetus spirit. Feng Xian's arrow changed direction and flew towards the snow-white fetus spirit. However, with a kata sound, that fetus spirit flipped a few times in midair before jumping onto a nearby tree. It actually bit down on the arrow, allowing everyone to clearly see its current appearance. Rather than calling it a fetus, it would be more accurate to call it a deformed little monster. Its skin was deathly white, as if it had been covered in a layer of powder. Its two eyes were strangely large and flashed with a strange light. The hair on its head was sparse and yellow, and its 2 rows of incomparably sharp fangs held Feng Xian's arrow in its mouth. Seeing him look over, it chewed at high speed with aa sounds, turning the arrow into minced meat. Then with a pei sound, it spat out an arrowhead that shone with a cold light. The arrowhead was nailed to the side of Feng Xian's boots. It spat out its long and thin dark red tongue like a snake's, as if it was provoking him. Without saying anything further, Feng Xian knocked another arrow and took aim at it. That fetus spirit was like a lizard as it climbed up and down the tree. It was extremely nimble and treacherous, so it was no wonder that Fu Yao couldn't catch it. Jianlan anxiously said, "Don't fight with it, hurry and run." Only one's biological parents would be so concerned about this kind of monster that made people feel fear and disgust at a glance. After Feng Xian finished taking aim, he released the bowstring and an arrow flew out. One of that fetus spirit's short legs was nailed by the arrow. With a shriek, it couldn't crawl anymore. Jianlan madly ran back and stretched out her hand to pull out the arrow. However, because her level was too low, she was bounced off the moment she touched the arrow shaft, even causing a string of sparks to explode. She retreated 2 steps, then persistently went up to pull it out, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Feng Xian put away his bow and walked forward saying, "All right, let's go back. Don't give us more work." Jianlan. When Jianlan, who had just been bounced off, heard his voice, she shivered and stopped moving. She hurriedly turned her body around. However, Feng Xian turned her back around and said, "Jianlan." Xie Lian had a bad premonition and asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" Jianlan lowered her head and said vaguely, "You've got the wrong person." Feng Xian said, "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I have mistaken you for someone else? You're very different now, but how could I not recognize?" Speaking up to here, he was stuck. Because previously Jianlan was dressed like an orchid, with heavy makeup and a body covered in dust, he indeed did not recognize her. He couldn't be blamed. Feng Xian was still exactly the same as before. Not the slightest bit changed, but Jianlan's change was really too great. Appearance, makeup, mannerisms, speech, temperament. Even if her biological parents were standing in front of her, they might not be able to recognize that this was their precious daughter. Feng Xian said in a daze, "It's you. It's really you. That's right, it's you. Oh, I thought you got married and were living a good life. How did you become like this?" Hearing up to here, Jianlan suddenly turned around and fiercely pushed him, scolding, "Fuck your mother." Feng Xian was pushed back a few steps by her, unable to say anything. Jianlan continued to ruthlessly push his chest, and at the same time she scolded him. I already said I'm not that whatever ghost. Do you not understand human language? Are you crazy? And you even said it's really you, that's right, it's you 3 times in a row. Can't you pretend not to recognize me? Can't you pretend not to recognize me? Can't you do a good job, sir, and leave me some face? Okay. Her current appearance was simply like a shrew in the marketplace, probably too different from what Feng Xian remembered. He stared at Jianlan in a daze, unable to say anything. Xiaolian was the same. Qi Rong was the happiest, rolling on the ground in laughter. Ha 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 ha, my mother. Cousin Crown Prince. Just look at what's going on. You've been cuckolded by your most loyal dog. Jianlan ruthlessly kicked Qi Rong a few times, saying, Dog. Dog. I think you're the most like a dog. Strictly speaking, Jianlan was once given high hopes by her family, but she had never officially entered the palace, much less become a concubine. Therefore, Qi Rong's gloating was not valid. However, Xiaolian really did not know what to say. He had never thought that Feng Xian, who usually did not say a word to women unless it was necessary, would actually. At this moment, the 2 rows of sharp teeth of the fetus crushed the arrow that was nailed to it, and it broke free, pouncing towards Feng Xian. In a moment of carelessness, Feng Xian was bitten deeply on his right arm, causing blood to spurt out violently. The right hand was Feng Xian's usual hand. For a martial god, frequently injuring his hand was not a good feeling. Feng Xian raised his left hand and was about to chop down, but Jianlan said, Don't hit him. Feng Xian forcefully stopped with his palm, and immediately, a terrifying idea sprouted in his mind. Chapter 141. Xiaolian suddenly thought of something. That day in the Divine Martial Palace, Lani randomly pointed at a large group of people, but she just didn't point at Feng Xian, who was standing in a very conspicuous position. Lani immediately denied, no. Fu Yao also had a face full of disbelief. It seemed like he originally didn't know what relationship Feng Xian had with this woman, and was similarly stunned. At this time he finally recovered with great difficulty. He didn't even ask if it was anything. How did you answer so quickly? Lani said, Nonsense. I think I know what he wants to ask. I'll tell you it's not. Feng Xian looked at the fetus spirit. What did you call him? Wrong? This name seemed to have some special meaning. Lani opened her mouth, not arguing anymore. She said angrily, You're a man, why do you have so much nonsense to say? If it's not, then it's not. Who would be in such a hurry to recognize a son like you? Feng Xian angrily said, What are you saying? If it is, then of course I. Lani said, Of course you what? You recognize him? You raise him? Feng Xian After saying he got stuck. He lowered his head and looked at the deformed little monster hanging in his hand. That fetus spirit seemed to hate him especially deeply, grabbing him and biting him with all its might. Why, Feng Xian couldn't hit it. His right hand was dripping with blood as he clenched his fist. Seeing him get stuck, he seemed to be unable to accept it for a moment. Lani immediately said, I already said it's not, yet you still asked. It has nothing to do with you, now you can rest assured. Qi Rong shouted, Sophistry. It must be. I didn't say it wrong, right? It's not about the people's livelihood. Everyone quickly come and taste it. Feng Xian's own son was cut out from his mother's stomach and turned into a little ghost. Hee. There's actually someone who dares to worship some bullshit. Sending children to Nanyang? If you worship, be careful that you guys give birth to a son. Xiaolian raised his hand, and Wuxia sealed Qi Rong's mouth. Lani ruthlessly stepped on his head a few times, causing him to curse. At this time Guzi woke up in a daze. Seeing Qi Rong being stepped on, he quickly rushed over and said, Don't step on my father. Seeing that Guzi was hugging Qi Rong's head, Jianlan couldn't move her feet anymore. Instead, she grabbed onto the fetus spirit's 2 pale and short legs and broke into a run. She said angrily, I told you to stop biting. So disobedient. Feng Xian was currently lost in thought and couldn't immediately catch them. Xiaolian subconsciously said, Wuxia, chase them. As expected, Wuxia chased after him. However, it was only when the white silk shot out that Xiaolian remembered that it was still tied up to Qi Rong. Looking back, Qi Rong had indeed leaped up with the grains on his head and declared proudly, "I have regained my freedom." Seeing that Feng Xian had finally reacted, Xiaolian changed his words and said, "Ruoxi, you should come back?" Thus Ruoxia leapt back and gave Qi Rong a big slap on the face. Qi Rong had just turned around when he was slapped so hard that he spun 3 times on the spot and covered his face before collapsing. After lying on the ground for a while, he suddenly went crazy and grabbed Ruoxia, shouting, "Even a rag like you dares to hit me." This time Ruoxia was grabbed by Qi Rong. Qi Rong twisted and turned, but he actually couldn't break free. It was as if Qi Rong's strength had suddenly increased greatly. Xiaolian was just about to personally deal with him when Qi Rong realized that there was still a child on his head. He hurriedly pulled down Guzi and used it as a shield in front of him. "Don't come over. If you come over, I'll strangle him to death. Hey, look behind you. Dog Huacheng is about to die." Xiaolian was startled and quickly turned around. Sure enough, Huacheng's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and his hands were slightly trembling as if he was resisting something. However, when he saw Xiaolian look over, he immediately said, "I'm fine." 10,000 ghosts were restless. This time the restlessness was stronger than any of the previous times. Xiaolian decisively chose to go over and hug him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qi Rong hurriedly grabbed Guzi and escaped without a trace. Jianlan also seemed to have a terrible headache as he covered his ears. That fetus was stimulated by the restlessness and began to bite even more fiercely. Feng Xian had been bitten a dozen times and was bleeding profusely. However, he still didn't dare to hit Xiaolian. He firmly grabbed Jianlan's arm with one hand. However, that fetus was merciless. It waved its hand and clawed at Feng Xian's face. This claw was extremely dangerous. Feng Xian let out a low shout and covered his wound. He didn't know if the claw had injured his eyes. Xiaolian trembled with fear as he watched. He wanted to scold Ruoxia for going over there to save the situation, but Jianlan stomped his feet and said, "If you continue to be like this, I'm going to get angry." Hearing his mother's scolding, the fetus finally jumped back into her embrace and obediently curled up into a ball. Jianlan glanced at Feng Xian and gritted his teeth. "This has nothing to do with you. I'm warning you, don't worry about us." With one hand covering his head and the other holding the fetus, the mother and son duo dashed away. Seeing this, Fu Yao said, "Let me go." Feng Xian half knelt on the ground and covered half his face. Xiaolian crouched down beside him with Huacheng in his arms and asked, "Are you all right? Let me take a look at your wound. Did it hurt your eyes?" Fresh blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Feng Xian closed his eyes and said, "No, don't ask me." Xiaolian said, "Feng Xian Lani, what did Miss Jianlan say?" Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Xian suddenly punched out. With a loud bang, he broke the tree beside him and roared, "I told you not to ask me." This sentence actually contained a bit of resentment. Moreover, Xiaolian could hear that this resentment seemed to be directed at him. He couldn't help but be startled. However, Huacheng coldly said from the side, "Who turned your wife and son into ghosts? If there's fire, go throw it on the person who deserves it." Hearing this, Feng Xian slightly raised his head. His eyes were slightly red as he looked towards Fu Yao. Fu Yao was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, "What are you looking at me for? You can't really think that it was my family's general who did it, right? What bloody luck." He had only taken action because he saw that the woman was also a remnant of Xian Lu, and had some relationship with the royal family. Originally, he wanted to free the fetus, but who knew that it would stubbornly refuse to leave. Not only did he not end up well, but he was also covered in feces. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have bothered. That little demon doesn't even know who gave birth to it, so how can you expect it to remember who killed it? Perhaps it was because he had been troubled by these past few days, but even his wording had become a lot rougher. Huacheng said, "Just because of this, your family's general can be called bloody luck? Then does that mean those who are even more unfortunate than him don't want to live anymore?" Feng Xian shook his head and muttered, "How could this be? How could this be?" Xiaolian said, Why don't you treat your wound first? Did you bring medicine? Feng Xian glanced at him and said in a low voice, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He covered the wound on his head and didn't treat it. Standing up, he stumbled away. Xiaolian and Fu Yao called out a few times from behind, asking if he was going back to the heavenly court or to chase after someone. He didn't care, and his figure quickly disappeared. Fu Yao struggled a few more times before angrily saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince. If you don't chase after them, I'll chase after them, okay? Xiaolian came back to his senses. After thinking for a moment, he said, okay. Sure enough, he let go of him. Fu Yao didn't expect him to actually agree. He flexed his wrists and snorted. Why are you willing to let go now? Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, I'm afraid the heavenly court is even more. Sigh, I feel that rather than calling your family's general back, it's better to let him move freely outside. He paused for a moment before continuing, What do you plan to do now? I think that the fetus spirit probably didn't just want to escape and falsely accuse us. I'm afraid there's someone behind it. Fu Yao patted the dust off his sleeves and said, Who cares about it? It's heading towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain. We'll talk after we catch it. After saying that, he hurriedly left. The inn that was originally filled with people from several factions suddenly became deserted. Xiaolian turned around and inspected the collapsed small house. He flipped over the wooden beams and straw to take a look. The monks and Taoists were indeed unconscious and would probably wake up soon. Feeling relieved, he also left. After walking for a while, they exited the wilderness and finally found a real inn. The two of them rested here. Xiaolian only felt that these past few days were incomparably chaotic. He sat on the window frame in a daze. Wuxia curled up on his hand and rubbed it as if it was humming. Xiaolian's finger rubbed against it. Suddenly, Hua Cheng walked to the window and bathed in the moonlight with him. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaolian was slightly startled, but he immediately understood what he meant. He shook his head and said, I also don't know if it really has nothing to do with me. Feng Xian must have met Miss Jianlan after Xian Lu was defeated and before he ascended. Looking at the time, it must have been during the years when I was first demoted. Hua Cheng said, That doesn't mean you're wrong for them to become like this now. After thinking for a moment, Xiaolian said, Sanlang, I never told you about my demotion in the past, right? Hua Cheng said no. Xiaolian said, I've never told anyone else, so I pulled you here to tell me a few words. I hope you won't mind. Hua Cheng lightly pressed on the window frame and sat down. He said, I won't. You can tell me. Xiaolian recalled as he said, At that time, I only had Feng Xian left among my followers. My days weren't very good. When I was the martial god and the crown prince, I pawned all of my belongings. Hua Cheng smiled and said, Including Hong Jing, right? Xiaolian smiled and said, Ha ha ha. Yes. You can't let Junwu know about this. Remember to keep it a secret for me. Also, I pawned all of my dozens of gold belts. Hua Cheng said, And so Feng Xian took your gold belt and gave it to Lan Yi? Xiaolian shook his head and said, That shouldn't be the case. Feng Xian wouldn't casually take my things. I was the one who told him to sell it and keep the money for his own use. In reality, this was the money he had given Feng Xian for free. At that time, Feng Xian refused for a long time. In the end, he couldn't change his mind and said, I'll temporarily help you keep it. Xiaolian said, I'm ashamed to say it. I told him to sell it for my own use not only because I felt guilty, but also because I was afraid. Only Feng Xian still treated him as the Corolla martial god, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Only now did Xiaolian realize that the two of them had grown up together. Although Feng Xian was his trusted subordinate and personal bodyguard, he had never received any extraordinary rewards from him. Suddenly he knew fear. He was afraid that even Feng Xian would feel that these days were unbearable, and would no longer follow him. Therefore, the meaning of that gold belt wasn't a reward, nor was it purely a gift or a consolation. It also carried a bit of flattery or reward. In the illusion created by the fetus spirit, Xiaolian saw a protective talisman. It should have been given to Jianlan by Feng Xian. After Xianle country was destroyed, Xiaolian's temples were all burned down. Basically, no one believed in the Xianle crown prince anymore. His protective talisman was also treated as trash. However, Feng Xian still kept many of his protective talismans. He would often persistently distribute them and give them to Xiaolian, saying, "Look, you still have believers." However, Xiaolian was clear in his heart that those protective talismans were most likely lost. Xiaolian slowly said, "All these years I never knew who Feng Xian liked. I didn't ask and I didn't pay attention. After all, he had been favored by the heavens since he was young. Feng Xian practically revolved around him. How could he have his own life and thoughts? Taking something that someone else gave and giving it to a girl might not sound good, but at that time that gold belt was really the best gift Feng Xian could give. After all, we often didn't even have food to eat." Feng Xian also wasn't someone who liked to squander money. Therefore you can imagine how much he liked Miss Jianlan at that time. Since he liked her so much, why did they separate? Regardless of whether that fetus spirit was Feng Xian's son or not, if it was because of that period of dejection that caused Feng Xian to lose the girl he liked, no matter what, Xiaolian wouldn't feel good. However, Hua Chong said, if they liked each other but ultimately separated, it can only mean that they only liked each other. Xiaolian smiled and said, "Sanlang, you can't say things so absolutely. Sometimes whether the road is easy or not is not something you can decide." Hua Chong calmly said, "Whether the road is easy or not, perhaps I can't decide. But whether to walk or not, only I can decide." Hearing this, Xiaolian was stunned. He only felt as if something in his heart had been opened. He stared at Hua Chong without saying anything. Hua Chong tilted his head and said, "Brother, did I say something wrong?" Looking at his sparkling black eyes, Xiaolian suddenly grabbed him and placed him on his lap. He said, "Ha ha ha, Sanlang, you're right." Hua Chong seemed to be shocked by his actions and allowed him to be lifted up high. Xiaolian smiled and said, "Let me say something shameless. Sanlang's arrogance when you said those words just now was a bit like when I was young." Hua Chong seemed to be used to being hugged like this. He raised his eyebrows and said, "That really is my dream." The big and small played around in the room for a while. Then Xiaolian threw Hua Chong onto the bed and laid down himself. He faced the sky and was about to open his mouth when he saw Hua Chong suddenly sit up. His pupils slightly contracted and his sharp gaze was directed towards the opposite side. Xiaolian immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately turned over and sat up. When he saw who it was, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't know when, but a figure had silently appeared in the room. The figure was sitting at the table and a pot of tea had already been brewed. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air. However, he hadn't noticed this person at all. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He held his sword in front of him and said, "Who is it?" That person warmly said, "Don't be afraid. Do you want some tea, Xianlu?" Both the figure and the voice belonged to a young man. He was extremely familiar. Xiaolian finally let out a sigh of relief. He tucked his messy hair behind his ears. His heart was still thumping wildly as he said, "Dijuna." However, before he could completely relax, he suddenly flipped over the quilt and buried himself and Hua Chong inside. He said, "Why did you come down?" His hand tightly gripped Hua Chong under the quilt, indicating that he should be at ease. Junwoo slowly poured 3 cups of tea. Then, he stood up and said, "Since you didn't come back, I naturally had to come down and take a look myself." As he spoke, he walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. Slowly, a small portion of him walked out of the shadows. Xiaolian followed his white robe and saw that he was actually carrying a sword. Startled, he quickly jumped off the bed and said, "Dijun, I want to explain first." Chapter 142. Xiaolian stood between the two of them. He said, "I still feel that. We can sit down and have a good talk. Look at this child, doesn't he look like?" Junwoo smiled and said, "Like your son, right?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Xiaolian let out a hollow laugh before saying, "How did you know what I was going to say?" Junwoo finally retracted his gaze from Hua Chong. He lightly patted Xiaolian's shoulder. He did not speak. He turned around and sat down at the table. Xiaolian knew that this meant that there was no direct confrontation for the time being. He heaved a sigh of relief. If Junwoo wants to kill someone, he had seen with his own eyes how terrifying a sword could be after it was drawn. In any case, Xiaolian didn't want Hua Cheng to have the chance to face him head-on. However, Hua Cheng did not withdraw his gaze. It was still unfriendly. Junwoo pushed the 3 cups of tea away and said, "Although it's not the first time I've seen you, I'm afraid that I'll have to pay you a visit." But this was the first time they were so close to each other. And the atmosphere was so peaceful. Why not use tea instead of wine? Let's end this situation. Xiaolian lightly coughed and tried his best to put on his clothes as naturally as possible. As he put on his boots, he said, "Jun, how is the heavenly court now?" Junwoo put down the teacup and gazed at the bright moon outside the window. He sighed and said, "Don't mention it." Xiaolian. "Okay, don't mention it." It seemed that things were really bad. Junwoo, however, turned his head around and sternly said, "I'm just joking." He had to mention it even if he didn't want to. "Xianlu, put down your little friend and follow me outside for a while." Thinking about it, there must be something that was inconvenient to explain in front of others. Just as Xiaolian was about to reply, he heard Hua Cheng leisurely say from behind him, "Your heavenly court is currently in a state of turmoil and chaos. This is no longer a secret. Even the little ghosts in the streets know that this time, they won't be able to stop the gathering of 10,000 ghosts. They're so excited that they're crying. Why do we need to go out and talk about this?" He also got off the bed and walked slowly to the table. He picked up the teacup and played with it for a while, but he seemed to have no interest in drinking the tea in the cup. A moment later, the 3 of them sat at the table. Although Hua Cheng's current form was not much, his expression and temperament always made people forget about this matter. Junwoo said warmly, "I really can't hide anything from you." Since it was Junwoo who poured the tea for him, he had to give him some face. Xiaolian drank and said, "Isn't there still some time before Bronze Cauldron Mountain opens and closes? Have you confirmed it?" Although Feng Xian had mentioned it before, Xiaolian still felt that it was probably an exaggeration. Junwoo, however, said, "Indeed, we can't stop them." Hua Cheng said, "I think your original plan was to send all the martial gods to block the path to Bronze Cauldron Mountain and stop them on the way. However, Mu Qing broke out of the prison and escaped. His whereabouts are unknown, and a huge gap has opened up in the south." Xiaolian asked, "Has Feng Xian returned to Immortal Capital? How is he? Did he say anything?" Junwoo said, "It's not good to go back. Nanyang was wounded and hurriedly came back to report what had happened. He begged me to order all the divine priests not to kill the female ghost Lan Yi and her son. He wanted to go back after reporting, but his injuries weren't optimistic. He couldn't move his right hand, so I detained him in the Immortal Capital to recuperate. As a result, the south's defense is riddled with holes. If it was something else, such as someone who needed to go kill demons and steal immortal elixirs, Xiaolian would have immediately volunteered. However, leading an army to defend the road wasn't something that could be done alone. One person could destroy 1,000 men and horses, but he couldn't defend against 1,000 men and horses. Xiaolian had long understood that leading an army wasn't something he was good at. It was better to let someone who was really good at it than to brace himself and do it. Thus he didn't recommend himself. He only asked, "Are there no other martial gods who can take the place?" Junwoo said, "The other martial gods already have their own territories and missions to take care of. They can't even take care of themselves. Originally, Mingguang Palace Hall had Pei Su, so he could be borrowed. However, he has long been exiled. As for Qiying, he's the same as you. He's also a madman who likes to roam the world alone. He does things his own way. Moreover, his current whereabouts are unknown, and this child has never listened to any communication. Moreover, Lingwen Palace Hall has lost its main hall heavenly priest and temporarily changed owners. The other literature gods can play around, but they can't listen to orders and make decisions. These few days." From what he said, it seemed like the heavenly court was going to be paralyzed these few days. Xiaolian couldn't bear to hear it and felt sympathy. He said, "I remember you saying that even if we can't stop them, there is a way to remedy it? How can we remedy it?" Hua Cheng said, "Remedy? It's suicide." Junwoo glanced at him and sighed. "I also said that unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to take that step." Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Junwoo said slowly, "That's right. Right now, the only way to remedy it is to send a martial god to infiltrate the ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Since they couldn't stop the slaughter, then they had to ensure that they fought to the end, leaving no survivors. Xiao Yan hid his hands in his sleeves and frowned. I'm not very familiar with Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so I don't really understand its rules. So what should we do? Do we have to kill all the demons and ghosts inside one by one? But that was almost impossible. One had to hide their identity and not bring too many helpers into Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Otherwise, if the ghosts found out that one or a few of them had sneaked in, they would definitely attack. Bronze Cauldron Mountain was an extremely evil place, and the power of a god official would be greatly restricted there. It would be even more restricted than in Black Water. Junwu said, no, there's no need for such a big project. Huacheng said, I'm familiar with Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Brother, look outside. Xiao followed his direction and looked outside the window. Outside the window was a large plot of land with some green onions, grass, and flowers. There was also a small flower pot in the corner. Huacheng climbed up the window and pointed at the flower pot. There's a huge bronze cauldron in the center of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. With that, the flower pot suddenly fell down and rolled to the center of the land before standing up on its own. Then, with it as the center, the flat soil around it started to move, forming small mounds of different heights. Huacheng said, the bronze cauldron is surrounded by mountains. This entire area is the territory of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It's at least the size of 7 cities. Xiao Yan was intrigued by the sight. With a light leap, he flipped over the window. Standing among the small mounds of earth, he really felt like a giant looking down at the vast land below. Huacheng said, the killing starts from the outermost edge of the mountains and gets closer to the bronze cauldron in the center. He waved his hand and many smaller things on the ground started to move. Xiao Yan squatted down to take a closer look, only to find that there were many weeds and leaves wriggling about, as if they were little people shuttling through the mountains. In other words, the closer we get to the bronze cauldron in the center, the stronger the ghosts? Huacheng said yes, because the weak weeds are all killed at the outer perimeter. He waved his hand again and a gust of wind swept past. The weeds were swept clean by this gust of wind, and the bare mounds of earth became lonely, looking very pitiful. The flower pot in the center suddenly emitted bursts of red light. It really did look like a small copper cauldron that had been heated red by fire. Xiao Yan stared at it and found that a small red flower and a few inconspicuous weeds had jumped onto the small flower pot and circled around the edge of the flower pot, as if a few little people were dancing. That little red flower danced crazily. Huacheng squatted down beside him and said, in the end, only a few ghosts can enter the bronze cauldron. Then the bronze cauldron will close. Those few little people jumped and fell into the cauldron, and were quickly buried by the black soil. Huacheng continued, in the next 49 days, there must be a ghost that can break through this bronze cauldron. That small flower pot trembled violently, and suddenly burst out with a glaring red light. With a bang, a wave of soil flew into the air. Along with this earth-shattering birth, the little red flower leaped out of the soil and raised its 2 leaves, as if it was shouting in the wind, showing off its power to the world. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a laugh. However, he didn't know if it was because it was too happy, but that little red flower slipped on the edge of the flower pot. Seeing that it was about to fall, Xiao Yan hurriedly stretched out his hands and gently caught it, holding it in his palms. That little red flower seemed to be a little dizzy from the fall. It shook its head and raised its face to look at the person who caught it. Xiao Yan wiped off the soil that splashed on his hair and said, this one is the new generation of Ghost King bred by Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Huacheng nodded. That's right. The previous 10,000 ghosts killing each other was a process of continuously increasing their strength. If the ghosts that entered the bronze cauldron weren't strong enough and couldn't break through, they would be suffocated inside, burned to ashes, and become nutrients for others. He stood up and said to Junwu, who was inside the house, your method is nothing more than exterminating the elites and placing weeds. There are only so many that have the potential to become a ghost king. If you personally eliminate them, the remaining weak ones won't be able to break through, even if they enter the bronze cauldron. If they can't pass that hurdle, they won't be recognized as a ghost king. Xiaolian nodded. It sounds feasible, but I don't know how it would be done. Have you tried it before? Junwu also walked to the window and said, I don't know. I've never tried it before. In the past, I've always stopped them before they gathered. Hua Cheng folded his arms and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Fighting under these conditions is tantamount to suicide. I suggest that you, the one who thought of this brilliant method, go yourself. Junwu calmly said, That's exactly what I was thinking. Xiaolian was startled. Jun. Junwu said, Xian Lu, this is the reason I descended to the mortal world. I'm going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Go back to the heavenly court and help me temporarily take over everything. Xiaolian put down his hand and suddenly stood up. How can I do that? Let me temporarily take over? Don't joke around, no one will listen to me. Junwu smiled and said, Then this is a very good opportunity to make them submit to you. Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Jun, forgive me for not agreeing with you this time. This is too absurd. Let's use the mortal world as an example. The emperor can personally go into battle. But have you ever heard of an emperor going undercover to assassinate someone? The reason why immortal capital can float in the sky is all because of you. All the things that other heavenly officials can't manage are managed by you. If you're there, the sky won't collapse. If you're not there, the sky will really collapse. Junwu clasped his hands behind his back and said, Xian Lu, actually, there's no one in this world that will collapse without them. Once you get used to it, you'll realize that you can still live without anyone. There will always be something new to replace the old. When the Ghost King appears, if another Blood Rain Tanhua or Black Water Sinks boat appears, it won't be a big deal. But if another Bai Yi appears, the world will be in chaos. He looked straight into Xiaolian's eyes and said, You've seen with your own eyes how difficult it is to kill an absolute like him. Other than me, there's no other way. Xiaolian also knew that Junwu wasn't being conceited. Even if he was at his weakest, he still had to accurately pick out the most powerful ones and subdue them one by one. Even he didn't dare say that he could do it. Only Junwu had the highest chance. However, once he left, it might be 10 years or so. What about the outside world? What about the heavenly court? Chapter 143. The next day, Xiaolian and Hua Cheng set off on their way. Hua Cheng held Xiaolian's hand. Brother, the next time you see Junwu, don't say a word to him. Just turn around and run. Xiaolian asked curiously why. Hua Cheng said, I knew it. Every time he looks for you, it won't be a good job. Xiaolian smiled. Why do you say that? Originally, he sent it to me. It's not this job. Hua Cheng said, it's the same. Whether it's going to Bronze Cauldron Mountain, or helping him manage the heavenly courts. Which one is a good job? The heavenly courts are now in a mess. Let's disperse as soon as possible. Leaving such a mess to you. What's going on? It's just a choice between committing suicide with a knife or committing suicide with a sword. Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh. Then he said seriously, however, I really didn't expect you to take the initiative to accompany me to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. I thought about it for a long time. I think I have to say, Sanlang, don't force yourself. He always felt that Hua Cheng had taken the initiative to go with him because he knew what he was thinking. After all, Xiaolian really felt that compared to managing the heavenly court, doing something he was not good at, it was better to be locked in a furnace and killed to his heart's content. However, Hua Cheng said, Brother, I've already promised not to force myself. Don't you believe me? Xiaolian said, Of course not. Hua Cheng nodded and said, Then don't worry, brother. I have my own considerations. Don't feel like you owe me a favor. Even if you stand in my position, I don't mind shoving the new Ghost King back before he is born. On this matter, the current Ghost King and the heavenly courts had common interests. There was only so much rice and everyone wanted to eat it. Now there was not enough to share. Occasionally they would fight and a newcomer would have a share. No one was willing. Furthermore, if this newcomer was crazy and went berserk, no one would be able to eat it. After hearing Hua Cheng's suggestion, Junwu seriously considered it for a long time. If Xiaolian went alone, he would not have as much of a chance as going alone. But if Xiaolian and a Ghost King who had personally trained in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, this combination would have a higher chance of success than him going alone. Of course, he wouldn't go to Flower City for nothing. Junwoo agreed to his conditions. Before the next mountain opening, the entire Heaven Realm had to go around the Ghost City. Furthermore, they had to announce the heroic deeds of the Blood Rain Tanhua to the entire court and sing his praises for an entire year. Xiaolian imagined that it would probably be something along the lines of, "You bunch of stupid heavenly officials. Do you know who saved you?" Such an effect. This was simply torturing the heavenly officials who were already rather fearful of the Flower City and had complicated feelings for it. He was stepping on their faces. Hua Cheng smiled and said, "With me around, this trip will be much easier for you." Pulling himself back from his thoughts, Xiaolian said, "I still feel that it would be better to wait for your restless period to pass and return to your original form before we go." Hua Cheng said, "You don't have to worry about that. Soon." Xiaolian was startled and said, Hua Cheng said, "What? Brother, what's with that expression?" Xiaolian said, "In other words, San Lang is about to grow up?" Hua Cheng said with his hands behind his back, "Yeah. I've been enduring for a long time. I can't wait any longer." Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolian would pull him up with both hands raised high and said with a smile, "That's a pity. When you grow up, you won't be able to carry me anymore. Take this opportunity to hug me more, ha 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 ha." To Bronze Furnace Mountain, they couldn't use the thousandly shrinking technique, so they could only rely on walking. Dozens of days later, the two of them finally left the city and entered the mountains. It was a lush and verdant forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The deeper they went into the forest, the more demons and ghosts they encountered on the side of the road. They were all strangely shaped and sneaky as they hurried along. Holding Hua Cheng's hand, Xiaolian whispered as they walked, "There's a lot of them." Hua Cheng said, "This time there are indeed more ghosts than before. Because the heavenly court didn't stop them this time, many who originally didn't plan to come have come. Moreover, not only did they come alone but they also came in groups." After walking for a while, Xiaolian encountered a large group of ragged demons and ghosts. Their expressions were sinister as they formed an array. As they walked, they shouted, "Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the copper. Hell and fire, 10,000 tribulations. Heaven and earth as the furnace, all living beings as the copper. Hell and fire, 10,000 tribulations." Listening to the tone of their shouts, not only were they not afraid, they were actually looking forward to it. Hearing their shouts, Hua Cheng's expression turned slightly cold. He said, "They don't understand what these words mean at all, yet they're shouting it more energetically than anyone else." Thinking about it, these demons and ghosts who had never personally come here didn't know the cruelty of this place. They also thought it was too easy to reach Chengju. They were full of ambition, making those who personally experienced it feel unhappy. Xiaolian asked, "Is it okay to come in groups like this?" Hua Cheng said, "These kinds of people usually know each other long ago and plan to go through the mountain together. In advance, they will agree to let each other live. However, all agreements were not valid, because in the end, killing one more person increases one's strength. Killing one less person means one less chance of survival. Of course, the easiest targets are those who are closest and most trustworthy." After he finished speaking, he frowned slightly and covered his right eye. It seemed like he was starting to have a headache again. Xiaolian hurriedly pulled him into the forest and squatted down. He was slightly worried as he asked, "San Lang, we're about to enter the mountain. Are you really okay?" Slightly calming his brows, Hua Cheng said, "Brother, don't worry. It's normal. I'll be fine soon." How could Xiaolian be at ease just because he said so? Hua Cheng then said, "Brother, come a little closer. I have something to say to you." Xiaolian didn't understand, but sure enough, he moved his face closer. Hua Cheng held his face with both hands and gently pressed his forehead against Xiaolian's. Xiaolian blinked his eyes, stunned. When Hua Cheng let go of him, he said, "San Lang, you..." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "All right. This place is full of ghosts. Brother is a heavenly official, so your scent will be very obvious inside. This way we can cover up a little." So it turned out that just now, Hua Cheng had stained Xiaolian's body with his scent. Xiaolian couldn't help but recall the scene of the two of them, passing their energies to each other. Afraid that Hua Cheng would also remember and mention it again, he hurriedly said, "All right. Let's disguise ourselves." To blend into the crowd of ghosts, they naturally had to disguise themselves. However, it was actually just a cloak. Many ghosts and demons like to wear masks or cloaks, so it wasn't strange. The two of them simply disguised themselves. Xiaolian held Hua Cheng's hand and slowly walked forward. After walking for a while, there was a faint noise in front of them. Not knowing what was going on, Xiaolian asked, "Is there anything like a landmark that tells you that we've entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain?" Hua Cheng replied, "Yes, but don't believe in those things." Xiaolian was about to continue asking, but the noise in front of them grew louder. The two of them left the forest. It turned out that in front of a steep mountain wall, there was a large crowd of ghosts and demons. There were at least 300 to 400 of them. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg for the gathering of thousands of ghosts. Why is the road blocked? Did we go the wrong way? That can't be. Didn't they say that any road could lead to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Perhaps it was because they hadn't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet, and the slaughter hadn't officially begun, but the ghosts were still in harmony. Xiaolian found a ghost next to him and asked, "Excuse me, what's going on up ahead?" The ghost replied, "Don't you have eyes? Can't you see for yourself? We're blocked by a mountain we can't go through." Xiaolian glanced at the ghost beside him. Half of its head had been chopped off. This was the real deal about not having eyes. But he couldn't say anything, so he just asked, "Can't we go around it?" At this moment, a few ghosts rushed over from the side. They stuck out their tongues and said, "Damn, this mountain is too strange. I ran for half an hour and still can't see the edge. I ran for another half an hour before coming back." The ghost said to Xiaolian, "No." Xiaolian asked again, "Can't we climb or fly over?" As soon as he said that, a 7-foot large bird fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Seemed to have died on the spot. A ghost cried out, "Oh my God! I can't fly over even if I die of exhaustion." The ghost then said to Xiaolian, "No." Xiaolian said again, "Then we can't." Before he could finish, the ghosts all hissed at him, wishing they could seal his mouth. "Don't ask. You crow's mouth." Xiaolian said, "Fine." Hundreds of demons and ghosts were blocked in front of this mountain that they couldn't go around, climb over, or fly over. All kinds of noises came one after another, making it very noisy. One said, "I understand. This isn't an ordinary mountain, it's a barrier." Another said, "Everyone, after we climb over this mountain, will definitely reach Bronze Cauldron Mountain. This mountain is probably the first test before entering the mountain. If we can't even pass this simple test, we can forget about passing the rest. It's better to disperse." "Wait. Wait for what?" A voice asked doubtfully, "Why do I smell a very strange smell?" "What smell? Is it the dead meat you brought along to eat on the road that stinks?" The voice said, No. It's not dead meat, it's living people." No, that's not right either." "Oh, it's a bit like the smell of a heavenly official." As soon as these words came out, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. The ghost shouted, "What? Don't talk nonsense, how can there be a heavenly official?" "Ah, wait. That. I smell it too. Why didn't I smell it? If you guys say it like that, I also smell it a bit. Don't tell me a heavenly official sneaked in. Impossible. Which heavenly official would be so bold as to come to this place?" After a dozen or so sentences, the surroundings exploded. Xiaolian's heart slightly jumped, but his face didn't show it. Just now, Hua Cheng had clearly helped him cover up the human smell, so how could there still be a smell? It shouldn't be that someone found out he sneaked in. Hua Cheng held his hand and whispered, "Brother, be careful. There's something stirring up the muddy waters, taking the opportunity to create chaos." Xiaolian said, "It's also possible that besides me, there really are other heavenly officials sneaking in." At this time, the ghost that first mentioned the human smell jumped onto a large rock and said, "Everyone. Maybe those death gods in heaven saw that they couldn't stop us on the road this time, so they sent people to Bronze Furnace Mountain to ruin our grand occasion. I suggest that everyone take off their masks, cloaks, and clothes first. This way, whoever emits a spiritual aura will immediately be discovered. Everyone report your names one by one. Don't give them a chance to sneak in." The group of ghosts cheered. That ghost continued, "I'll go first. I'm the quick killer blade demon, an executioner's beheading knife. Killing people and beheading people, I only use one blade. According to Xiao Yan's experience, generally speaking, the more exaggerated and straightforward a name was, the more they liked to use words like peerless, thousand hands, invincible, killer, and so on, the easier it was to be killed. Usually one move was enough. Sometimes one move could kill 3 people. At that moment, at least a few hundred random names were reported. As he listened, he shook his head. Suddenly, a ghost beside him elbowed him and said, "Hey, why haven't you taken off your cloak? What are you?" He didn't mean to look down on them, but if they weren't human, then calling them things didn't seem to be wrong. In fact, there were quite a few other ghosts who didn't take off their cloaks or masks. There was one near Xiao Yan, and it was looking at them with its arms crossed. However, Xiao Yan was the first to be called out. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could only admit that he was unlucky. He slowly took off his cloak and said gently, "I'm a puppeteer." The group of ghosts surrounded him and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder I felt that you looked like a human. This is the first time I've seen a puppeteer." Xiao Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Puppeteers were demons and ghosts with very weak demonic aura. This was because in order to make a perfect puppet, they would search for all kinds of materials to experiment with, so it wasn't strange for them to be stained with the aura of other things. Because they were very fond of human skin materials, they had a very strong human aura. The dream of puppeteers was to pluck the hair from the heavenly official's head and make a wig for their puppets. Some of them were bold enough to actually try it, so it wasn't strange for them to be stained with the heavenly official's aura. One of the ghosts asked, "Then where's your puppet doll?" Xiao Yan looked around, then bent down to pick Huacheng up. The group of ghosts exclaimed, "Wow, so exquisite! What material?" TSK, it's quite realistic. I feel like it's going to be a very strong competitor. How is it realistic? I think it looks a little fake and the skin is too white. Also, how can a child's eyelashes be so long? Although Huacheng had his arms crossed and was expressionless, many of the female ghosts were still struck by his appearance. "I'm going to die, what a handsome doll. Master, do you accept orders? Can I order a similar doll from you? The price is negotiable." Some of them couldn't help but reach out to touch him. Xiao Yan hurriedly carried Huacheng back into his arms. The group of ghosts hissed, "So stingy. You treasure him so much, but you won't even let me touch him." Xiao Yan hugged Huacheng even tighter with his left hand and stroked his hair with his right. "Of course this is my doll. And he has a very bad temper, other than me, no one can touch him or else he'll get very angry." Huacheng raised his eyebrows in his arms, and the group of ghosts laughed. "Io, he can even raise his eyebrows, he's so cool." Chapter 144. Xiao Yan turned his head around. The one who spoke was the deadly swift saber demon. He said, "The human aura on you is too heavy." The group of ghosts said, "Puppeteer, it's understandable. He also has ghost energy on him." Deadly rapier, no. Take a closer look. The ghost chi on this puppet master doesn't come from the inside at all. Instead, it seems like it's coming from the outside. It was originally possible to bluff his way through by being tainted with ghost chi from the outside. However, once he became the center of attention, the details would be magnified. When this quick killer saber demon first came out to stir up trouble, he didn't seem to be in a good state of mind. It was almost the same as the opening of the Heaven's Eye. Xiao Yan still thought he was an insignificant character, who knew that it would not be easy to fool them. The ghost said, "This one seems to be very knowledgeable." So, was there a definite answer? How was he supposed to judge? Do you have any ideas? Quick saber demon, yes. There was a kind of prop. We can determine what he is. He took something out of his sleeve. When the ghosts saw this, they immediately retreated in a large circle. "Oh my God! You carry a yellow talisman with you. I think you must be the priest who sneaked in." Deadly Swiftblade Demon said coldly, "Wrong. It's just that I killed a few Taoists on my way here. He just casually took their things. This was just an ordinary yellow talisman. It could only be used to deal with small ghosts and small fries. Since all of you were able to make it here, I believe that this talisman won't be able to do anything to you. Watch carefully." After saying that, he smacked the door. He placed the yellow talisman on his forehead. Sizzle, sizzle. The yellow talisman burned into a wisp of black smoke in front of his face, and a black scorch mark was left on his forehead. The swift saber demon wiped away the charred mark and said, "Although this talisman can't do anything to me, it's not a big deal, but it can still leave a mark on my face. Can this prove my identity?" Although talismans were used to deal with demons and ghosts, they could also be used to distinguish between humans and non-humans. Quick Fatal Blade Demon pointed at Xiaolian and said, "If you really are a puppet master, then stick this yellow talisman on your forehead. Let's see if the seal is left behind or not, and we'll know." Xiaolian did not bat an eyelid. His mind was racing, but he heard Huacheng say in a low voice, "It's nothing, brother." Xiaolian knew that he was confident, so he put down the flower city and walked forward calmly. He took the talisman and stuck it on his forehead. With a sizzling sound, the yellow talisman also burned into a wisp of black smoke. However, when the black smoke dissipated, Xiaolian's forehead was still bright and clean, without a trace left behind. This proved that the ghost qi on his body came from an external source. Apart from the cloaked man with his arms crossed, the hundreds of ghosts instantly surrounded them and started to shout. Many strange weapons were about to fly towards them, but they were all repelled by an invisible barrier. The ghosts were shocked. "Oh, his cultivation is quite high." Xiaolian spread his hands and said, "I didn't do anything." At this moment Huacheng, who was standing behind him, spoke. He walked over with his hands behind his back and said, "You bunch of country bumpkins who haven't seen the world, what are you making a fuss about? Hey, you little rascal, have you seen much of the world? It's true that he doesn't have any ghost qi on his body. Who are you guys? Quickly tell me." Huacheng said, "Nonsense, of course he doesn't have any. That's because I'm the puppet master." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of ghosts felt an extremely cold air sweep over them, as if the entire area was frozen. Their bodies were originally cold, but now they all started to shiver. "Oh, what happened?" Huacheng said, "I'm just letting you guys see a little of the world." He retracted his aura, and the group of ghosts finally stopped shivering. The Quick Killer Blade Demon said with lingering fear, You're a puppet master and he's also a puppet master. Then who is the puppet master?" No, he definitely isn't. Who is he?" Before Huacheng could answer, Xiaolian smiled and said, "Of course I'm his person." The group of ghosts was stunned for a while, but they finally understood. So it's the other way around? He's the master and you're the puppet?" The Quick Killer Blade Demon asked suspiciously. "Then why did you say you were the puppet master before? Why did you lie?" Huacheng smiled and said, "Because I think it's interesting." Xiaolian also smiled and said, "Yes. The master thinks it's interesting. That's the most important reason." After the female ghosts recovered from their shock, they retracted their claws and tongues and began to circle around Xiaolian again, discussing him. But for some reason, when the female ghosts were discussing him, their style was completely different from when they were discussing Huacheng. They seemed to be a lot more unrestrained. For example, "So this little brother is the puppet? I like this age, I want one even more." "You really don't want to order one?" Xiaolian warmly said, Thank you for liking me. But I'm actually very old. This material is human skin, right?" It was quite clean and did not have the pungent smell of a living man. "Great master, how did you take care of him? Did you use any perfume?" Xiaolian said, "It's human skin. No perfume. Just bathe more and drink more water." "Wow, I feel like this doll can be used for many things. All kinds of things. His face and body aren't bad, huh? His skin feels quite good too. But he's a bit thin. I don't know if there's any meat underneath after taking off his clothes." Xiaolian maintained a modest and appropriate smile. Seeing that there really were female ghosts whose eyes lit up and were about to touch his chest, his eyebrows slightly twitched. Huacheng put 2 fingers together and slightly raised them. A circle of slender jade-like hands and withered hands were waved away by him. Xiaolian hurriedly crouched behind Huacheng and hid. The female ghost said, "What? You also want to say that this is your doll? Does he have a bad temper and doesn't like other people touching him?" "I think his temper is quite good." Huacheng reached out a hand and hooked Xiaolian's chin, saying, His temper is indeed good. But I have a bad temper. The things I like other than me, no one else can touch them. Xiaolian followed his gesture and obediently raised his head. He held back his laughter until his stomach twitched, but he was still very cooperative. Looking into Hua Cheng's eyes, he sincerely said, "No. Third. Master's temper is very good." Hua Cheng also smiled, seeming very satisfied. Just as the two of them were singing along, a ghost at the side interrupted. "I still feel that he has too much of a human scent," the female ghost said. "Then what do you want?" The ghost said, "I heard that the fillings inside the doll are not flesh and blood, so it won't bleed if you stab it. Let me try stabbing him." Before it could finish, it was frightened by a dagger glare and dared not make another sound. Hua Cheng said coldly, "Who dares to touch him? Do you think I can let you touch the things that I cherish in my heart?" The group of ghosts was already intimidated by his aura, and now that he directly threatened them, they did not dare to act rashly. Unknowingly, they had already cleared out a large space in the middle of the group. The initiator of all this, Swift Blade Demon, saw that the situation was not good and instead tried to mediate. "Puppet Master, please don't be angry. We have not entered Bronze Cauldron Mountains territory yet. We can talk about what will happen after we enter. Let's not start an internal conflict now." Hua Cheng's gaze swept to the side. "Rather than pestering my doll, why don't you ask why that person over there still refuses to take off his cloak?" Beside Xiaolian stood a strange cloaked man. After all this commotion, he still did not take off his cloak, and had his arms crossed as if he was watching the show. But after Hua Cheng singled him out, he could no longer watch the show, and the main character became himself. Swift Blade Demon took a step forward. "Friend? Please take off your cloak and let us have a look." The cloaked man paused for a long time. Just when Xiaolian suspected that he was waiting for an opportunity to escape, the cloaked man suddenly stretched out his hand and directly lifted his cloak. Under the cloak was a handsome but ordinary face. Such a person, if thrown into a crowd, although not ugly, would be quickly forgotten. No one would remember his face, causing the ghosts to be disappointed when they saw his true appearance. However, Xiaolian's vigilance was raised. Hua Cheng said, "One look and I can tell it's a fake face." Only Xiaolian could hear this voice. Xiaolian nodded. Sometimes some heavenly officials or famous ghosts would need to make a trip to the mortal world, and it would be inconvenient for them to use their real body, so they would transform into a fake face. At this time, the key to shapeshifting was to be ordinary. Whether it was good-looking or not, the more ordinary the better. Even if people stared at the face for an hour, they would immediately forget it. Only then would it be considered a successful shapeshifting. This cloaked man's face perfectly met this key point, so this face was most likely not his real face. The only thing they didn't know was who this person was. Swift Blade Demon handed over a yellow talisman. The cloaked man took it, and without the slightest hesitation, he pressed it against his forehead. Sizzle sizzle, smoke leaving a mark. It seemed that he was also a ghost, not a human. After a round of commotion, the ghosts were a little impatient. Did a heavenly official sneak in or not? Who was the first to mention it? Could it be a mistake? Swift Blade Demon raised his hand. "I was the first to discover it. It's absolutely true. I definitely smelled a heavenly official." Ah! Who would have thought that he would suddenly scream and fall to the ground? Xiaolian was startled and rushed forward to take a look. There was a bloody hole in the man's body, piercing through his abdomen. Moreover, there was a faint trace of the spiritual aura that only a heavenly official would have. The ghosts exclaimed, "Look at his wound. There's really a heavenly official among us." Swift Blade Demon covered the bloody hole and shouted, "Everyone be careful. He's trying to silence us." The ghosts were all shocked by this. Raising their weapons, they looked around and shouted, "Who is it? Who wants to silence us? Where is he hiding?" After Swift Blade Demon suffered that blow, the first thought that flashed through Xiaolian's mind was, sure enough, people with such exaggerated names are often the first to be killed. He paused for a moment, then said, "Everyone saw it just now. My master and I were being watched by all of you, but we didn't do anything." As he said that, he glanced at the cloaked man. The other person also raised his hand slightly and said in a low voice, "Same." Xiaolian bent down to examine Swift Blade Demon's wound. It's a sword wound. Among those who use swords there are. He turned his head and was immediately speechless. Swords were not only the most popular weapons in the human world and the heaven realm, but also in the ghost realm. Among the 400 demons and ghosts, at least 300 of them used swords. It was an uncountable number. Xiaolian coughed lightly. If we had more of those yellow talismans, then we wouldn't have to worry about not knowing who it was. Of course, he was just saying it casually, pretending to be enthusiastic. If there really was a heavenly official among them, he didn't want to help find them. This swift blade demon couldn't possibly have so many yellow talismans in reserve. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Swift Blade Demon really did pull out several thick stacks of yellow talismans. Oh, I have them. Xiaolian couldn't help but look behind him. Where did you pull them out? Swift Blade Demon replied. That's not important. Xiaolian replied, no, it's very important. Normally you wouldn't carry so many heavy things with you, right? You could use them as bricks to kill people. How many Taoists did you kill on your way here? Swift Blade Demon glared at him. 20 or so. Oh, no wonder. Even if each Taoist only carried a few dozen yellow talismans, there would still be a few hundred of them added up. Without further ado, the ghosts were anxious to find out who the real heavenly official was. They quickly came up with a plan. In pairs, they would stick the yellow talismans on each other's foreheads. Then they would observe if there were any burn marks left on their foreheads. Some of the ghosts were still a little afraid of the yellow talismans. Are we really going to stick them on? Will it scatter my soul? It won't. It's exactly the same as the one we stuck on them just now. It's very weak, at most it'll leave a mark. Oh. Hua Chong narrowed his eyes as if he had sensed something. Not long after, a large number of the 400 or so ghosts had the same yellow talisman stuck on their foreheads. It looked strange and funny. However, nothing happened after they stuck the talismans on them. The ghosts looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? Hey, Swift Blade Demon, what kind of Taoists did you kill? They're so weak that even the talismans don't work? Xiaolian had felt that something was wrong from the start. Now he frowned even more. Just as he was about to speak, a female ghost beside him pouted. I'm not sticking anymore, tear. Huh? What's going on? Why can't I tear them? The female ghosts all screamed, me too. Why can't I tear them? Oh no. At the same time, Hua Cheng shouted, brother, squat down. Chapter 145. Xiaolian only felt layers of violent fluctuations coming from all direction. An indescribably strange smell spread out. Those yellow talismans had actually all exploded. As for the demons and ghosts that had stuck them on their heads, their solid heads exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The hollow ones were directly blown out of shape, black smoke drifting in the air. In front of the mountain wall, ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. Hua Cheng let go of Xiaolian's ears, seemingly unaffected. Xiaolian stood up slightly shocked. He had just seen those yellow talismans one by one indeed. They were the most common exorcism talismans. How could they have such a terrifying effect? At this time, a piece of paper slowly floated down from the sky full of black dust. Xiaolian's eyes and hands were quick. Holding it in front of his eyes, he immediately understood how cunning. This was the corner of a yellow talisman. If it wasn't broken, he wouldn't have been able to see it. It actually had two layers. A layer of paper covered the top, drawing the most common talisman, and an extremely thin layer of talisman paper. Although it was already burnt to the point where it couldn't be seen, needless to say, it must be the most vicious, most powerful talisman. Dust flew everywhere, and in the midst of the blurred vision, many ghosts were still screaming. It seemed that someone was taking the opportunity to sneak attack. Xiaolian immediately crouched down, and a ghost shouted, wait! The battle hasn't even started. Why are you guys fighting already? Yeah. Didn't we all say that before entering we were all ghosts? We would peacefully coexist and think of a way to pass this mountain together. A voice laughed sinisterly. Idiots like you deserve to be eliminated in the first round. No one ever said when the battle would start. You're all opponents anyway. Of course, the earlier you get rid of, the better. Do you think we have to inform you in advance before we act? Wait. I quit. We haven't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet. Can't I quit now? Where do you think this place is that you can come and go as you please? You haven't entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain yet? Take a good look at where you are now. The dust dissipated a little, and when the ghosts could see clearly, they were all shocked. How could this be? Not only them, but Xiaolian was also slightly shocked by the scene in front of him. When they arrived, they were blocked by a mountain that they couldn't go around or climb over. However, when he looked again, he discovered that the mountain had disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. It moved behind them. Unknowingly, they had already entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Xiaolian suddenly understood why Huachang said there were landmarks in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. But don't believe them. Because these landmarks were like mischievous children, they could move on their own. All of a sudden, Xiaolian heard a voice sneering behind him. I'd like to see if you're a puppet doll or something else. Deadly Swift Saber Demon. Xiaolian fiercely turned his head back. However, before Wuxia could fly out, he saw a cold light flash. That Swift Saber Demon didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before he was chopped into two at the waist. Xiaolian moved forward to take a look. Sure enough, it had really been chopped neatly into two halves. This time it really couldn't be more dead. He looked up and saw that it was the cloaked man who did it. He was slowly sheathing a long sword under the cloak and steadily walking over. Xiaolian only felt that this figure and gait were somewhat familiar. He stood up and asked, Sir, who are you? The man laughed lowly, as if he was about to answer, but he suddenly bent down. Seeing this, alarm bells rang in Xiaolian's mind. He focused on guarding against a sneak attack. But he saw that the man only bent down, one hand on the left and one on the right, holding onto the slender waists of two female ghosts. Ladies, what's the matter? Xiaolian. The two female ghosts were quite beautiful. Because they didn't use swords, they didn't stick the yellow talismans on them, so they escaped death. But they still fainted from the explosion. Now that they were in someone's embrace, they slowly woke up and said gratefully, I'm fine, unexpectedly. Before he could finish saying thank you, the two female ghosts' expressions greatly changed. They pushed the cloaked man away and said, Scram! Then they hurriedly crawled to the side. After being slapped away, the man didn't get angry. He just seemed to feel strange. Rubbing his chin, he frowned and said, This shouldn't be? This face isn't ugly, right? Although he still hadn't taken off his disguise, Xiaolian already knew who he was. He said, General Pei, why did you also come? The newcomer turned to him and smiled. He wiped his face with his hand and revealed his true appearance. It was Pei Ming. He said, Naturally, Dijun sent me here to help Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian said, Really? Then I'm really sorry. As you can see, it's quite dangerous here. Huacheng said, Gij, you don't need to be embarrassed. He must have asked for a lot of benefits from Junwu. Pei Ming walked in front of Huacheng and squatted down. Using his hand to measure his current height, he smiled and said, I'm not seeing things, right? Don't tell me this is Your Excellency Blood Rain Tanhua? Sure enough, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. What did you eat to grow back? Ha! Just as he made a ha sound, Xiaolian swung his silk ribbon at him, nearly sending him flying. Pei Ming narrowly avoided it and leapt backwards. He said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, how much do you treasure Master Huacheng that you can't even make a joke? Xiaolian sternly said, Are you really General Pei? Pei Ming patted the sword at his waist and showed it to him. He said, I guarantee it's the real deal. Xiaolian said, If it's the real deal, then I'll directly return it. Huacheng said, Gij, just beat him to death. It's fake. Pei Ming said, Hey. Xiaolian said, If you really are General Pei, then why did that yellow talisman leave a scorched mark on your forehead? Pei Ming said, It's very simple. It's all because of this. As he said that, he threw a small object to Xiaolian. Out of caution, Xiaolian didn't catch it with his hand. He picked up the tip of the sword and brought it to his eyes. He said, Candy? On the tip of the sword was indeed a small shiny black candy. Pei Ming tossed another one into his mouth. He said, This is a ghost-flavored candy ball I bought in the ghost city. Chewing one will fill your mouth with ghost energy. It's quite useful when pretending to be something inhuman. Xiaolian picked up that ghost-flavored candy ball and asked in surprise, You can even buy such a magical thing in the ghost city? Pei Ming ate the candy and said, ask Master Hua beside you. He knows best. You can buy anything in the ghost city. Just depends on whether you have the means. The taste isn't bad. Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you want to try one? Xiaolian was also quite curious about what ghosts tasted like. He said to Hua Cheng, if that's the case, then we should also buy some ghost-flavored candy balls before coming here. Hua Cheng took the candy ball from his hand and said, Gidge, if there's anything you want from the ghost city, you can just tell me. But don't eat this thing. Why? Hua Cheng didn't use any strength in his hand. That candy ball shrieked and turned into a wisp of black smoke. He said, everything in the ghost city is very dangerous. For example, this candy ball comes from a black workshop. Most of the ingredients are low-quality ghosts of unknown origins. After eating it, it's harmful to the body. Pei Ming didn't mind, it's okay. I don't eat it often. It's just an emergency. Hua Cheng continued, and the smell is pungent. Priests and people can't smell it, but the lower the grade of the ghost, the more foul the smell. Pei Ming. Hua Cheng laughed. So do you know why those two female ghosts told you to get lost? Because they felt that the ghost energy on Pei Ming's body was extremely inferior and foul. Xiaolian coughed lightly and tactfully said, General Pei, it's better if you don't eat it. Pei Ming made a hand gesture and took out the remaining ghost-flavored candy balls and threw them all away. She said, fine, but right now we're only in the outermost layer of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Once we enter, there will definitely be even more powerful demons and ghosts. They'll be able to tell that there's something wrong with us at a glance. What should we do then? The reason why those female ghosts flocked to Hua Cheng was probably because they liked his scent very much. The ghost energy that Hua Cheng gave him was definitely of the highest quality. There was indeed no need to buy ghost-flavored candy balls. However, if he didn't want others to see that the ghost energy came from the outside, he probably had to do it like the previous few times and exchange bodily fluids. Thinking of this, Xiaolian hurriedly stopped himself and seriously said, I don't know either. I'm just a puppet doll. It meant that he was going to continue acting. Pei Ming said, all right. Your Highness, you have to follow your master closely. Xiaolian pretended not to hear and looked around. He sighed and said, I didn't expect there to be so many casualties right from the start. Originally, there were more than 400 demons and ghosts gathered here. Almost all of them died in the chaos just now. Xiaolian couldn't help but think of the scene that Hua Cheng demonstrated to him that night. It really wasn't an exaggeration. It was like a gust of wind blowing all the weeds away. There were less than a dozen of them who had escaped and were not completely dead yet. Their limbs were scattered all over the place, and they were moaning in pain. Hua Cheng stood in front of them and said, Now do you know what kind of place Bronze Cauldron Mountain is? The surviving ghosts didn't dare to make a sound. Xiaolian said gently, right now, you are only in the outer layer and can still leave. If you don't want to go deeper and encounter more terrifying things, then wait here and find a chance to leave. The ghosts had the same intention. Seeing that they didn't have any intention of silencing them, they hurriedly helped them up and hid as far away as possible. Looking at the retreating figures, Xiaolian said thoughtfully, that quick killer blade demon might have an exaggerated name, but he's unexpectedly a powerful character. He's really ruthless. Pei Ming agreed. This thing is extremely scheming. He's been stirring up trouble since the beginning and is extremely quick to react. Your Highness, that sword of yours gave him the chance to use the trick of injuring himself to gain the confidence of others. Xiaolian was startled. Wait, that sword of mine? Which sword of mine? I didn't stab him? Pei Ming said, you didn't? It was the sword on his lower abdomen. If he hadn't tried his best to create panic and the wound was stained with your spiritual aura, the other demons wouldn't have believed him and stuck talismans on their heads. Xiaolian asked curiously, to tell you the truth, I thought that sword was from you, General Pei? Pei Ming said, Your Highness, do you have any misunderstandings about me? I don't do sneak attacks. Xiaolian said, if it wasn't you or me, then was there a third heavenly judge? Or is there something wrong with the spiritual aura on the quick killer blade demon's wound? He turned back to check again, but the place where the quick killer blade demon's corpse was cut up was empty. He was stunned. Where's the quick killer blade demon's corpse? Pei Ming was slightly astounded as well and said, I clearly chopped him in half just now. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, brother, be careful. In Bronze Cauldron Mountain, the more enemies you kill, the stronger you will become. Chapter 146. Corpses littered the ground and black smoke drifted in the air. The three of them were on full alert. After that tall mountain moved behind them without anyone noticing, the road ahead finally revealed itself. The pitch-black forest was layered in a terrifying manner. From time to time, the strange cries of old crows could be heard. Xiao Yan mobilized all his senses to guard against it, while inadvertently holding Hua Cheng's hand. Who knew that this grip? He had actually discovered some bad news. Hua Cheng was clearly a ghost. At this moment, his body temperature was boiling hot, as if he had a high fever. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. He immediately said in a low voice, San Lang Yu, are you going to change back? Although Hua Cheng's forehead was burning hot from his fingertips, his expression still did not change. He said, soon. Hua Cheng was about to change back. In the current situation, this was definitely great news. However, the moment before he officially returned to his original appearance was definitely the most important and dangerous moment. Xiao Yan made a prompt decision. He said, set up the formation. I'll protect you. As soon as he said he would make a move, he ordered Wuxia to circle around Hua Cheng in a large circle. Then he inserted the heart in front of the circle as the door lock, to guard the circle. Hua Cheng sat on the ground. He said, brother, take the heart for self-defense. Xiao Yan said, no, this formation can't be careless. There must be a weapon that has been stained with human blood to hold the formation. Before he finished speaking, he felt something rubbing against him from behind. When he turned around to look, he was immediately speechless. He saw a small silver scimitar standing behind him, blinking its large silver eyes. It was rubbing against him with the hilt of the scimitar, as if it was recommending itself. Xiao Yan squatted down and said, Misfortune, how did you become like this? The famous scimitar Misfortune had a slender blade, evil and frivolous. Right now it had shrunk by at least half. That silver eye was originally long and narrow, but now it seemed to have become a child's eye. It was big and round, blinking. Hearing Xiao Yan say this, it seemed a little wronged, but it still tried hard to send the hilt of the scimitar to his hand. Pei Ming also squatted down and said, this is the famous scimitar Misfortune? As he spoke, he seemed to want to reach out and touch it. However, Doom Exterminator's expression changed instantly, and the blade pointed threateningly at him. Fortunately, Pei Ming's hand moved quickly. Otherwise, he would have drawn blood on the spot. Xiao Yan touched Misfortune and said, it's better to let Fragrant Heart do it. Her heart did not waver. She offered herself to Hua Cheng but was rejected outright. She wept and jumped back to Hua Cheng's side. Hua Cheng didn't even look at it. He gave it a backhand slap and said, what are you crying for? It's all because you're useless. Trash. Doom fell to the ground like a piece of trash that no one wanted. He seemed to have fainted from the slap. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly picked up Misfortune and held it in his arms. He said, no, don't listen to him, you're not useless, you're very useful. Pei Ming couldn't stand the atmosphere in the circle any longer. He walked out and stood outside the circle. He slowly pulled out his sword again and said, it wasn't supposed to be this tense. I didn't expect to meet such a troublesome and powerful character. Your Highness is really lucky. Their group had come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain to get rid of the non-human beings that could become extinct. They were looking for powerful characters. Xiao Yan didn't know whether this was good luck or bad luck. Hua Cheng said, General Pei, why do you think that it's your Highness's luck? Have you ever thought that the deadly swift saber demon might be coming for you? Pei Ming laughed. If it's a female ghost, I'll believe it's coming for me. Unexpectedly, he didn't laugh for long before his expression suddenly changed. He leaped to the side. When he looked up again, blood was flowing down his face. There was a bloody mark on Pei Ming's face. He touched his face in disbelief. His entire palm was dyed red with blood. This wasn't a small scratch. The two of them had been on guard just now, but Xiao Yan was unharmed. He didn't feel any killing intent directed at him. He said honestly, it looks like it's coming for you, General Pei. Pei Ming was about to speak when the sound of a sharp blade came again. This time he was prepared and swung his sword down. This sword really hit something. A figure appeared in the air, split into two. It fell to the ground with a thud. Half of its upper body and the other half its lower body. The upper body lay on the ground, staring at Pei Ming with a malicious gaze. It was Quick Deadly Blade Demon. Pei Ming walked over and stepped on his chest. He pressed the tip of his sword against his throat. What are you? This thing had said before that he was a spiritual monster formed from an executioner's knife. If that was true, he should have returned to his original form after being cut in two by Pei Ming. What kind of knife could still be used after being cut in two? Unexpectedly, Quick Deadly Blade Demon's eyes suddenly widened. He sneered and broke Pei Ming's sword with his bare hands. Clang! Pei Ming's eyes suddenly widened. He wasn't the only one. Xiaolian had the same reaction. Pei Ming was a martial god that had officially ascended. Even if he was in Bronze Cauldron Mountain and his magic power was suppressed to the minimum, his artifact shouldn't have been broken so easily. Swift Saber Demon laughed and said, "Such a useless sword. How can you even take it out?" Pei Ming immediately used his fist to replace the sword. Quick Deadly Blade Demon slapped the ground with his left hand and soared into the air. He closed his right hand and slashed with his palm. Wherever his palm wind passed, there was a metallic glint. It was actually the wind of a sharp blade. It could be seen that his true body was indeed a sharp weapon. Xiaolian stood within the circle and wanted to go out and help. However, Hua Cheng stopped him and said in a low voice, "Brother, look carefully." Pei Ming also shouted, "Don't interfere." He was the martial god of the north. If he couldn't even defeat a saber demon at the outermost layer of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, how could he get over his own heart? However, although Quick Deadly Blade Demon only had his upper body, he was extremely agile. He seemed to be able to predict where Pei Ming was going to attack first. This was very disadvantageous for Pei Ming. After a few hundred moves, Pei Ming's body was already covered in dozens of wounds. Xiaolian couldn't stand it anymore and said, "General Pei, come into the circle first." Pei Ming's expression became more and more unsightly. He wasn't willing to retreat, and Xiaolian couldn't rashly help him fight two against one. For some martial gods, asking for help in a one-on-one fight was a form of humiliation. Xiaolian could only say, "General Pei, come back first. Didn't you notice something strange? This person knows your sword art and movement technique like the back of his hand." Pei Ming naturally noticed this as well, but he couldn't believe it. But even Xiaolian, who was watching from the side, could see it. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to believe it. Xiaolian pulled out the heart and temporarily opened up a gap. He took the opportunity to jump back into the circle, his expression extremely ugly. Xiaolian put the heart back in and said, "General Pei, aren't you going to pick up your broken transcendent artifact?" Pei Ming wiped away the blood on his forehead and said in a low voice, "That isn't my transcendent artifact. I just randomly picked it up. It's still quite convenient." Hearing this, Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. Although the sword Pei Ming randomly picked up should be very valuable, it at least couldn't compare to a transcendent artifact. He then said, "General Pei, why didn't you bring a transcendent artifact here?" Pei Ming said, "I didn't refine one." Xiaolian was even more curious. Why? Most martial gods would choose to refine the weapon they were most familiar with into a transcendent artifact. This way, when attacking, they would naturally be like a tiger that had grown wings. Before Pei Ming could reply, Quick Deadly Blade Demon snorted coldly and said, "That's naturally because the sword he used the best was gone a long time ago." Pei Ming's brows furrowed. "Just who are you?" Xiaolian said, "Aren't you going to ask what he is?" Quick Deadly Blade Demon snorted. "Who am I? Ha!" "Pei Ming, when you broke me with a single palm strike, did you ever think there would be a day like this?" Xiaolian slightly opened his eyes and said, "General Pei, do you know him?" Pei Ming thought for a long time. His expression became more and more solemn as he probed, "You are Ming Guang?" Hearing this name, Quick Deadly Blade Demon stopped smiling. The current him looked completely different from the little demon that had blended into the crowd in the beginning. Xiaolian said, He's called Mingguang? General Pei, isn't it you who is General Mingguang? In an instant, countless unimaginable stories quickly emerged in his mind, such as impersonating someone else, stealing a beam and swapping a pillar for a pillar, etc. However, because he repeatedly went to the heavenly court, it couldn't be considered unimaginable. He couldn't help but think, could it be another Geomaster? However, Pei Ming seemed to see what he was thinking. Clutching his wound, he said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are you thinking? I already said I'm the real General Pei. It's me. Xiaolian said. Then why did you call him Mingguang? Pei Ming said. Because he was originally called Mingguang. This is the name I gave him. He is my sword. Xiaolian exclaimed, could it be General's broken sword? Pei Ming said, that's right. Mingguang was my sword when I was a human. Several hundred years ago, I personally broke it. No wonder. No wonder this quick deadly blade demon knew Pei Ming's sword techniques like the back of his hand. It was as if he could see what he was going to do next. No wonder he could still move freely even though he was clearly cut in half. The wound on his abdomen also didn't have any effect on him. This was because this sword had followed Pei Ming through countless battles. Naturally, it knew Pei Ming's habits and routines like the back of his hand. This was because he had long since been cut in half. Xiaolian said, so the previous sword wound, was he stabbing himself? Then what was the spiritual light on the wound? Pei Ming said, mine. Back then, after I broke him, I immediately ascended. I think it must have been stained at that time and can't be removed. Quick deadly blade demon. No, Mingguang began to use his hand as a blade, hacking towards Pei Ming's heart. The expression on his face was sinister, as if he was hacking at Pei Ming himself. Xiaolian couldn't help but ask, that. General Pei, why is your sword so resentful towards you? What did you do to him? What's going on with General breaking the sword? Pei Ming touched the medicine bottle on his body as he said, it's a trivial matter from several hundred years ago. Why are you still mentioning him now? Let's first think of a way to beat him back. Although there was Wuxia's circle, once Pei Ming's heart was cut in half, the circle would be broken. It would be like smashing a lock, leaving only the door. Xiaolian looked behind him. Hua Cheng was already meditating with his eyes closed, as if he couldn't sense the movements of the outside world. Xiaolian felt slightly relieved. However, Pei Ming's voice pulled him back. Your Highness, can your sword hold on? Xiaolian turned around and said, I don't know. After all, Pei Ming is very old. Pei Ming said, it doesn't matter. Mingguang is also very old. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, since it's like this, as long as there's no other help, it should be able to hold on for a while. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the sound of extremely heavy footsteps came from the other side of the forest. Not long after, a burly man with dark skin and a ferocious appearance appeared in front of them. That burly man was strangely tall. When they saw him, Xiaolian and Pei Ming both broke out in a cold sweat. That burly man saw that there was a person who was madly hacking at a sword stuck in the ground with his bare hands. He seemed to be a little surprised and walked over. Xiaolian and Pei Ming simultaneously covered their faces and turned to the side. Meanwhile, Mingguang saw a giant corpse walking over. It looked like he had a lot of strength. Mingguang shouted at him, hey big guy, help me out. Help me get rid of this sword and break this circle. I'll give you half of the heads inside. However, that burly man didn't seem to be born a person of the Central Plains, nor would he die a ghost of the Central Plains. He didn't understand what Mingguang was saying, so he could only shout back at him. Both sides yelled at each other for a long time, yet they still couldn't understand what the other was saying. Instead, their veins bulged more and more. Pei Ming tried to make his posture of covering his face more natural and elegant. He said in a low voice, Your Highness, what is this barbarian shouting about? Xiaolian also said in a low voice, he thinks that your sword is provoking him and is angry. He said to quickly kneel and beg for mercy, or else he'll beat him to death. Pei Ming said, that's great. I hope they quickly start fighting. Unexpectedly, that burly man seemed to hear their whispers. He turned around and stared at them with a frown. Xiaolian and Pei Ming covered their faces even more tightly. They naturally couldn't care less about pretending. However, that burly man still recognized them. He stomped his feet, causing the entire ground to tremble. He shouted, "It's you, the Taoist who collects trash. Pei Su's boss." Seeing that he recognized them, the two could only put down their hands. After a moment of deliberation, Xiao Yan said in the half-moon language, "General Kuemo, calm down." This strange burly man was naturally Kuemo, who had escaped from Bronze Cauldron Mountain after the tens of thousands of ghosts became restless. He was captured by Xiao Yan. Later, during the interrogation, he saw Pei Ming, who was standing on Pei Su's side. When enemies met, their eyes were exceptionally red. Without a second word, he kicked at her heart, causing the sword to tilt by an inch. Chapter 147. Xiao Yan wanted to protect Hua Cheng. He couldn't be distracted. And Pei Ming was in front of the weapon he was most familiar with. It wasn't a threat at all. At this moment he suddenly heard Mingguang scold, "This ghost barbarian! Can you not hit me when I hit you? You hit my hand." Kuemo directly ignored him. Seeing that the two of them were slightly rubbing against each other, Xiao Yan grabbed Pei Ming and said, "General Pei, Kuemo doesn't believe that you have no malice towards him. He must find you for an explanation. Quickly put your 5 fingers together. Cross your wrists above your head. Press them down from the top of your head and then separate them. This is the common gesture of their clan to ask for peace. In short, express your good intentions to him first. Let him stabilize." Pei Ming was baffled and said, the enmity between them and Kuemo. This wasn't a small misunderstanding. How could a gesture be used to ask for peace? How could they let him stabilize? Xiao Yan didn't explain. He grabbed him and said, "Come. Do this action with me first and make him stop." However, Pei Ming's hand was injured, so he grabbed it. The corner of his mouth twitched and he was about to do as he was told. However, Mingguang had already heard all of their words. He rushed in front of Kuemo, crossed his hands above his head and slashed down. He separated his hands and proudly said to the two people in the circle, "It's not that easy." Who knew that when Kuemo saw this action, his eyes widened and blue veins bulged on his iron-black skin. He opened his 5 fingers and his palm was like an iron palm leaf fan as he directly slapped Mingguang horizontally. The moment that slap flew out, Pei Ming and Mingguang didn't understand what happened. After a while, Pei Ming turned around and said to Xiao Yan, "Your Highness, I thought that Mingguang was very cunning. I didn't expect you to be even more cunning than him. This Pei admires you." Xiao Yan wiped his cold sweat and said, "Not at all, not at all. I'm ashamed." Those words just now seemed to be said to Pei Ming, but in reality they were said to Mingguang. After Mingguang heard it, in order to not let them have their way, he would definitely take the initiative to express goodwill to Kuemo. However, this action of Xiao Yan's wasn't a request for peace, it was a provocation. Moreover, it was the most aggressive provocation in the language of the Half-Moon Nation. It was roughly equivalent to the power of 4 consecutive attacks. Chop off your head, sleep with your wife, kill your family, and dig up your ancestors' graves. It would be strange if Chuemo didn't fly into a rage after seeing it. If it was another situation, Mingguang might still doubt the authenticity of Xiao Yan's words. However, the current situation was urgent. Pei Ming's hand was about to be raised up, so he didn't have time to ponder. That was why he was fooled. After Mingguang was sent flying by Karmo's palm, he quickly reacted and wanted to remedy the situation. However, due to the language barrier, he instinctively shouted and it looked more like he was cursing Karmo. He also tried a few other gestures, such as bowing with his hands folded in front and giving a thumbs up. However, this was equivalent to a person suddenly begging for mercy after insulting you with the most vicious and vulgar words. It was too insincere, and he still received a few punches. In addition, Karmo also knew some superficial swear words from the Central Plains. As he fought and cursed, Mingguang also became a little annoyed. The more the two fought, the fiercer they became. Pei Ming simply wanted to cheer for them. Mingguang's eyes swept over to this side and he was very angry. Suddenly, he reached out and shook his hand at Karmo. He pointed at himself, then pointed at Xiao Yan and Pei Ming in the circle. Facing the two of them, he once again made the action of separating his hands. Sure enough, Carmo stopped. He frowned and asked, "Are you doing this to me or to them?" Xiaolian thought this was bad, but he didn't dare to rashly open his mouth because he wasn't sure how to coax Carmo. Seeing that there was a turning point, Mingguang continued to work hard. When he turned to Pei Ming, he repeated the action with a fierce expression. When he turned to Carmo, he became calm again. Matching the expression in his eyes, he repeated the action repeatedly. Sure enough, Carmo understood what he meant. United against a common enemy. After reaching an agreement, Mingguang and Carmo once again approached the circle. Xiaolian's mind turned quickly. He took a deep breath and shouted in the half-moon language, "Little General Pei." Half-moon. As soon as he heard these two names, Carmo's footsteps stopped and he sternly said, "Are the two of them also nearby?" Xiaolian didn't answer him and only shouted, "Little General Pei. Half-moon. Carmo is right here. Don't come over, quickly escape. Don't ever come back." With him shouting like this, Carmo naturally thought that the two of them were really nearby, and that Xiaolian was informing them to escape. He immediately angrily said, "It's not that easy." After shouting, he rushed out. Mingguang said, "Hey, big guy, why are you running? He must be lying to you. Come back." However, Carmo had already run far away. Mingguang was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "Idiot." Xiaolian wiped off his cold sweat for the second time. In his heart, he sincerely sighed. Learning one more language will bring endless benefits for a lifetime. Seeing that Mingguang was about to continue to beat her heart, he raised his hand and said, "Stop. If you come again, we won't be polite to you anymore." Mingguang said, "How can you be rude to me now?" Xiaolian said, Did you forget to bring something?" Mingguang said, "What thing?" Pei Ming wanted to say something but hesitated. He dragged something out from behind him and said, "You can even forget such a big thing?" What he was dragging were two human legs that were connected to a small part of his waist. When Mingguang saw this, his expression turned cold. He said, "Ah? My lower body." Just now he had been using his palms to walk. He used his hands to support himself as he hopped around. Unknowingly, he got used to this method of movement. He actually completely forgot that he hadn't reattached his lower body. While he and Carmo were fighting fiercely, Pei Ming went out and dragged the lower body that was thrown on the ground nearby into the circle. She threatened, "You better not act rashly." It was just that this threat seemed very awkward. Because if the hostage was a complete person, when she said this, Pei Ming could put her hand on the other party's neck or grab the top of the other party's head. This way the scene would appear very intimidating. It wasn't just a joke. However, right now they only had the lower body in their hands. Then where should he put his hand so that it wouldn't appear awkward and at the same time could deter the other party? He couldn't think of anything, so Pei Ming could only step on his foot. Mingguang said, "Are you joking with me?" Xiaolian also felt that this wasn't serious at all. He tactfully said, "General Pei, stepping on his foot isn't very convincing. Can you let him feel that you've caught his vital point?" Pei Ming said, "Your Royal Highness, don't say it so lightly. If it wasn't for this Pei not wanting to do such a shameless act, do you think I want to step on his foot? Why don't you come and grab his vital point?" In short, the two of them didn't want to grab this vital point. Xiaolian said, "Forget it. Then why don't we do this?" After discussing for a moment, the two of them each grabbed one of Mingguang's legs. This way there was a lot of deterrence and it wasn't awkward anymore. Xiaolian said, "Please step back. Otherwise, I'm afraid your real body will have to be broken again." Mingguang sneered and said, "Ha! Do you really think that my lower body is useless?" As soon as his voice fell, Xiaolian felt a murderous aura quickly rising up from his palm. He immediately waved his hand and said, "General Pei, be careful." That originally dead lower body was unexpectedly caught off guard. And with a schwa-schwa sound, two kicks flew out. Pei Ming also waved his hand in time, which was why he wasn't kicked by those two sharp wind blades. That pair of legs somersaulted in the air, landing on one knee. Then it slowly stood up and stood in place. These few movements were unexpectedly very nimble, with quite a bit of posture. Xiaolian couldn't help but say, "Good." After praising it, he immediately changed his words, "Not good." What was good about it? He had painstakingly set up a protective circle just to prevent Mingguang from coming in. This was great. Although Mingguang's upper body was still outside, his lower body had already come in. Pei Ming also came to his senses and said, "We've fallen into a trap." This kind of monster whose real body was divided into two halves, some could only move the leading half, and some could move both halves. It was impossible to determine which category Mingguang belonged to, but his lower body had always been lifeless. It didn't move even after being stepped on, so Pei Ming thought it was the former. Thinking about it, he must have deliberately pretended not to move. Mingguang clapped his hands outside the circle and laughed. "Not bad. This is called luring a wolf into the house, catching a turtle in a jar." Right now, there were 3 people inside the circle. Hua Chang was meditating with his eyes closed and was at a critical moment. Pei Ming's sword had long been broken by Mingguang, and Xiaolian's heart had become the door lock of the protective circle. Both of them were unarmed, so Xiaolian could only say misfortune. The scimitar misfortune that fell to the ground like a broken piece immediately stood up and flew into Xiaolian's hands. Xiaolian held the hilt of the scimitar and swung it. Mingguang's lower body kicked out and received the blade. He took 2 steps back and almost fell out of the circle. His upper body was outside the circle, and his expression changed slightly. It seemed that he was a little afraid. He clapped his hands and his lower body returned to its original form. A nearly 3 feet long green blade hung in the air with a murderous aura. Xiaolian didn't use a blade often, but with misfortune in his hand it was quite easy. Just as he was about to face it, Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, this Pei didn't deliberately cause trouble at this time. But you, Master Hua Chang, seem to have some problems?" Xiaolian was shocked and looked back. Sure enough, Hua Chang's eyebrows furrowed even more. The hands that were placed on his knees were also trembling slightly. As soon as he was distracted, that broken blade took the opportunity to stab him. At this moment, misfortune broke away from Xiaolian's control and met that broken sword in the air with a dang sound. Xiaolian said, "Misfortune, I'll have to trouble you to hold on for a while." He squatted in front of Hua Chang and said, "How could this be? In the end, what's the problem?" Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, don't ask me. This Pei isn't as familiar with the Ghost King as you are." Xiaolian said to Hua Chang, "San Lang, can you hear me? Don't bear it anymore, come out." At this time, he heard Mingguang shout from outside the circle, "A small knife dares to stop me." While he was speaking, Mingguang's broken blade and misfortune had already clashed dozens of times in the air, sparks flying. If it was the usual scimitar misfortune, it would naturally have the upper hand. But now, in front of Mingguang's long blade, misfortune looked like a child fighting against an adult. Although it was fierce because its limbs weren't long enough, it was inevitable that it would be restricted. There were a few times when the situation was very critical. Xiaolian took the time to look back and said, "Be careful." After he shouted, misfortune suddenly turned into a silver whirlwind and slashed at the broken blade. Outside the circle, Mingguang cried out, "Ah!" It seemed that this cut wasn't light. Xiaolian praised, "Good misfortune." Pei Ming suddenly said, "Wait, Your Highness, I feel that when you praised it, it seemed to have grown bigger?" Xiaolian looked carefully and said, "Really?" Pei Ming said, "It seems so. Why don't you try again?" Anyway, it was just a compliment, so Xiaolian said, "Okay." Misfortune, listen carefully. "You handsome, cute, kind, witty, smart, gentle, strong, #1 in the world." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. Pei Ming clapped her hands. Outside the circle, Mingguang's face was full of disbelief. Flustered and exasperated, he said, "There's this kind of evil technique? How come I've never heard of it?" It wasn't fake at all. Every time Xiaolian praised him, misfortune's figure would grow a little. If he looked like a 10-year-old child before, then right now he was probably a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. That broken blade seemed to be unable to cope with the slightly grown misfortune. It was struggling left and right, and the trajectory of misfortune's blade became even more erratic and strange. Seeing that victory and defeat was about to be decided, Mingguang, who was outside the circle, made a hand sign. When Pei Ming saw this, she immediately said, "Not good. He's transferred all the power from the upper half to the lower half." Sure enough, within the circle, the broken blade's body suddenly flourished with black energy. When Misfortune's blade struck it, it was bounced off by that thick layer of black energy and stabbed into the ground. Xiaolian hurriedly pulled it out and said, "Are you okay?" Pei Ming said, "I'm fine. Watch me." As she said this, she took Misfortune from his hands. Xiaolian was feeling strange when suddenly, his face froze. With a paw sound, Pei Ming had actually slapped Misfortune on his face. Moreover, the hilt of the blade happened to hit his mouth. Xiaolian took Misfortune down and rubbed the edge of his slightly numb lips. Puzzled, he asked, "General Pei, is there any meaning in doing this?" Pei Ming said, "Of course there's a meaning. Your Highness, please lower your head and look." Xiaolian lowered his head, speechless on the spot. Misfortune had actually become slender again. Mingguang couldn't help but curse from outside the circle, "Motherfucker, what kind of sorcery is this? Why don't you just use it all at once?" Xiaolian said, "To be honest, I also want to know what kind of logic this is." Misfortune, who was full of energy, leaped up and once again slashed at Mingguang's broken blade. One blade and one sword, they were locked in a fierce battle in the air. Xiaolian once again looked at Flower City, while Pei Ming looked at Mingguang, who was lying not too far away. Right now, all of Mingguang's power had been transferred to the lower half of his body, which was currently fighting against Misfortune. The threat of his upper half had been greatly reduced. Several people realized this. Pei Ming got up and was about to go out and get him when a burst of heavy footsteps rushed over. Unexpectedly, Misfortune had returned. He hatefully said, "You cunning Central Plains Taoist, you lied again. You can collect trash for the rest of your life. They're not even nearby." Xiaolian didn't expect to be able to trick Misfortune for long, but Misfortune had actually returned earlier than he had imagined. This critical juncture wasn't easy to handle. Mingguang was overjoyed. Pointing at Misfortune, he said, "Big guy, quick. Knock down this sword and break the array. The people inside won't be able to do anything." There was no need for him to remind him. Misfortune slashed his palm horizontally, and Misfortune's heart tilted by 2 inches. Another palm and Misfortune's heart fell. The protective array had finally been broken. That broken blade no longer fought with Misfortune. It flew out of the circle and returned to Mingguang's body. It turned into 2 legs and formed a complete human figure. Mingguang jumped up and patted Misfortune. He pointed at Pei Ming, pointed at himself, then pointed at Xiaolian and pointed at Misfortune. Misfortune understood that this was the meaning of dividing the prey. He nodded his head, and his pair of iron sandbag-like fists made cracking sounds as he walked towards Xiaolian, who was blocking in front of Hua Cheng. Mingguang moved his legs as he sneered. "Pei Ming, didn't you want to break my sword again? Why don't you try?" Pei Ming didn't say anything. Mingguang sneered, "The general broke the sword, the general broke the sword. What a beautiful story. This kind of thing can actually become a beautiful story. It can be seen how blind the heavens are." Pei Ming said, "I've never treated it as a beautiful story." Mingguang said, "Nonsense. How many brothers and subordinates that have followed you for so many years have you killed? You know it in your heart." At the same time, Misfortune had also arrived in front of Xiaolian. Xiaolian held on to Misfortune, so he wasn't afraid of Misfortune. He was just worried that if he wasn't careful, Hua Cheng behind him would have an accident. Seeing that Xiaolian's gaze wasn't focused, Misfortune seemed to be deep in thought. He said, "Don't think of conspiracies. I won't be tricked again no matter what you say." Xiaolian said, "I didn't lie to you. Half Moon and Little General Pei were indeed in this area before. It's just that after I notified them they all left." "Half Moon? Why are you here?" Misfortune angrily said, "Do you think I'm an idiot? This kind of stupid trick?" Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out from above him, "Misfortune." This sentence was in Half Moon's language. Moreover, it was a very familiar voice. Misfortune immediately raised his head, and what greeted him was a purplish-red object. His expression immediately changed as he hugged his head and roared, "Scram!" The thing that fell was Half Moon Country's special poisonous snake, the scorpion-tail snake. And the person who threw it was naturally the state preceptor of Half Moon Country. Half Moon jumped down from the tree and landed beside Xiaolian. He said, "General Hua." Xiaolian said to Misfortune, "I told you a long time ago, it really is Half Moon. Misfortune didn't listen to what he was saying. He only roared at Half Moon, "You threw me. You threw a scorpion-tail snake at me. You clearly know that I hate scorpion-tail snakes the most, yet you still threw it at me." Half Moon squatted down and said, "I'm sorry, but I only know how to throw scorpion-tail snakes." Mingguang also saw that the situation had changed. He vigilantly asked, "Who are you?" A black figure suddenly fell down from the tree and blocked in front of him. He answered, "Former Mingguang Palace's deputy martial god official, Pei Su." Pei Ming was stunned as he asked, "Little Pei? Why did you also come here?" Xiaolian then said, "Half Moon, aren't you following the Rainmaster?" Chapter 148. Mingguang looked at Pei Su. "You are Little Pei?" Pei Su replied, "That's me." Mingguang glanced at Half Moon. "I heard that you lost your position as a divine official because of a little girl?" "Haha, Pei Ming, didn't you always praise brothers are like hands and feet, women are like clothes? Why is your descendant not like you at all? He didn't even learn a tenth of your taste in women. This Half Moon imperial tutor is like a little quail. What is this? Could it be that you were cuckolded a few hundred years ago? You didn't give birth to your own child, right?" "Ha ha ha," Pei Su said, full of nonsense. As he spoke, he sent a palm over. Kuemo also jumped up from the ground and shouted, "I will be irreconcilable with you." Mingguang shouted, "Hey, big guy, let's go together." Kuemo turned around and saw Mingguang leaping up. He turned into a long blade and flew into his hand. Kuemo opened his iron fan-like palm, holding the hilt tightly. His huge body immediately burst out a layer of black gas. The fierce corpse held the demon sword, like a beast growing poisonous teeth. Pei Ming's misfortune attack just now gave Xiaolian some inspiration. Although he didn't know the exact reason, he felt that maybe the same method could help Hua Cheng. He originally wanted to secretly transfer his qi to Hua Cheng to see if there was any relief. Seeing that the situation was critical, he had to say, "Be careful." Pei Ming couldn't join the battle, so only Pei Su and Half Moon could fight together. Although one's movement technique was sharp and direct, the other was erratic and strange. However, movement techniques alone weren't enough. Pei Su had no mana and Half Moon had no brute force. Against Kuemo and Mingguang, who had both mana and brute force, it was slightly strenuous. After being scolded by Kuemo, Half Moon was embarrassed to throw scorpion tails at him again. However, Pei Su didn't have any burden and threw the snakes like rain, angering Kuemo to the point that he kept roaring. Luckily, Mingguang's sword qi protected him so that the snakes couldn't get close. However, even so, Xiaolian felt relieved after watching for a while, because he could see that Kuemo and Mingguang's cooperation wasn't good. Kuemo was born in Half Moon country and used a mace. He was used to using heavy and large weapons, but he was not so good with swords. Even if he was extremely strong, and the weapon in his hand was also incomparably sharp, they might not be able to bring out the strongest effect. He couldn't figure out the trick in such a short time. Therefore, Xiaolian hurriedly took the opportunity to put his palms together in front of Hua Cheng and said, "Excuse me." However, looking at the snow-white, bright, and handsome little face in front of him, Xiaolian felt that it was difficult for him to make a move. With great difficulty, he made up his mind and closed his eyes to welcome Hua Cheng. In his nervousness, he couldn't help but kiss the center of Hua Cheng's forehead. It was a very gentle touch, but his heart was crumbling. A voice from the side said, "Your Highness, you're mistaken. What's the use of a forehead?" Xiaolian was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. He turned around and saw Pei Ming squatting beside him. He said with rare indignation, "General Pei, can you stop looking?" Pei Ming raised her hand and said, all right. I won't watch anymore." She turned her head to watch the fight. After watching for a while, he said to Kuemo, "This sword isn't used like this. If you don't know how to use it, then don't use it." Kuemo naturally didn't understand, but Mingguang in his hand said, "I can't compare to you. You broke the sword with your own hands, and now you're still standing at the side like a piece of trash pointing at me." Just as he finished shouting, Pei Ming suddenly flew into the battle and landed in front of Kuemo. Kuemo swung his sword and only heard a crisp, catching sound. This sword didn't hit anything. He looked down and couldn't help but be stunned. The The Mingguang sword in his hand actually broke again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Pei Su threw a large wave of scorpion tail snakes over. It was like splashing a large vat of dye, splashing Kamo's entire body with a purplish-red color. He roared and tried his best to push those slippery snakes down his body. Pei Ming lowered his head and said to the sword, "You are very clear about my moves. Naturally, I am also very clear about where you are most easily broken." Half Moon raised 2 jars and descended from the sky. Without any explanation, she pulled the stunned Mingguang and angrily roaring Kuemo into the jars. At this point, Xiaolian finally let out a sigh of relief. In his heart, he said, "Having more people makes things easier." Half Moon sealed the jars, hugged the 2 jars and shook them. Then he put them next to his ear and listened. Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Half Moon, stop playing. Quickly put them away. Be careful not to let them out." Half Moon nodded and squatted in front of Xiaolian. Looking at Hua Cheng, he said, "General Hua, is this your son?" Xiaolian smiled and said, "Unfortunately, he isn't." Very quickly he couldn't smile anymore. Half Moon made an "oh" sound and said, "Just now when I saw you kiss him, I thought it was him." Xiaolian didn't want to say anything more. He covered his forehead. However, Half Moon seemed to think that Hua Cheng was very cute. Pulling on one of his pigtails, he said with concern, "He seems to be sick. Do you want to enter the jar to heal? Last time, after staying in General Hua's jar, I felt like I recovered very quickly." Pei Su finally walked over and said, "No need. You don't need to worry about him. His Highness the Crown Prince will take good care of him." Half Moon said, "Oh." At this time, Pei Ming looked at her and said, "You are the State Preceptor Half Moon?" He looked down at Half Moon. Half Moon was shrouded in his shadow. Half Moon crouched on the ground and nodded. Pei Su intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of her. However, Pei Ming pushed him away and walked in front of Half Moon. It seemed like she wanted to carefully examine her. Who knew that when he was 2 steps away from Half Moon's face suddenly changed. She quickly hid behind Xiaolian as if she couldn't avoid him. However, looking at her expression, it didn't seem like she was afraid. Everyone felt strange. Xiaolian thought about it and understood. He tactfully said, "General Pei, that ghost flavor candy ball." Pei Ming was startled. His face darkened. Thinking about it, the sweetness of the ghost flavor candy ball still hasn't dissipated. In any case, Half Moon was a female ghost. Even she couldn't stand that kind of inferior ghost energy and ran away. Xiaolian couldn't help but smile. Then, he put on a serious expression and said, "Why did the Rainmaster come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Where is he now? Why aren't you with him?" Pei Su replied, "Thousands of ghosts are restless. Large amounts of non-human beings are gathering towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain. When they passed by Rainmaster Village, they captured a few farmers and brought them away as food. At that time, the Rainmaster and the Protector's mount weren't there. After finding out, they chased after them. We were originally together. However, we heard your Highness shouting for us in Half Moon's language. Thus we came to investigate first." At that time, Xiaolian was just calling for help. He didn't expect them to actually be nearby. It was a stroke of luck. Rainmaster Village looked like a peaceful little village. It wasn't strange for ghosts to randomly capture people when they passed by. Pei Ming frowned. "I couldn't find you in the human realm. How did you get to Rainmaster's place? Don't tell me you chased after this Half Moon State Preceptor." Pei Su lowered his head slightly. "No. It was Rainmaster who saved me." It turned out that after Pei Su was exiled to the lower bound, he had been wandering around the human realm. Since he had nothing to do, he went to Qirong's nest a few times. This angered Qirong, and he found a bunch of unknown people to surround and kill him. If Pei Su had mana, these mobs wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he was immortal now. When he was surrounded by 100 ghosts, he was injured and fell into a predicament. Just as he was struggling to resist, Rainmaster happened to pass by on a cow. He lent a helping hand. After asking about his identity and the whole story, Pei Su was taken in to recuperate in Rainmaster Village. Pei Ming seemed rather surprised. "Rainmaster didn't make things difficult for you." According to Shi Qingxian, Rainmaster Village and Mingguang Hall had a grudge in the past. A few hundred years ago, Rainmaster kicked out Pei Ming's previous assistant god. It seemed that Pei Ming didn't think that Rainmaster was a broad-minded celestial official. Pei Su replied, "No. Rainmaster didn't make things difficult for me. Instead, he helped me a lot." At this moment, a buzzing voice suddenly sounded. "Rainmaster? Is Rainmaster from Rainmaster Country?" Xiaolian casually replied, "Yes." After answering, he realized that the voice was actually Mingguang's. He was already locked in a jar, but he was still listening to the movements outside. After Xiaolian answered, he spat, "Pei Ming, you slept with so many women, and you gave birth to such a useless descendant? You actually need the protection of Rainmaster Country to survive. You even helped them speak up. You are really getting worse with each generation." Ha! Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression became slightly uncomfortable. Xiaolian didn't understand what was funny and angry. He asked in a low voice, "Do you understand?" Half Moon replied, "Not really. However, I heard Brother Pei Su say that before his general ascended, he was a general of Suli Country." Pei Ming was a general of Suli Country. Was there a problem? There was a huge problem. Because according to what Xiaolian knew, Rainmaster Country was trampled by Suli Country's cavalry. Half Moon continued, "Rainmaster was the last king of Rainmaster Country. No wonder Pei Ming's expression always changed when he mentioned Rainmaster. No wonder Rainmaster was so impolite when he taught the vice-heavenly officer of Mingguang Hall a lesson. So both sides had a long history of grievances. One must know that, to a heavenly officer, it was normal for countries in the mortal world to destroy each other. But when it was his turn, he couldn't let it go. If he was on the same level as the general who destroyed his own country, and this person was still loitering around the heavenly court, it was a bit annoying." Pei Su added a talisman and stuck it on the jar. Mingguang's voice stopped. He asked, "Why did the general come?" Pei Ming replied, "Isn't it to get you back as soon as possible?" Xiaolian thought of Hua Cheng's words. It seemed that this was the benefit Pei Ming exchanged with Jun Wu when he was sent to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Pei Ming patted Pei Su's shoulder and said, "Since you are here, perform well. If you do well this time, you might be able to return to the heavenly court in advance." Before Pei Su could answer, the talisman on the jar in his hand burned. It was actually Mingguang who was locked inside, burning the talisman with his anger. He said, "Pei Ming, do you still remember what you said in the beginning?" Pei Su wanted to paste another talisman, but Pei Ming stopped him and said, "I have said too many things in my life. Which one are you referring to?" Mingguang said hatefully, "When you killed your subordinates who had followed you for many years. Do you still remember the reason you used? Some people can be killed, some people can't. Some things can be done, some things can't." A tone of righteousness that seemed to have the common people in his heart. But now? Do you think others don't know what your little Pei did? It has long been spread. Aren't you still thinking of ways to clean up his mess and help him cover it up? Do those brothers who fought with you deserve to die? But when it is your turn, he doesn't deserve to die. You throw away your clothes after wearing them, and break your limbs after using them. Are you saying that your little Pei is a treasure, and we are grass?" He roared a long string of words. After Pei Ming finished listening, he suddenly said, You're not Mingguang, right?" The jar was instantly silent. After a moment, Mingguang said, "What nonsense are you saying? Can't you see if I'm Mingguang or not? I've already transformed." Pei Ming said with certainty, "No. You're not Mingguang." The voice in the jar said angrily, "Then who else can I be?" Pei Ming took the jar from Pei Su's hand and said with certainty, "You're Rongguang, right?" As soon as he said this, the jar went completely silent. When Pei Su heard this name, his eyes slightly widened. Xiaolian said, "Little General Pei, who is Rongguang?" Pei Su came back to his senses. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Before General ascended, he was the deputy general who followed you for the longest time. He was also your most capable subordinate." Xiaolian also finally knew what the illusion of the general's broken sword was. In the past, when Pei Ming was a person, he was proud in love and also proud on the battlefield. He was an ever-victorious general who had never lost a battle for dozens of years. Of course, part of this was due to him being brave and good at fighting, but it was also due to the support of a deputy general. This deputy general's name was Rongguang. Rongguang was known for being treacherous, cunning, and full of schemes. Although the two of them had very different personalities, they knew each other early on and cooperated extremely well. One was in charge of the light, while the other was in charge of the dark. They had been superior and subordinate for many years, and their friendship was like iron. Pei Ming's sword, Mingguang, was a combination of the two's names, Ming and Guang. Pei Ming knew how to fight. In this turbulent and chaotic era, being able to fight was much more important than being able to earn money. It was more important than being able to do anything. Naturally, he was promoted step by step. However, no matter how much he was promoted, the highest position he could reach was that of a general. At most, he could add countless honorific and lengthy titles in front of the two words general, but there would always be someone above his head. When he saw the king, he would have to lower his head and kowtow. Regarding this, he himself did not have any opinion. However, as he conquered one city after another, the glory on his armor became more and more dazzling. Rongguang and his subordinates became restless. Pei Ming himself did not forget his roots due to his arrogance, but his subordinates became infinitely inflated in place of him. The most serious one was Rongguang. Because he had closer communication with the officers and soldiers in the army, he was able to incite people's hearts. This caused many of his old subordinates to have the idea that General Pei's current position is far from what he should be. General Pei and we are being bullied. Suli country needs General Pei and us to save. They wholeheartedly planned to enter the Suli country's palace and make Pei Ming their king. They wanted to bring their old subordinates to a meteoric rise and stand at the peak of the most powerful country at that time. They even imagined the future of cavalry trampling over the 4 seas and unifying the world. Unfortunately, Pei Ming himself did not have the slightest interest in becoming a king. His life's joys were winning wars and sleeping with beautiful women, and these two things did not require him to be a king. Moreover, although the Suli country's king did not have any achievements, he did not make any mistakes. If it was him, he might not have been able to do better. Rashly rising would only bring harm and no benefit. Why cause trouble for no reason? Thus, Rongguang excitedly hinted to him a few times, but Pei Ming dismissed it with little effort. After many times, Rongguang was not persuaded in the slightest. Instead, he became more and more obsessed. Finally, one day, the group of martial artists made a decision. No matter what, they had to rise first and then talk later. Once the matter was done, they did not believe that Pei Ming would be able to shirk it. Hearing this, Xiaolian was speechless and thought to himself, this kind of matter, you can still force a duck onto a perch. Pei Su saw that he was deep in thought and said, Rongguang might not really want to support General Pei as king, but he had to borrow General's name to rise. Because his prestige is not as high as General's, if he raised his own banner, he might not be able to convince the masses. Xiaolian thought about it and said, not necessarily. They raised the banner to support Pei Ming. Of course, Pei Ming could not pretend that he did not know about this. He immediately took his sword and a small number of trusted soldiers and rushed into the palace to fight. Chapter 149. Xiaolian said, General Pei won. Or did he lose? Pei Su said he won. He also lost. All the troublemakers had died under Pei Ming's sword. Among them, many were his old subordinates who had been friends with him for more than 10 years. This sword, Ming Guang, had always been used alongside these people. But now it had become a weapon to kill these people. And when the battle ended, when victory and defeat was decided, the Suli country lord, also logically used the name of capturing the traitor ordered people to surround Pei Ming, who was bathed in blood and almost unable to move. Although Pei Ming knew how to fight, if the battlefield wasn't a real battlefield, he might not be able to win. He was clearly retreating from the enemy to save himself. But in the end, he was met with a kill without mercy. Pei Ming held the clay jar. It wasn't that he didn't hear what they were saying. He just didn't have the time to care. He said, I should have known this was your style. Thinking about it, it was Rongguang's resentment that was attached to the broken sword stained with the blood of millions. Resonating with it. Only then could it survive until now. But the voice inside the jar still said coldly, "Your limbs have long died. I'm just a sword." Xiaolian knew that he probably wouldn't admit it now. There was no point in asking. He said, "Forget it, General Pei." Pei Ming nodded and returned the jar to Pei Su. With this, they had already subdued 2 troublesome ghosts. Ignoring everything else, it was a good start. Xiaolian said, "General Pei and I will continue to walk into Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Half Moon, what about you guys? Are you going to find the Lord Rain Master?" However, Pei Su said, "The Rain Master has already chased after the demon that kidnapped the farmers. He has already gone inside. We are going the same way. We are willing to help General and the Crown Prince." Pei Ming came back to his senses and frowned slightly. "Then let's hurry and move. The Lord Rainmaster isn't a martial god, but he walks faster than us. I'm afraid there will be danger on the road ahead." Xiaolian picked up Hua Cheng, and Half Moon picked up the 2 jars. The group hurried deeper into the forest. As they were still in the outer perimeter of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, they did not meet any powerful characters along the way. Most of them were just weeds, and they did not even have the interest to fight them. They simply skipped past them. Some ungrateful people came to challenge them, but they were scared away by the snakes that Half Moon and Pei Su released. After walking for a day, they finally left the forest and entered the 2nd level of Bronze Cauldron Mountain. At this point, the forest gradually thinned out and the road gradually widened. There were many traces of human habitation. Xiaolian even saw some dilapidated and blackened houses on the side of the road. In this isolated place, it was really too strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Why are there people living in these houses?" Half Moon and Pei Su shook their heads. Pei Ming also said, "I'm afraid you'll have to ask the Ghost King in your arms." As soon as Xiaolian finished asking his question, he thought that if Hua Cheng was awake, he would definitely be able to answer his question. Xiaolian lowered his head to take a look. Although Hua Cheng's unusually high body temperature had gradually subsided, his eyes were still tightly shut. He couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Pei Ming reminded him, "Your Highness, we're about to enter the next level. The things ahead will be even more powerful. Why don't we stop for a while and wait for Master Hua Cheng to wake up?" At this moment, everyone was at a wide fork in the road. One road led to the east, and the other led to the west. Xiaolian muttered to himself, "It's already late. Let's stay here for the night." After running around for a day, it was time for them to rest and focus on helping Hua Cheng. Half Moon said, "Okay. Brother Pei Su also needs to rest." Only then did everyone remember that Pei Su was immortal right now. He needed to rest and eat, but he hadn't said a word. Xiaolian's body was shackled, so he was no exception. However, because he was worried about Hua Cheng, he completely forgot about these things. The group immediately set up camp at this fork in the road. Half Moon started a fire, and Pei Su went hunting. Seeing everyone busy with their own things, Xiaolian stared at Hua Cheng's face again. Not long after, his intuition made him suddenly turn his head. Sure enough, Pei Ming was looking at the 2 of them. The 2 looked at each other for a while. Pei Ming laughed dryly and said, "Okay, I'll leave." Xiaolian said, "No, let's not." It wasn't like he wanted to do anything shameful, so why did he say it like he was a thief? At this time, Half Moon carried a jar of food and walked over, saying, "General Hua." Xiaolian and Pei Ming both turned their heads. Xiaolian asked, "What's wrong?" In the black jar was a frightened pheasant, and it was tied up. Half Moon showed the jar to them and said, "Brother Pei Su made it, so he told me to do it. However, I don't know how to cook." After Pei Su finished hunting, he went to the front to scout the road. However, Pei Ming didn't seem to be satisfied with Half Moon no matter how he looked at her. He confidently said, "You're a girl fighting and killing all day. It's fine if you don't know how to dress up, but how come you don't even know how to cook?" Xiaolian and Half Moon were both speechless. Half Moon wasn't a pampered girl from an ordinary family. She simply couldn't understand Pei Ming's aesthetics. Towards his words, she was also very confused and baffled. However, Xiaolian had more or less figured it out. When it came to women, Pei Ming couldn't explain it in a few words. He said, "Half Moon, put it down. I'll teach you." Half Moon originally trusted him a lot, so naturally she happily agreed. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Xiaolian plucked at the pheasant's multicolored feathers. Pei Ming raised his blood-stained palm and sighed. A general killing a pheasant, and the crown prince plucking its feathers. This is a famous scene. Xiaolian watched as he killed the pheasant with his bare hands. He said, General Pei, can't you use a knife or a sword or something like that? It's a bit cleaner. Pei Ming said, is there? As soon as he said that, the two of them couldn't help but look at the two jars on the ground. Inside the jar, Rongguang seemed to sense these two strange gazes. The body of the jar trembled and shouted, hurry up and scram. The further the better. Be careful that I smear poison on the blade and poison you to death. The two of them hurriedly walked away. After walking to a place where the jar couldn't hear them, Pei Ming shook his head and said to Xiaolian, you still insist on saying no. He's always been like this. It would be strange if he wasn't. Xiaolian had also heard how Rongguang scolded him. He had long since developed a subtle sympathy for him. He said, I understand you. I have a younger cousin who is a bit like General Rong. He's even better at scolding than him, but he doesn't know how to do things. In any case, Rongguang could help Pei Ming fight a battle. If Qi Rong helped Xiaolian fight a battle before Xiaolian was killed by the enemy first, he would definitely be killed by Qi Rong. Pei Ming seemed to imagine what a Rongguang who only knew how to scold people, but didn't know how to fight a battle would be like. He sincerely said, that really is too scary. Xiaolian threw the pheasant back into the jar. He filled it with water and threw it over the fire to cook. From time to time, he would throw in some wild fruits and herbs to adjust the flavor. Bao Yu also learned from him. She did her best to stuff everything she could find that seemed edible into the jar. Pei Ming didn't seem to understand what they were doing. However, because he had never been in the kitchen before, he didn't see any problems. He helped add some firewood and said, Your Highness, this Pei has always wanted to ask you a question. However, because we aren't familiar, it's not good to rashly ask. It was true that they weren't familiar. In the past, Xiaolian's impression of Pei Ming was that he was a pretty good fighter, but his heart wasn't in the right place. They had even opposed each other a few times. Now that they had interacted a few times, his impression of Pei Ming had unknowingly changed. They could be considered somewhat familiar. He said, General Pei, please ask. Pei Ming said, You've been demoted twice. You have 2 curses on your body. After your 3rd ascension, you can ask the Emperor to help you remove them. However, why didn't you remove them? Xiaolian stared blankly at Bao Yu. After racking his brains for a while, he suddenly saw the light and took out several long purplish-red scorpion snakes. He directly put them into the boiling soup jar. His expression was normal as he said, Then General Pei, I also have a question I want to ask you. Pei Ming said, Please ask. Xiaolian said, Why didn't you forge a new sword after you broke Mingguang to use as a talisman? Pei Ming raised his eyebrows and said, That really is an unpleasant question. Xiaolian's expression was exactly the same as his. He said, Same to you. The two of them laughed. Suddenly, Pei Ming said, I never thought that was a good story. Xiaolian said, I understand. He was about to open his mouth when he heard a strange movement coming from behind him. His heart moved. He turned around and said, San Lang? Sure enough, it was Hua Cheng sitting up. Xiaolian was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly went over to support his shoulder and said, San Lang, you're awake. You seem to have gotten bigger? Indeed, before, Hua Cheng looked like he was only 10 years old. Now he looked like he was 13 or 14 years old. Moreover, when he opened his mouth, his voice changed from a child's to a slightly raspy youth's voice. Yes, thank you very much for helping me relieve my pain. Pei Ming said, This is truly worthy of celebration. Xiaolian said, There's nothing to thank me for. Only after he finished speaking did he notice the word relieve. His smile froze as he thought to himself, It can't be what I think it is, right? In the next moment, Hua Cheng grabbed his shoulder and said in a low voice, Your Highness, listen to me. Right now there's something rushing over from the east. You have to temporarily avoid it. Xiaolian was startled. The two of them looked towards the east. As if they could see through the boundless night, they saw a figure stealthily moving in the darkness. Although Xiaolian didn't feel anything, he still said, Okay. We'll first avoid it. Pei Ming asked, avoid where? This fork in the road only led to 2 roads. Xiaolian said, west. Bao Yu grabbed the clay pot that was cooking over the fire. It looked like she was preparing to bring it along with her. She said, Brother Pei Su still hasn't returned. Just as she finished speaking, they saw a black shadow rushing over from the west road. It was Pei Su, who had been scouting out the road. He said, General, don't take this road. There's a large number of demons and ghosts heading this way. Hua Cheng asked, how large? When Pei Su saw that he was the one asking the question, he froze for a moment before replying, according to the tremors on the ground, at least 500. As a martial god, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't consider retreating this road. Pei Ming asked, are we going west or east? Hua Cheng decisively said, west. Xiaolian also said, west. He didn't know why, but even though there were many ghosts in the west and not a single ghost in the east, Xiaolian's intuition told him that the west was definitely safer than the east. Without saying anything more, the group hurriedly left. Originally, Xiaolian had already prepared to meet a wave of demons and slaughter them. Who knew that after running for 6 or 7 miles, he didn't hear the slightest movement. He couldn't help but feel strange and asked, Little General Pei, where and when did you hear that 500 demons and ghosts were approaching? Pei Su replied, it was in the vicinity. At that time they were 5 or 6 miles away from me. Their speed was extremely fast. Xiaolian said, that's very strange. Their group ran west, while those 500 demons and ghosts ran east. Their speed was extremely fast, so they should have quickly bumped into them. Why was it that not only did they not see a single ghost, there wasn't even the slightest movement? Pei Ming said, Little Pei can't have heard wrongly. Did they go back the way they came? Pei Su replied, I don't think that's possible. Because their speed was extremely fast, it sounded like they were. Hua Cheng said, running for our lives. Suddenly, Xiaolian stopped in his tracks. Not only him but everyone in the group also stopped. That was because in front of them was a field of corpses blocking their path. Among these corpses there were humans and beasts, all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. There were also souls that had been scattered, leaving only wisps of black smoke and willow, the wisps floating in the air. The scene was extremely mournful. Xiaolian squatted down to examine for a moment before saying, they really were running for their lives, but they didn't manage to escape. After Pei Su heard about them, he immediately retreated to inform Xiaolian and the others. Not long after he retreated, something chased after them and caught them all in one fell swoop. Hua Cheng said, it was done by one person. Xiaolian nodded his head. If both sides had the advantage in numbers, it would have been impossible for them to kill so cleanly, and the battle wouldn't have ended so quickly. In such a short period of time to kill 500 demons and ghosts, this person was undoubtedly stronger than the Swiftblade demon. It seemed like this was the main target they needed to pay attention to. Half Moon hugged the soup pot and said, Lord Rain couldn't have chosen this path, right? Pei Su said, don't worry, Lord Rain has a guardian mount. At this moment, Xiaolian heard a strange ka-ka-ka sound coming from the ground in front of them. Looking over, he saw a skull's upper and lower teeth were chattering. That ka-ka-ka sound was coming from this place. Seeing that someone had discovered it, it cried out in fear, spare me, I won't come back again. I want to go back, I want to go home. Xiaolian held it up with both hands and warmly said, don't be afraid, we're just passing by. Can you tell us what happened? That skull's teeth chattered as it said, you're just passing by? Don't go any further. There's a very scary one in front. Including us, he's already killed over 1,000 ghosts, but he's still not satisfied. He's still unceasingly. Over 1,000 ghosts. It was actually more than what they had imagined. Xiaolian asked, who are you talking about? Do you know his name? Or his nickname? Or what does he look like? The skull replied, I don't know. I also couldn't see too clearly. He killed us in less than a few moves. I could only faintly see a man wearing black clothes. He was very young, and his face was very pale. Pei Ming said, it sounds a bit troublesome. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Master Hua Cheng, are you sure we should go west and not east? When that skull heard this, it shrieked, we can't go east either. Absolutely not. Xiaolian asked, what about the east? Chapter 150. More than 2,000. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Xiaolian looked at Hua Cheng. Looks like choosing the west was the right choice. The skull's teeth chattered. Sigh. It's the wrong choice, there's no other way. Indeed, for ordinary brats like them, choosing either side would be a disaster. East or west, we can crush them easily. And whichever way we go either way, they would be reduced to ashes and become nutrients for the enemy. After a few dry howls, the ghost fire in the skull's eyes slowly died out. Xiaolian placed it on the side of the road. Sanlang, do you know what's in the east? Hua Cheng replied, I can't be sure yet. But it's coming here. It's not recommended to fight it head-on. The one in the west is slightly easier to deal with. Xiaolian nodded. All right. Then let's continue west. Xiaolian nodded. All right. The group passed through the corpses on the ground. They hurried on. After walking for an entire night, they didn't see the man in black the skull mentioned. Xiaolian couldn't help but worry when he saw no trace of the Rainmaster. Along the way there were more and more houses on both sides of the road. They could even recognize them. These were the houses of the poor. This was a theater for entertainment. This was a shop for buying and selling groceries. This was the courtyard of a rich family. The road under their feet was also a man-made road. And they could vaguely see the patterns of tiles on the ground. It was just like a rich town, but there was no one, and it was abnormally desolate and desolate. They saw an old well by the side of the road. They drew some water and found that the water was clear. They rested there for a while. Xiaolian and Pei Su drank some water and washed their faces. When they looked up, they saw Half Moon walking over. Half Moon had been hugging the jar for a long time. General Hua, brother Pei Su, let's eat something. Pei Su replied, all right. You've worked hard. Xiaolian also said, everyone has worked hard. Come and try it. Thus, everyone gathered around the jar. However, the moment Half Moon opened the jar, everyone's expression froze. Although smell was colorless and formless, when Half Moon opened the lid, it was as if some mysterious substance twisted the air around the mouth of the jar. Everyone stared at the scene in the jar for a long time. Boundless darkness was reflected in everyone's eyes, as if it could pull them into an abyss. No words could express the emotions contained in their eyes. After a while, Xiaolian patted Half Moon's shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. Not bad. The first time is enough. Pei Ming looked at them in disbelief and said, it's her first time, and it's also your first time, Your Highness? If I remember correctly, you made her do everything according to your instructions. You did more than her. I was wondering why I felt that something was wrong with what you guys were doing. Turns out it wasn't my imagination. Hua Cheng said, is that so? Since it's made by Big Brother, I'll have to give it a try. Pei Ming and Pei Su looked at him in unison when they heard this. Their gazes were a mixture of admiration, shock, admiration, and various other emotions. Hua Cheng asked, brother, what's this called? Xiaolian coughed lightly and said, flirting with Luan. Hua Cheng sincerely said, good name. After he finished speaking, he reached his hand into the bottomless black jar. Pei Ming and Pei Su's eyes were filled with nervousness, as if they were worried that he was about to be swallowed by the jar. Hua Cheng calmly took out a small piece of something that looked like a burnt corpse and calmly put it into his mouth. Pei Ming said, how is it? Hua Cheng said, it tastes just like its name. Pei Ming said to Pei Su, who had a complicated expression on his face, I made it for you. It's up to you. Pei Su. He took the jar from Half Moon's hands and expressionlessly reached his hand into it. Xiaolian used cold water to wipe his face and combed his hair. He turned around, no longer looking at them. As he looked around, he asked, why are there so many traces of human habitation in this isolated place? Could it be that people can still live in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? He had asked this question yesterday, but no one could answer him at that time. Now there was. Hua Cheng said, yes, but that was a long time ago. Bronze Cauldron Mountain has 7 cities and a huge area. It used to be an ancient country, and these houses are the ruins of that ancient country. The closer it is to the center, the more ruins there are, and the more prosperous it is. Xiaolian did not doubt it and said, I see. At this time, Pei Ming's voice came from behind. Little Pei, what are you doing? A man's knees are made of gold, stand up. Xiaolian did not turn back. Do you know the name of this ancient country, Sanlang? Hua Chong did not turn back either. Wuyong country. Pei Ming scolded, Your Highness? Your Highness, do you have an antidote or something? You can't just kill him and not bury him. And you, how did you cook for him? What's wrong with your snake? How can it still move after being cooked for so long? Did it become a spirit? Half Moon seemed to be kowtowing an apology. Sorry, it really did become a spirit. I don't know how long it takes to cook a spirit, sorry. Xiaolian propped his chin on one hand and thought for a while. I am ignorant and have never heard of this country. How ancient is it? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was unsure. Wuyong. First it was indeed unfamiliar. But when he thought about it carefully, he seemed to have heard of it from someone a long time ago. Hua Chong said, I am not sure. But it is definitely older than Xianle country. At least 2,000 years. Xiaolian looked around and said, but these buildings do not look like they have been here for 1,000 years. Hua Chong said, that is natural. Most of the time, Bronze Cauldron Mountain is not open to the public. It is as if it is sealed in a huge tomb, isolated from the outside world. Naturally, it is well preserved. Xiaolian lowered his head and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Pei Ming finally left Pei Su behind and came over. Your Excellency Ghost King is indeed omniscient. However, this information of yours is too mysterious. Can I ask where it came from? This Pei has never heard of even the slightest bit of it circulating outside. Hua Chong did not look at him. Dare I ask General Pei, what kind of person would be able to gather such information in Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Pei Ming said, in theory, as long as it is a ghost. But because the rules of Bronze Cauldron Mountain cause thousands of ghosts to kill each other, to gather such valuable information, one would have to stay here for a long time. Then they must be very strong. Hua Chong said, after gathering this information, what kind of person would be able to come out of Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Pei Ming said, then it must be a ghost king in a desperate situation like you. Hua Chong said, so I gathered this information myself. As long as I do not say it, it will not be circulated. He finally turned around and said with a slight tease, keeping a secret may be harder for the officials of the heavenly court than going through the heavenly tribulation, but not for me. This was true. If a heavenly court official knew of this level of information, in less than 2 hours, you would hear people discussing it excitedly in every spirit communication formation. Hua Chong actually held back such important information for so many years and did not sell it to others, nor did he brag about it. He was very patient. Pei Ming said, I understand. It seems that not only does Lord Hua Chong know everything about the Crown Prince, but he also tells you everything he knows. Xiaolian suddenly said, no. Everyone turned around and said, what's wrong? Xiaolian had been thinking hard. At this time, he finally clenched his right hand into a fist and hit his left palm lightly. He said, I just said that I have never heard of the name Wuyong Kingdom. This is wrong. I have heard of this name. Hua Cheng's expression froze. Where have you heard of it, brother? Xiaolian turned around and said, when I was young, I cultivated in the Xianle Kingdom's imperial palace, the Huangji Temple. My teacher was the Xianle Kingdom's imperial preceptor. When he first took me in as a disciple, he told me a story. In fact, it couldn't really be considered a story. It would be better to say that it instilled a lofty and glorious legendary image in Xiaolian's mind. Once upon a time there was an ancient country with a crown prince. He was exceptionally talented and intelligent. He excelled in both the pen and the sword. He was an unparalleled and stunning character. He loved his people and his people loved him. Even long after he died, the people did not forget him. The imperial preceptor said to Xiaolian in a kind and sincere tone, child, I hope you can become that kind of person. At that time, the young Xiaolian sat upright and still. Without hesitation he said, I don't want to become that kind of person. I want to become a god. Xiaolian said, if the crown prince you spoke of was really unparalleled, why didn't he become a god? Xiaolian continued, if people really didn't forget him, why have I never heard anyone mention this crown prince? Xiao Yan swore that when he asked these questions, he didn't have the slightest intention of provocation or rebellion. He was genuinely curious and asked for advice. However, the Imperial Preceptor's expression after he heard it was still very interesting. Why could Xiao Yan recite the Tao Te Ching backwards? Because on that night, the Imperial Preceptor made him copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. He called it, cultivating one's moral character. Xiao Yan was very suspicious. If he wasn't the Honorable Crown Prince, the Imperial Preceptor would have made him kneel on a nail board and copy. In short, from then on, every word of the Tao Te Ching was deeply imprinted in Xiao Yan's mind. At the same time, he also left a little impression on this Crown Prince of the Wu Yong country. Xiao Yan usually loved to read, but he had never seen any records of the Wu Yong country in ancient books. Thus, he felt that the Imperial Preceptor had most likely made it up to educate him, or that the Imperial Preceptor had played the card too many times. However, he felt that there was no need to expose him, and he also didn't want to copy the Tao Te Ching 100 times. Thus, he didn't take it seriously and didn't take it to heart. Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, it sounds like this Imperial Preceptor of Xianlu has quite a background and knows quite a bit. Can you ask what happened to him afterwards?" After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "I don't know. After Xianlu country was destroyed, I never saw what happened to many people afterwards." At this moment he suddenly felt his ankle tighten. His expression turned cold as he said, "What is that?" Just as he was about to step down and break his bones, he looked down and let out a sigh of relief. "Little General Pei, why did you use such a method to make an appearance? So dangerous, so dangerous. I almost crippled your hand." That hand belonged to Pei Su. His entire body was lying on the ground, his face buried in the soil. His two hands grabbed Pei Ming and Xiao Yan. The two squatted down and asked, "What do you want to say?" Half Moon hugged the jar and said, "I don't know. Just now, Brother Pei Su kept crawling on the ground, as if he found something very important." Pei Ming said, "Oh? He could find something like that?" As expected of little Pei. "So what did you find?" Pei Su released the hand that was grabbing him and pointed to the side. Xiao Yan looked in the direction he was pointing and said, "This is." Everyone gathered around and studied it for a while. "A cow's hoof print?" Pei Su's face finally lifted up from the soil. In a hoarse voice he said, "This is the mark left behind by Master Yu's guardian mount." Half Moon said, "Brother Pei Su, your sentence seems to be wrong." Pei Su said, "I'm fine." "Master Yu man." He was stuck at the man part and couldn't continue. Xiao Yan said suspiciously, "This? Could it be that he was poisoned by a scorpion snake?" Half Moon said, "The venom of a scorpion snake is not like this." Chapter 151. Xiao Yan asked, "Is that so? How do you know?" Just as Hua Chong was about to speak at this moment, Pei Su, who was stuck, stretched out his trembling fingers and began to write on the ground. Out of inexplicable respect, everyone gathered around to look at him. They saw his crooked hand writing the words, "Battle Form." After he finished writing, it was as if he had used up the last of his strength. He clenched his fist and stopped moving. Hua Chong raised his head and said, "That's it. The Rain Master's guardian mount is the black bull that the Rain Master country's Imperial Dojo's gate ring beast transformed into. Usually it moves steadily without leaving any traces, but once it enters battle, it will change its form. So this hoof print is different from the usual one, it's wider." Pei Ming said, "Your Excellency Ghost King's intelligence is astonishing." Hua Chong pointed at the mark on the ground. He continued to say to Xiao Yan, "Brother, look." Xiao Yan moved his head over to look, and as expected, this hoof print appeared suddenly. It seems like they encountered the enemy very suddenly. Hua Chong said, "And furthermore, this hoof print is very deep. It shows that the enemy isn't simple. That bull wrestled with the enemy here, and was forced to sink more than 2 inches into the ground." The two of them simulated the battle scene at that time. Pei Ming was not to be outdone and said, "But in the end, the two sides still fought to a draw." Xiao Yan said, "That's right. There were no traces of blood around, nor were there any drifting ghost energy. It seemed like they collided here and exchanged a few moves quickly and fiercely. Then they realized that the other party was a hard bone to chew and thus gave up." Hua Cheng informed them that the east and west had changed directions. The group continued west, but their speed was slightly slower. Not long after, a tall and strange building appeared by the side of the road. From afar, it was more imposing than the other houses. Even though a few walls and some eaves had collapsed, it still made people look up to it. Xiaolian couldn't help but stop and ask, "What is this place?" Hua Cheng only glanced at it and said, "Wuyang Shrine." Pei Ming held onto Pei Su's arm and dragged him along, asking, "How did Master Hua Cheng know that this is a shrine?" Hua Cheng said, "Because it's written here." Hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that there was indeed a row of incomparably large words carved on the stone beam in front of the building's entrance. Although there were still some strange scratches left on it due to the passage of time, they were still quite clear. However, after a moment of silence, Xiaolian said, "It's indeed written, but he couldn't understand these words at all. Who would have thought that even this wasn't a problem for Hua Cheng?" He turned to Xiaolian and said, "The general idea of this line of text is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has descended upon the world with light, eternally illuminating the land of Wuyong. It was just nonsense to sing praises. Brother, look at the last few characters. Don't two of them look like Wu and Yong?" Xiaolian was slightly moved when he heard, "His Highness the Crown Prince." He took a closer look. Sure enough, although this line of words looked like a child's drawing, with circles and curves mixed with many strange symbols, the shape and strokes of the two words, Wuyong, were quite similar to the characters he was familiar with. Seemed to be some kind of variation. Pei Ming said, "City Lord Hua is actually able to decipher this ancient language that has been lost for thousands of years. I am truly impressed." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and faked a smile. "I stayed in Bronze Cauldron Mountain for 10 years. I can do a lot of things in a month. If I can't even decipher a single language after 10 years, then what's the point of staying in this world, right?" Even the top 10 literary gods in the heavenly court wouldn't dare to say such words. As a martial god, what could Pei Ming do? He could only fake a smile. Perhaps. Xiaolian sighed softly. "Fortunately, San Lang is here." Hua Cheng said, "I can only roughly decipher some of the shallow Wuyong language. If I encounter something difficult to decipher, I can only ask brother to help me analyze it." Xiaolian blushed with shame. I'm definitely not as good as San Lang. However, is the god that the Wuyong kingdom worships also their Highness the Crown Prince?" Hua Cheng crossed his arms. "I think so." Xiaolian frowned in thought. Since my master knows about the Wuyong kingdom's crown prince, he should also know that he has ascended. But why did he tell me that the crown prince is dead? Hua Cheng said, "There are 3 possibilities. First, he really doesn't know. Second, he's lying. Third, he's not lying. The Wuyong kingdom's crown prince is dead, but not in the normal sense of dead." Pei Ming said, "If the emperor is here, maybe we can ask him if he knows about this country, and if he knows about this person." However, Hua Cheng said, "That's not necessarily true. The Wuyong kingdom disappeared more than 2,000 years ago. Compared to it, Junwu is just a young kid. It's all skipped generations. Junwu ascended about 1,500 years ago. He was a famous general in chaotic times. Later on, he proclaimed himself king. After ruling for a few years, he successfully ascended to become an immortal. As the strongest martial god who had been in charge for 1,000 years, his background had long been known to the public. And the skipped generations that Hua Cheng mentioned referred to the generation of the Heaven Realm. Today, Junwu was the leader of the Heavenly Court, which was formed by 100 heavenly officials. But earlier than this generation, there was another generation. Just like the change of dynasties in the mortal world, the Heaven Realm would also change of dynasties. Although it took a very long time, there was no difference in essence. New believers would replace the old believers, and new gods would replace the old gods. Sometimes the decline of a god was not because he did something wrong and was demoted, or because a stronger heavenly official appeared. It was simply because people's lives and thoughts had gradually changed, and they no longer needed him. For example, a heavenly official who rode horses would definitely be doing well. Because people couldn't live without horses and carriages, who didn't want their horses to be strong and safe? Therefore, his incense would not be cut short. But if one day, mortals discovered something new that ran faster than horses, and this new thing became the first choice of people when they went out, the incense of the heavenly officials who rode horses would definitely become less and less popular. These heavenly officials who flashed past like shooting stars were the majority. This kind of decline was the cruelest because the process was almost impossible to reverse. Unless that god official jumped down from the sky and turned himself back into a mortal, changing his path to cultivate once again as a brand new god, he would ascend once more. Otherwise, he was destined to watch himself slowly decline until he disappeared. But not everyone had such courage and luck. The previous generation of immortals and gods declined like this. Some said that it was because they caused a big mess and because of a chaotic battle they all fell. It was not important whether it was true or not. Because a few hundred years later, Junwu appeared out of nowhere and opened a new era of the heaven realm. Moreover, after him, a large number of new heavenly officials rose in an endless stream to fill the gaps of the believers, and gradually formed the stable heavenly court today. In other words, unless there was a heavenly official who was more experienced than Junwu by 1500 years, it was unlikely that he would know how the Wuyong ancient country and the god they worshipped were quietly erased from existence. The group of people walked over the collapsed wall and entered the pitch-black main hall. After walking a few steps, Xiaolian felt that something was wrong. He originally thought that the main hall was dark because it didn't see light all year round, so the windows weren't open. Who knew that after looking around, the more he looked, the stranger he felt. He walked to the side of the wall and gently swiped his finger across it. He couldn't help but say, "This is," Huacheng said, "black." It wasn't that the light was dim, but that the walls of this huge temple were actually completely black. Huacheng said, "From what I saw, almost all the temples in Bronze Cauldron Mountain are like this." This scene was very frightening. What kind of temple would have walls that were painted as black as hell? Just looking at it was enough to make one panic. How could one devoutly worship the gods here? Pei Ming said, "All of them are like this? Have they been left here for too long and decayed?" Xiaolian said, "We just passed by other houses, but they weren't as dark as this. Logically speaking, these houses should all be the same age." As he spoke, he continued to gently touch the walls of the temple. Not only was the wall frighteningly black, but it was also uneven. It was like a woman's disfigured face, covered in terrifying scars and extremely hard. Xiaolian's heart skipped a beat. "This temple has been burned before." Pei Ming asked, "Why do you think so?" Xiaolian turned around. The walls of this temple should have been filled with murals. They used a special paint, a very thick layer. After the fire burned, it would turn black, and part of it would melt and change shape. After it solidified, it would have this uneven, hard texture. Pei Ming said, "Your Highness really knows a lot. I'm also impressed." Xiaolian rubbed his brows and coughed. "This isn't something to be impressed about. It's just that many of the crown prince's palaces had been burned in the past, and this was the effect." Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Xiaolian thought of something else. "There's also the stone beam outside. There are many scratches on the words of praise carved on the beam. It doesn't look like normal wear and tear. Someone must have used a knife to scratch it." Pei Ming frowned. "Why did they do that?" Huacheng said coldly, "Because they don't acknowledge the words." Xiaolian said, "Yes. It's the same as smashing the plaque." Half Moon was startled. "So this temple was set on fire by the citizens of Wuyong?" After a moment of silence, Xiaolian was about to speak when Pei Ming said, "What do you mean?" Xiaolian turned around. He saw Pei Ming raise her left hand, biting a scorpion snake. She was still using her tail to poke him. Half Moon wanted to kneel again. "I'm sorry, my body is covered in snakes." Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pulled her back. "Half Moon, don't get into the habit of kneeling and apologizing. General Pei, how did you get bitten by her snake?" Pei Ming raised her hand. Her face darkened. "How would I know? I put my hand on her shoulder and that's it." Xiaolian patiently asked, "Then why did you put your hand on her shoulder?" Pei Ming seemed to have only just noticed this question. After a moment she said, "It's a habit. In this kind of dark and gloomy place, isn't it common sense to put one's arm on a woman's shoulder and comfort them not to be afraid?" Half Moon said, I'm sorry, I'm not afraid. Xiaolian understood. This was a tragedy caused by Pei Ming's unconsciously itching hands. Pei Ming pulled off the scorpion snake with great difficulty. Her left hand was already swollen. He said, hurry and give me the antidote. Half Moon said, I'm sorry. I've used up all the good moon grass on me. Xiaolian said, it's fine. General Pei, you're a heavenly priest. The swelling will subside in a moment. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to study the wall. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a black wall and his eyes froze. Chapter 152. It was indeed so. He didn't know if it was because it hadn't been completely burned, or if the paint on top had melted and flowed down to cover the image below, saving it from disaster. Under Xiaolian's fingertips, he could vaguely see a small half of a human face. He began to carefully peel off the black hard objects. Pei Ming held his swollen left hand and said, Your Highness is so interested in murals? Xiaolian said, It's not that I'm interested, but I have a bold idea. Pei Ming said, Tell me about it? Xiaolian said, It's rare for us to come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Other than stopping the potential Ghost King, can we also trace it back to its source? For example, who was the one who created it, and what power was used to support it? Maybe it can be broken in one go, and we won't have to worry about the Ghost King appearing again. Pei Ming said, Your idea is really bold. However, even Lord Huachang couldn't find out. I'm afraid we'll waste even more time. Right now, I don't recommend doing this. Huachang said, I didn't find out because my aptitude is stupid and my ability is limited. And at that time I was busy killing. If brother was in charge, then it might not be the case. Xiaolian said, No. I'm the one with limited ability. San Lang's ability is much greater than mine. As if unable to listen anymore, Pei Ming threw Pei Su to Half Moon. She turned around and walked out. I'd better go out and get some fresh air. On the other side, Xiaolian actually didn't have much difficulty wiping off a few pieces of hard black objects. He was stunned and said, This seemingly burnt black object could actually be peeled off in large pieces. In a few words, he had already peeled off a large piece, revealing a human face the size of a baby's fist. Although the lines were extremely simple, the expression on the face was lifelike, as if it was chasing something. Even the fanaticism in its eyes was drawn out. That layer of hard black objects seemed to form a protective film, causing the color of the mural to be very bright, as if it had just been completed. Xiaolian turned around and said, San Lang, let's go together. Huachang didn't move, but in the darkness, a silver light flickered. Not long after, several hundred silver butterflies appeared soundlessly and stopped on the pitch-black wall. As they flapped their wings in unison, Xiaolian heard a slight cracking sound, as if the mask on his face had been peeled off. Countless small cracks appeared on the black wall, then collapsed. The hard black objects that were originally attached to the wall fell off, revealing the true appearance behind them. It was a huge colorful mural. Xiaolian looked up at the wall and felt his scalp go numb. The entire image was divided into 4 distinct layers. The topmost layer glittered with golden light and was surrounded by clouds. There was no one there. On the second floor, there was only one person drawn. It was a handsome young man in white. His entire body was painted with a brilliant golden light, the same color as the light on the top layer. On the third floor, there were 4 figures. Everyone's face, clothing, expression, and movements were different. They were half the size of the white-clothed youth on the second floor. The fourth floor, which was also the lowest floor, was filled with countless people. It was half the size of the 4 people on the third floor, and it was a dense mass of people. Everyone's face was exactly the same, and their expressions were also the same. They were all filled with fanaticism, worship, and confusion. The first face that Xiaolian peeled off was the face on the lowest floor. The lines of the entire image were beautiful and familiar. Xiaolian was stunned for a while before he said, San Lang, have you seen this thing before? Huachang said slowly, I've walked through most of Bronze Cauldron Mountain and almost every Wuyong temple. I can be sure that I've never seen this thing before. Xiaolian came back to his senses and said, This mural is probably not something from 2,000 years ago. Hua Cheng said, definitely not. Looking at the color and the degree of preservation, it's at most 100 years old. Maybe it's newer. In other words, this mural was painted later. Xiaolian pointed to the topmost layer and said, that layer should be the sky in the painting, because the heavenly Tao is above all living beings. He then pointed to the second layer and said, this layer should be Prince Wuyong. Since this temple worships Prince Wuyong, then the main character in the mural is naturally him. That's why he's the largest figure in the painting. The light on his body is the same color as the light from the sky. Moreover, he's second only to the heavenly Tao. He then pointed to the fourth layer and said, the figure at the bottom is the smallest. Their faces are identical, so they should be the Wuyong people. Finally, he pointed to the third layer and said, but who are these four people? Whether it's position or size, they're above the people and below the crown prince. This means that their status should be the same. Are they ministers, guards, or? Hua Cheng walked a few steps closer and said, brother, look, there's a layer of spiritual light on their bodies. Sure enough, there was. However, because Prince Wuyong's light was too strong in comparison, the spiritual light on their bodies was almost hidden. Xiaolian understood and said, it's the heavenly officials that the crown prince appointed after he ascended. That meant they were characters equivalent to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Xiaolian walked around the temple and confirmed that only the wall facing the main hall door had hidden mysteries. The other three walls were burnt to the point where they couldn't be more scorched. Who left this mural? Who was it for? What kind of message was it trying to convey? Xiaolian couldn't see much from just one mural. After a moment of silence, he said to Hua Cheng, let's pay attention to the other Wuyong temples on the way. I have a premonition that this kind of mural might not be the only one. Hua Cheng nodded and said, that's what I was thinking. The two of them carried Pei Su's half-moon out of the temple. Only then did Xiaolian think of someone and asked, where's General Pei? Pei Ming said he wanted to get some fresh air and went out first. They searched the temple for a long time but didn't see him return. Xiaolian called out a few times but didn't get a reply. He said, don't tell me he disappeared at this time? The four of them searched around this desolate little town. They couldn't use spiritual communication techniques in Bronze Cauldron Mountain, so they found nothing. Just when Xiaolian felt that this mountain was impossible to break through, Hua Cheng said, brother, don't be anxious. I have a way. He stretched out a hand and an extremely small silver butterfly lightly flapped its wings in his palm. It flew around Xiaolian a few times. Although Xiaolian thought it was cute, he didn't know what to do with it. He said, this is... At this moment he suddenly heard a panting sound. Immediately, a man's voice came from the silver butterfly. He said, I really didn't expect to see you here. Pei Ming. Xiaolian looked towards Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng laughed and said, yesterday, I placed a silver butterfly on everyone's body. Pei Su forced himself to raise his head and said, then you can use the silver butterfly to monitor the other party's every move, and the other party won't be able to detect it, right? As expected of Blood Rain, third flower. Hua Cheng said, don't speak if you don't know how to speak. Xiaolian held the small silver butterfly in his palm and said to it, General Pei? Where are you? Who's opposite you? Hua Cheng said, sorry brother, I can only listen and not speak. Xiaolian thought for a moment and said, that's true. If the listener's voice could also be transmitted, wouldn't it be easy for them to detect? Then another cold young man said tiredly, Old Pei, a word of advice. Don't talk nonsense right now. Be careful that I don't slap you to death. Hearing this voice, Xiaolian slightly opened his eyes. It was Ling Wen's male appearance. He said, so that's how it is. That black-clothed man who killed everyone along the way. Was Ling Wen in male appearance? Pei Su said, yes. Did Senior Ling Wen take General Pei away? Xiaolian said, I don't know, I'm still listening. On the other side, Pei Ming said, Jie Qing, why are you so angry? Ling Wen said, shut up. I told you to stop talking. It's not me who's angry, it's someone else. Let me say this first, I can't control my body right now. If I accidentally cripple you, don't blame me. Pei Ming said, we're all like this right now, unable to move. Who's trying to scare who? Xiaolian raised his head and said, It wasn't Lingwen who took General Pei away. Right now, they're all trapped somewhere and under someone's control. Then he thought for a moment and said, even the embroidered clothed immortal can be suppressed. Pei Ming then said, what are you wearing right now? He didn't say what it was, but everyone understood what he was referring to. The embroidered clothed immortal. Lingwen said, yes. He really doesn't like you. You better be careful with what you say. Pei Ming said, how do you know what he's thinking? I really give it to you. How dare you go to the Divine Martial Palace to steal things and ruin your golden rice bowl? Now, you even came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Did he tell you to come? Lingwen said, he didn't tell me to come. I came on my own. Old Pei, don't ask. He's going to be angry. I can feel it. Pei Ming shut up. After a while, Lingwen let out a light breath. It seemed that the embroidered clothed immortal had finally calmed down. Thus Lingwen said, Old Pei, what happened to you? Why did you come to Bronze Cauldron Mountain? Was your left hand stung by 1,000,000 wasps or something? You're injured like this. Pei Ming's voice was also extremely sullen. He said, it's hard to explain in a few words. It's all little Pei's fault. I shouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Who knew I would meet my nemesis the moment I arrived? If I wasn't injured like this, would I have been dragged to this damned place? I didn't even see who it was. Xiaolian thought to himself, hurry up and tell me where this damned place is. A cave or a house? At least I know where to look. However, it wasn't like there were no clues. One couldn't use 1,000-mile shrink in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Thus, Pei Ming couldn't have gone far. He could tell that their conversation was a bit ethereal with faint echoes. They were definitely in a spacious space. Moreover, Xiaolian could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. He hadn't seen any rivers or lakes after walking for a long time. There weren't any buildings more spacious than the Wuyong Shrine. Thus, there was only one possibility where they were right now. Underground. However, this town wasn't small. Which part of it was underground? Pei Ming said, what about you? I heard that you killed more than 1,000 demons and ghosts on the way and scared them to death. It's really a cause for celebration. You can't be the number one Wenshun, so you should change professions and become a martial god. What kind of thing could tie you up here? Lingwen smiled bitterly. I don't know either. I accidentally fought with the Rainmaster. After the fight I was dazed. Someone hiding behind me probably took the opportunity to ambush me. No need to ask, he'll come out eventually. Just remember not to expose your identity. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.